Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. Remember, guys, I promised to bring the other part of the GoBlack visit to South Africa. But before I proceed into this, I want to welcome all of you in the house today. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. But before we get into this, ladies and gentlemen, I want people to understand one thing. This show right here, even though the title, it says Go Black. Remember, this is not about Go Black. It's bigger than Go Black. It's not about me. You see? But one thing you guys have to realize also, because some might think, oh, Afridamus is making fun of Go Black, whatsoever. In fact, I commend Go Black for engaging these topics. You see, so this is why I even took my time to make sure, because I looked at his first few days, right? Because he was getting his feet wet. Sometimes, the script you come with, that script, once things don't go that way, it knocks you off your game. I'm going to point out certain things here, why it is important for us to talk about this topic. It's about Pan-Africanism, you see. And South Africans, let's be honest, they do not travel that much. Very few of them, the South Africans I have met are usually white South Africans. And in these conversations, you would realize that South Africans would make that known. They do not travel. Hence, if you don't go to South Africa, most of your contact, especially West Africans as of late, when people hear South Africa, you hear xenophobia. Even over here on my show, I have done topics on xenophobia, but you have to realize, the news can exaggerate things sometimes, right? And also, that's not what everybody in that country thinks about. And we've also heard the Pan-Africans, several Pan-Africans, even the Africans that pretend to be Pan-Africans. We've heard them speak on behalf of South Africans. Every now and again, we would get few South Africans who would call in, and people, if they do not speak that narrative, the narrative, oh, we are oppressed, the white man got their feet on our neck. And people are not hearing these stories from South Africans, and they're getting very disappointed. You see, even, like in this conversation that I'm about to show, these are not my opinions, okay? These are real people having conversation directly from the South African point of view, because we hear Black people who are into the race thing, right? The FBA, ADOS type. We've heard them several times talking about on the continent, the South Africans are the ones that can relate to us. They are the ones that we get along with. But most of those FBAs, they do not travel either. Not even around America, they don't travel that much. So you have the majority of the South Africans, they don't travel either. So all they know about each other is fantasy, like because of South Africa's history, what they went through, the apartheid, and they brought Jesse Jackson and famous people, and you can tell there's tons of Black South Africans who are brainwashed by this, thinking that it is the black people that fought for them. They always say, oh, they think even it's the Black Americans. Some of them are very mesmerized by this. They are mesmerized by American show. That's what I call it. Not realizing it, like the Jesse Jackson thing, the Rainbow Coalition, that's just a Marxist communist thing. It's political. But during those times, around 94, around that time, South Africans, the blacks they needed their freedom, you see? And it doesn't, if you need your freedom, you're fighting for your freedom. When you could use help from anywhere. But do you think ordinary South Africans, most of them, then they were not even aware of this. They just saw it on television and people were stuck on that. But you see, the South Africans, right, celebrated, they've moved on. They've moved on from that apartheid thing, They had their independence in 94. Things have changed, but they still want to hold on to, the friendship that was shown, like the support that was shown from like American stars and stuff. You could tell they're really, cordial about that, right? And nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But the type of Black American that most of the South Africans are probably used to, like I said, these are supposed to be strong, stand up Black people. So the South Africans are looking at it like, okay, we are free now, like our big brothers in America, the strong Blacks. Now, we can come and, unite together and enjoy this feast. You see, they don't expect the type of conversation that I'm about to play here to be the main focus of export from Black America. This is not their main focus. This is not it. Like I said, the South Africans were free since 94, and their freedom is not just a fantasy for South Africans. They know what apartheid means. They had like rules for Blacks and, special rules pretty much to criminalize African culture, all those African cultures there. You could literally just call it that, right? But they united and they've moved on in black, white, blue, green, everybody that lived there, even the white people, they all, they got along. They got along very well, Now imagine someone coming to South Africa, right? You trying to, get the South African to think like the Black South African to think as if they are still under apartheid. You remember, think about it. That's almost like an insult. Don't you realize this? Like deep down, you go to South Africa, you're telling a South African Black, trying to, pretty much you are trying to tell them to live by the apartheid rules. You see, because the people that are coming, other Black people, their only narrative about South Africa is when South Africa wasn't free. So when Pan-Africans come, the only way they can relate to you is to push that narrative of racism, victimhood. But when you get to South Africa, we have to listen to the South Africans, not like some Pan-African coming from West Africa. never been to South Africa, and telling them how oppressed they are. You see, that's not what I'm going to do here today. We would allow Go Black to talk. And by the way, again, I have to say, when you look at it from a different point of view, I want you guys to think I'm criticizing Go Black or I'm against Go Black. In fact, I commend Go Black for bringing up these topics because we all want to know truly how the South Africans think and feel about these things people have been saying about them. That they are, the blacks are poor, weak, the white man got their foot on their neck, they are not progressing. You see, this is the narrative on the street. I've been telling people, look, if you look at the pattern of this quote unquote Pan Africanism, like, look, there's nobody more Pan African than me. But the moment you try to, like you trying to tell me about, like, oh, remember about colonization when your country was colonized? Sir, I wasn't even born. I don't know what that feels like. So a lot of South Africans today, they probably weren't even born then, even though it's just 28 years ago or so, but their population is pretty young. And even if people around there are pretty young, and why would they want to hold on to that? They just want to be friends on an equal level. They don't want you to tell them these stories. And look, I suspected this a while ago when Josie Gold and Christopher, they're South Africans. They are usually, on these shows, they come on these Pan-African shows and they would debunk everything these Pan-Africans are trying to push on South Africa, and people would give them a backlash. And some of you even were saying these South Africans, they are in denial. So now we're not only going to look at those people, just two South Africans. We'll show a whole bunch of them. And again, Go Black, he touched the topic, and the people, they didn't, you can tell they are irritated, but they talked about it. Here we go. Let me play this. Let me do my my disclaimer here. Let's see. So just kick back, guys. I'm going to play the video as we go. And I would stop in between and give my 2 cents. I might even open up the line so that some of you can come in and tell us what you think, especially South Africans. But let me do my disclaimer. Here we go. All right, we got the copyright out of the way. And again, you guys have to remember, like, most of the quote unquote Pan Africans that go to Africa, they only want to see the beauty about Go Black, really, touching on these topics. Let's just be honest. If, let's say, it were an African YouTuber, like, let's say, Maya, right? He's popular. But the only reason why he's popular, he has to toe the line, tell the people what they want to hear. The moment he deviates from that and tell even a little bit of truth, there would be backlash. So he would walk away from it because he's not used to it. That's not even his game, right? So you have all these people traveling, or you got somebody like Go Black. He touches on very controversial topics. And guess who isn't afraid to analyze controversial topics? Myself here. I have like people showing nice places about Africa and people pretending to get along. That's all fine and dandy, you see. I'm not gonna be the guy who's gonna come and try to analyze that. Some of those videos, let's be real, they are pretty good. Sometimes You got to watch stuff like that, right? Then you have Go Black, and you have other Pan-Africans who sell you the fantasy. But he touches on topics that are very, very controversial. If he was an African YouTuber, he wouldn't be able to hold this conversation with the South Africans. There would be a lot of, arguments, people wiling out. You guys know, let's be real, if it's an African, people tend to be more hostile. So since these people, they look up to people like Go Black, so he is helping all of us to see the engagement, you see, and it was sweet. We're all going to learn something instead of making stuff about South Africans. We get to hear if they are victims or not. Let's find out. Here we go with Mr. Go Black. He's going to tell us his disclaimers, and let's just chill.
Really, I'm not going to say forget. I'm going to say have a hard time understanding when somebody is sharing their view of their experience in a place that might be your hometown. This is not about bashing on nobody. I've said this once, I'll say it 1,000.
By the way, just so you get the context of what Go Black is talking about, this is from a previous video he did, which I analyzed here, ladies and gentlemen. You could go look at it, where Go Black was trying to push the narrative of racism and classism, in South Africa. Meaning, you guys know, whenever that type of talk start coming up, who do you think end up having to be pushed to accept the lower bottom? Black, right? But the Black South Africans in this show, they were not going for it. They weren't hostile. They just were explaining, look, this is how it is over here, but it is not like America. But he was trying to push that narrative. Maybe, just maybe, it all came from all that talk that people have been pushing around, saying, oh, the South Africans are suffering the same thing as blacks here in America. And when people give examples of how blacks are suffering, they talk about the shootings and stuff, somehow they ignore all the other shootings that regular people do to each other. But one person gets shot by cops, now it is every black person. I suspected from some of the level-headed South Africans who comment in these comment sections, I suspected that if you take that narrative to South Africa and try to push it on them, it might not go well. And that's what happened. But Go Black, he didn't back off of it. He pushed the narrative again. He's like, nah, I don't think they understand. He's like, let me push it. And I like that he pushed it so that we hear different perspectives. Let's hear this. He's telling us.
1,000 times. What's up, Miss Wog Daily? How are you doing today? I'll say this 1,000 times, that first and foremost, every place I go, our African brothers and sisters are peaceful. We are a peaceful people. It's sad, though, that we operate outside of that in certain areas because of the systems that are in place, that we will behave and get caught up in how things are.
So he's dancing around the lines, right? So you would have think he would say, okay, maybe yesterday, the conversation with the South Africans, maybe I misunderstood it. But again, like I said, I like that he's pushing it. He's dancing around it, but he's going to bring the heat. And the South Africans will be ready, as you see. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, as a FBA, I have no problem with Pan-Africans, but I don't respect when they lie about racism and classism and in the USA or Africa. There are upper class black neighborhoods in the USA and South Africa. Absolutely. That's what I was blown by. Like the narrative. Imagine majority of the people in South Africa are blacks. I mean, come on, let's just use common sense. If you know, is South Africa is not a poor country. So what would make you think, the blacks would be the majority of the poor, destitute people? There wouldn't even be peace. That doesn't make sense. So for someone to push the narrative is crazy. But again, it's good that Go Black pushed it so that other people can watch and see and then watch this analysis. Because you guys know I'm going to give the raw truth. I'm coming from a point where if there's this racism thing, I am an expert on it, as you guys know. I've never lived in South Africa, but you guys know I live in the USA here, where Go Black is coming from. So I understand the mindset here in America. So this is why I'm like the social pariah on these YouTube streets, because everything that people are trying to feed you lies, and then I come and say this, Afridamos, how dare you push the truth out there? Because I'm trying to save all of you from heartache. I know that's what lies do to people. So people who was trying to make it seem like South Africans are a lot more like white people, not even close. But we will get to that. We will get to that.
So let's start off right here with, for those who are really interested in South Africa, because I mean, I've had people who've been sending emails and saying, I want to go visit South Africa. Please let me know what's going on. Should I move to South Africa? There are those who's come visit. There's those who's even thinking about moving. There are those that are here. I've interviewed, not yet interviewed, but I've sat dinner with a couple of couples who are here who are thinking about moving, and had some interesting conversations of their perspective and their views of South Africa. Now, I'm going to start with my wife's because, I love my wife and she has
MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, I visited South Africa and saw prosperous and happy black South Africans. Go Black is a hypocrite. He's living off a USA military retirement pension. Thank you, well said. And Christopher Kane said, Victim Olympics don't work in South Africa. Exactly. That's what I'm beginning to see. So, again, three perspectives. Go Black is going to tell us what his wife thinks about South Africa, which is fair because she's over there with him as well, right? So we'll hear, he will tell us what she thinks. And I'll tell you, right? When you look at Go Black's title, and this is, he's just marinating you to, soften what he's about to talk about, because the topic he is about to push is a topic he brought a day before. So some of the South Africans, you can tell when they hop on the panel, you can kind of see the disappointment on their face. Like, dude, like, where you getting this information from? He was stuck on the race and class thing for some reason, you see. But then you asking people what tribe they are from. So you think somebody who's a Zulu is thinking they're the same as a white person. It's not the same. They're not comparing themselves to that. So when you start bringing in comparison, then it becomes this thing of who have higher class or lower class. But people like to bring economics into it. But okay, fine. You could say somebody has more money, but that doesn't mean they have, like higher human status than the other person. That's not how it works. But here we go.
a total different perspective, an insight, a view than I have. Rightfully so. That's what makes us like this as a team, is because of the fact that I don't want to be married to a woman who thinks just like me and act like me and sees like me at all. Thank God for the female of the world who is opposite of man. So, and once we get to understand that, then we will have beautiful marriages. Not to say it's going to be perfect and you have no disagreements, but if we can get to a place of agreeing that we are different and that we do see things, but how can we come together as one? So beautiful thing. Now, my wife, how she sees things is totally different than I see. These are some of her enlightened views of South Africa so far. She says, first and foremost, the food is amazing. And she is right. I would have to agree with my wife 100%. Um, from street on the food to street and restaurant to, I mean, excuse me, to food in restaurant.
So, I mean, quite frankly, I was thinking when he went to South Africa, he's gonna be showing the food, like, because when you see South African videos, when people visit, I mean, their food scene is great. Like, there's a lot of nice places, a lot of nice things to do, right? But Go Black was focusing more on something totally different. Something totally different. He'll get to that in a second.
Uh, it, I'm gonna tell y'all that they put it down in South Africa. They put it down. And I'm gonna tell you this right here because I've bragged about Botswana, I've bragged about Namibia. There's something about down. Ain't there something about the South? Y'all, come on now. Y'all even in America, people down the South had the old soul cooking, that good old home country cooking. I don't know, but they put it down. They put it down in South Africa. The food is magnificent, flavorful, seasoning well. And like I said, I've eaten food off the street. I've eaten food.
He's telling us about how delicious the food is. I heard the food is pretty good too. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said they are South African cousins. Go Black doesn't represent Black Americans. We Black Americans support and admire you. Ignore this agent of chaos. Thank you, MS Delta, for the $5 super chat.
In a local community in Soweto. We've eaten food at five-star restaurants. We eaten food at a um, in the malls. They put it down, y'all. That was my wife's first one. And then she said what she really about what she really found interesting in South Africa are the people's diversity to include many from the continent. There are so many people from other African countries in South Africa.
You guys see, the South Africans were talking about this, how there's so many people in their country, some are illegal too. But I don't want to touch on that. So, if obviously sounds like South Africa, when you go there, you're gonna notice that the food is great. I've heard this from not just him, several different people, right? The food is great. Um, I mean, the environment, because wherever you go, you're going to find what you're looking for, plain and simple. So, Go Black is telling us that's his wife's perspective. Reasonable, right? But he's going to tell us his too, which is different from his wife's.
Way more than any other country I've been to. And my wife picked that up because you got the Zimbabweans, the Malawans, the Zimbabwean, what was I say, Zimbabweans?
St. James said, come on, Go Black is doing a fantastic job for the community. Yes, indeed. Yes, he's definitely doing a great job for the community. The community.
The Namibians, the Botswanians, the people from Congo, Congolesians.
Guys, he said the Congolesians. Like, Go Black is Congolese. Okay? If you say Congolesians, people would know you are not from Africa because you like to say Go Black to Africa. In fact, there was I think somebody was upset that I'm doing this topic. It's one of Go Black's fans claims, oh, Afridamus, you're just jealous of, Black Americans moving to Africa, but you moved to America, You did it the opposite way. Now you are upset. Sir, oh ma'am, I am not jealous. I'm just doing work here. Okay? I'm doing work. You've never heard me talk about how I hate Africa or how I hate America. I said I love both places, I love everywhere. But now, don't you think? Imagine how confused you would be if you're seeing all these, pro blacks rolling around Africa talking about how people how blacks are oppressed and getting killed in America, you know, and then you look at me like, oh, Afridamus, you're just a buck dancer, you are a coon, and you guys know. Look at me, I'm black, I'm very dark, right? So if racism goes by that, then I cannot escape that. Imagine if that's what's happening and I'm pretending it's not. Who am I fooling, really? Who am I fooling? But then when you buy into these stories, you start looking at people like us, like, you know, we are the buck dancers. That's why we are escaping, not realizing you are just being sold a lie. And this person told me that, oh, Afridamus, you said you're disgusted with me because I accept white people that are born in Africa as Africans, but not accept black people that aren't born in Africa as not being African. I never said this. I'm saying that if a white South African, how can you go to South Africa, the whites that are there, born there, raised there, and you're saying you come from America saying you're more African than them? That is not true. But you told me Go Black was born in Africa. You mean Libya? Because I've heard him say it. Libya on an American base. That doesn't make him a Libyan. Come on, let's go.
Nigerians, some Ghanaians. I mean, the list goes on. People from India. Of course, you got those Brits or those Europeans. We were told today down here in Durban that the Chinese are just coming in. There's this flood, this rise in numbers for Chinese coming in here to Durban area. Um, South Africa, you run across so many people. And so that's one thing she said that, the
So Go Black should be familiar with all this, right? He's from America. I mean, all these groups he's just mentioned, except maybe the southern ones or mostly the Africans, there's tons of Chinese here. What state can you go to where you won't find Chinatown? Even the most remote states. Look, I went to a Chinatown in Iowa. This is in the middle of America. They have Chinatown over there. I went to Nebraska. They have Chinatown there. It's not as big as San Francisco, Seattle, or New York, but they have Chinese there. They have their town. It's not as big. You see what I'm saying? So he's familiar with it. Not a big deal, but he's giving us the makeup of South Africa. So maybe that's why Go Black don't want to live in South Africa, because the makeup looks too much like, you know, um, like America. Oh, maybe all this moving to Africa might not just be a hoax. Who knows, right? MS Delta, thank you again for another super chat, $5 super chat. You said, Afridamus, what is the purpose of these Pan Africans bad mouthing the USA when they are in Africa? What is the game? MS Delta, you are asking a very legitimate question. And I have asked this question so many times, right? And people just tell me, I'm a hater. How dare you ask this question? All I'm saying the same. You don't need to badmouth USA to be in Africa. If you want to go to Africa and be in Africa, hey, good riddance, more power to you. Black power to you, brother. You finally joined, your brothers, in the continent. More power to you. You got your t-shirt, you put the comb hand up, life is good. But no, that's not what happens. They are like, oh, the white man is evil. But there's no white man there. Even the ones that are there, they are just tourists. You see? But that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about.
Diversity of the amount of people from all across the continent in South Africa. That's true. What I also threw her was the five official languages to include English, Afrikaans, Zulu, uh, Kosa, I think it is, Kosa.
Speaking about the tribes, so you guys that you're gonna notice the difference. So for Africans from West Africa, when they talk about us, our tribes, because they always say tribalism. Like, I'm like, where are these people getting these stories from? I was born and raised, I said, so from a tribe. I've been around other people from different tribes. I've never encountered any problems ever because of, I'm a certain tribe, or see somebody, yeah, there are some people who think that their tribe is greater than, you know everybody else's tribe, but you would find out usually they are fools who think that way, you see. So what can they really do? But in South Africa, he realizes, hey, their identity is intact. They holding on to their who they are. You see, people mistake tribe with national interest. In all of these countries in Africa, we all belong to different tribes, right? But when as a nation, nationality, we all see eye to eye as one and the same. So tribe is different from nationality. It's not the same. But I think he's was confused about this, and the people would make it clear here.
Um, these languages that are spoken, these are the official languages. So most people are able to relate. Zimbabwe being one that they looking on the real estate, and people who can walk peacefully down a street in areas and nobody will dare think about touching them. And you yourself being around your own folk, you got to look over your shoulder. That's very disheartening. And it's a system that's in place that's caught in our minds and our psyches, that we hate each other that much. And that's one of the complaints by some of the locals is like, yeah, it's I had a talk with a brother today. I'll be playing this audio here shortly, but the
So Go Black, like I said, he looks for the problem and diagnoses the problem. AZ Nation said, oh no, that's just somebody else, not to me. Go Black, MS Delta, thank you for the $10 super chat. MS Delta is the sponsor of the show again. Thank you for all your super chats. He said, Go Black. I am speaking as a FBA. It's not your business to criticize the ethnic and language makeup of South African nationals. Brother, it's not your business. Oh, all right. I think he heard that.
but he said it, it's like it's just the killings, that are going on. And I'm like, they got the guns and everything. You can go buy a gun. Like, yeah, you can go buy a gun. You have to have the proper things. But he said a lot of these these guns and things are getting in the hands of the street in the that are on the street, getting in the hands of the wrong ones. They got the gangsters that are there. They got those who exploit people. Go by, remember the mobsters back in the day? They come by your business.
So the it's the Pookie and Rere stories of South Africa he's beginning with. So the Pookie and Rere. So if you remember, most Pan Africanists like Go Black in America, right? I mean, every now and again, Go Black he would tell the truth to them, but he doesn't tell the whole story. He would ignore the race part. But in South Africa, all of a sudden, you know, we are able to find out that there's so many black criminals, according to, I mean, if you listen and it's like, that's what it sounds like. But don't quote me on it. You listen to it as well. So all of a sudden, the color of the criminal is known. So that's why I'm telling you guys, sometimes, like, I mean, some of these things, don't listen to it just for the sake of entertainment, you know? Listen to what the person is saying and compare it to reality. It's nothing against the individual, like everything that I'm telling you, I mean, I'm not trying to convince you of anything or trying to sway you, but I'm pretty sure whatever I'm saying is making you think about certain things you didn't even think about before. So when you look at things that way, instead of being upset at the person saying it, you're going to miss the entirety of what is being said.
Say, if you don't pay us this insurance money because we're going to protect your business, then we'll just burn your. He was saying that a lot of some Somalis have problems with a lot of the gangsters who come across their business, and he's certain one of the
Black Rampage, thank you for the super chat. He said, when we hear you say, why badmouth America, we hear, why badmouth the white man. We'll always reject that and classify it as bootlicking. Thank you for the super chat. There we go. So that would mean Black American is not American, according to the super chat. So only the white man is American. Let's go.
certain areas where they live. What they call them here? They call them um, um, not villages, but something towns. And so these are problems, and um, that exist that maybe you're not told, and then maybe you're not shown. I know sometimes when I hear
So, Go Black is doing a good job exposing these South Africans. We didn't know, we suspected all of them were gangsters. We knew it. These South African blacks, we knew they were gangsters. But look, we'll allow the gangsters to call in later and tell us why they are doing what they are doing. Why are they attacking the Somalis? You see, I don't know what Go Black is up to, but this is wild. But again, let's give it to him. He's opening the conversation, but we don't know why. We don't know. All we have to do is listen and, just listen to what the man has to say.
hear people say how beautiful South Africa is. I know some are talking about the landscape, the water, the ocean, the mountains, and stuff like that, but won't really get into, okay, what is the pulse of the people? What's going on? Townships. Thank you, Chuck Wilson. Appreciate that. But
Wait, did you guys catch that? We know they have the mountains, they have all this nice stuff, but no, pretty much what he's saying. Look, they have that, but why don't we talk about all these black gangsters over here? Because these South Africans, they like to rob people, going around stealing from the Somalis and stuff. Let's hear it. Like, why talk about the beautiful mountains when we could go look for some gangsters, right?
let me play this right here for you. This right here, I recorded this interviewing a brother this morning, and let's hear what he got to say. I might not play all of this because this is a bit lengthy, but let's get a taste of what he's got to say.
They start fighting for territories. Yeah. It's so bad. Yes, even worse here. Because they kill each other, those guys. They kill each other, they shoot each other in front of their families. So that is the problem. You've been here in Cape Town for since 2009. It's more than 10 years now, yes. Is it getting worse here? Yeah, the crime and the shooting and killings. In the townships, the problem is there within the communities, not here. Yeah, within themselves. Yeah, it's there.
Guys, let's be honest. If Go Black wanted to make video about interviewing if people are shooting each other, he didn't need to go all the way to the township in South Africa. Let's just be real. That interview could have been done right here in America. We got plenty of shooters here. He knows where to find them too. We know where to find them. If you want to interview them, you know where to. But the question is, how is it gonna go? You see? I mean, how do we even know this man is the guy he's interviewing? Oh, this is not some Zimbabwean guy. Oh, like, I'm. This is wild. But we'll just accept that he's a South African. The guy he's interviewing, we'll just say he's South African. Okay. Matifi. Oh, greetings, Matifi. Thank you for the 20 euro super chat. MS Delta, thank you again. He said, Black Rampage, speaking as a proud FBA, I am a proud American. The major problem is not the white man. It's the lack of Black nuclear families and radical feminism in the Black community. Keep it real. MS Delta, thank you for, kicking some sense into his head.
In themselves. Not where the white people live. Yeah, it's more safer here. Okay. So the problem is there.
Christopher Ken said, but they get mad when Africans speak about ghetto USA. Exactly, Christopher Ken. How many news stories have I done here? And there were so many people who got upset at me. Oh, Afridanos, you talking down on Black people. I'm like, so now you trying to say, I'm talking about every Black person. You trying to say every Black person is a criminal. You see? But because people identify as those people, instead of taking responsibilities, oh, Afridanos, you talking about Black people. As if I don't know that not every Black person is doing this. It's the minority. I get that. But if you're not like that, when I speak about it, why would you be upset? You should say, right on. It's about time somebody is shedding light on this. But you look at, did Go Black ever talk about Chicago and even interview people? Don't you think the South Africans and the Africans would love to hear these voices to confirm so that they know, like, people like me, we're not making up these stories. These are in fact real. Because some of you probably think, oh, Afridamus probably staged this video. That's why I get everything from news clips so that you guys can see it's not me making this up. I'm pretty sure South Africans would love to know the truth, just like he's giving us the truth here. But when you tell this same story, people are going to get upset.
That's what we are facing in the townships. So the government must do something there. Because those people, they kill each other. Even us Uber drivers, when it comes to our Black community, these youngsters, they rob people of their cell phone.
Look, this guy he's talking to, look, I'm not a South African, but his accent is suspect. Look, I've heard enough South Africans talk on these YouTube streets, and I've met Zimbabwean people in real life because, they travel to America. Sounds like a Zimbabwean accent. I can't prove it, but if South Africans in the chat listening, if I'm wrong, don't hesitate. Let me know. But if you think what I'm saying is plausible, by all means, let me know that as well.
They request Uber, they open fake account, they request me. If I go there, they rob me. Most Uber drivers have been robbed of their cell phones and things like that. So you must check where you pick up your tips when you are there. You see the townships are around the airport area there. Yes, I saw. That's where there's more crime there. So you said those who originated here are the mostly colored people. The colored people. But they're mixed African with the European. Yes, he's a mix. And
so you guys see, right? If you're Black and white, in South Africa, you are not Black. So I'm just letting all you mixed people know, like, in South Africa, you're not Black. So when I was talking about how about mulatto. In fact, there was a guy who walks around. He likes to say Africans have low IQ. So when I said, look here, calm down, you know. I said, are you a mulatto? He got upset. This guy think he's so smart. He doesn't even know mulatto means mix. He said, I'm mix. I said, it means mulatto. Same thing, you know. But I told him the same. I said, do you know, like, in other places? I said, you're not black. I said, in America, you're black. So for those of you that like to argue with me, take it from me. In South Africa, you heard it on GoBlack's here. You're not black. You're mixed. You're called colored. You're part of the colored group, not the blacks.
There are most of them who are part of the gangs and
Yeah,
drugs.
yeah, they're part of the gangs and the drugs.
And they use the use of the young boys.
Yeah.
To sell the drugs.
To sell the drugs.
Yeah, that's how America was too.
Yeah.
So I think over there, I think the coloreds are the criminals. You can hear like the mixed people. So they have a mixed gang over there. It sounds like that is if the story is true from what we're hearing. Let's see. Abi is in South Africa. He's South African, I believe. He lives there. He said the Afridamus report. The accent is very odd. There is a chance it's South African, but very suspicious indeed. I also suspect Zimbabwe. And Abi is, he's over there, and other South Africans are saying the same thing here. His AZ Nation say, yep, definitely Zimbabwean, also judging by his lack of knowledge of colored people. So you see, this is why most of you, I like how you guys correct these things. Don't always assume people know all these things. So when you hear these things, by all means, correct it. Because he's making it, from what he's saying, it sounds like the mixed people are the dangerous gangsters. But let me know if that's true or not.
I think it's still that way, using the young kids. So they.
But I think America have gone over that for a long time. But now, it's becoming worse. It's worse here.
It's worse. A lot of shootings.
That's the problem in Cape Town. Yeah, they kill each other. Those guys.
Does a lot of people have guns here?
Yes, in the township that we have.
In the townships, they have a lot of guns.
A lot of guns. Yes.
But is there a lot of shootings here in this area, Cape Town area?
No. You see, the crime is confined aside. Yes, the crime can be everywhere.
Yes.
It can happen everywhere. But they can't come and shoot each other in Cape Town. This is a high security area. They'll be arrested here. But they're in their the problem is they're in their communities.
Man, we're learning. Now we're finding out there's tons of Pookies and Ray Rays running around shooting at each other. But again, let's not just take this little conversation as gospel, because the South Africans, just like you're listening, they were listening to this conversation too that he's playing, and they will come on the panel that you would get a chance to hear them. So for now, let's just hear this part out and just take it as, from our reporter, our Pan-African reporter, Go Black. He's bringing us everything that is going on the ground, how these Pookies and Rares are running around, Soweto shooting at each other. We'll find out.
A lot of security. But look at these tents out here. This is right here. They got a lot of homeless out here.
These are destitute. These are homeless people, yes.
Right. There's a homeless people. I see a lot of homeless people out here.
And rich people. You see very rich people and very poor people.
Very rich and very poor out here in Cape Town. Right down in the inner city, there's a lot of that. But there's more security, you said, here than in the townships.
In the townships. Yeah, in the township there is no security at all. The security which is there is just in the malls.
In the malls.
We don't have homeless people here in America at all. We don't have the really rich and the really poor. In America, that's not the case. We don't have homeless people.
Yeah, the police are the one who must deal with the crime in the township, but
the police what?
They are the ones who deal with the crime in the township. Yeah. But it's no use. What they must do is just to go raid and take all the guns. Yes. But they are not doing that. So can I buy a gun here in Cape Town? Can I buy a gun? Do they have gun stores? Yeah, but to buy a gun store, you need to go straight with the line of you need to register, then you get a license. Okay. Then which is fine. It's not easy to do that. Okay. So they buy illegal guns. There's more illegal guns in the townships. Yeah. It's more illegal. What do you think the problem? And the problem with gangs, some of the police are corrupt. Some of the police, they sell these guns, the guns.
And said that Afridamus, you're misleading the listeners. I listen to all sides. Well, and just wait. I mean, you're getting ahead of me. Don't say I'm not misleading anyone. Trust me, both sides. I'm going to play it. We're still playing it. Trust me, just relax. We will get there. We will get there.
Some of the police are corrupt. Some of them are corrupt. Are some of the police in drugs too? Where can the gang? Because these gangs, you find them with big guns and a lot of ammunition. Where do they get them? You ask yourself, where do they get them? Mm-hmm. So you think that the police are involved with the somehow? Yeah, somehow. Not all of them, but somehow there are some who are corrupt. Some that are corrupt. Yes, I mean, hey, corruption happens everywhere.
So this is good advertisement for Ghana. For Ghana. So for those of you that are not into gangs and drive-bys, I guess South Africa is becoming less attractive, right? But let's see. Ghana is open, you would even get reparation when you move there. So that's yesterday's topic. But Ghana is looking attractive, right? This is funny, seriously.
Yeah, this country's got problems with guns. It's still got problems. In Africa, South Africa is dangerous with guns. You know what I find quite interesting is where the Europeans are most, like whether it's here, America, whether it's Canada, whether it's Europe, where there are most black people, there's where most killings and a lot of crime is. Yeah, we killing ourselves. We are killing ourselves, but somehow it's on the top. We are killing ourselves. Yeah, that is what is really happening here in Cape Town. Mm-hmm. The crime in Cape Town is different from Johannesburg. In Johannesburg, people they
Visionary of Love said, and surely he will not talk about the white slums in South Africa. Visionary, why would he? They don't exist. Okay, as far as GoBlack is concerned, those people he saw in the slums, they were black. I mean, yeah, they don't exist. There was a woman, there was a South African woman in one of the panels who brought that up, who said, well, because GoBlack was trying to make it seem like, oh, the white people are just, all the white people are living it large and better than the blacks. And this woman was like, no, there are, because he said the white people don't live in like the ghettos over there, right? The woman is like, no, there are white ghettos. There's white people in those ghettos. Like, what are you talking about? There are white people there.
They do come just because they want money. Mm-hmm. But the crime here is different because it's a lot of murdering and killings. Why you think you're doing a lot of murder and killing here? Different than Johannesburg. Then if you go to, like, now I talked about the colored gangs and drugs. Then you go to our black communities where the Xhosa people stay in Khayelitsha and Koekberg. There are gangs also there. Those gangs, you find that there are guys who come from Somalia who open their shops in the townships. Yeah. Those gangs, they demand those guys to pay protection money.
St. James said, Afridamus, what is the homicide rate in the Gambia and Senegal? Oh, man, it's super duper low. Super low, to be honest. Very low.
Oh, extortion. So they extort
protection money.
like the mobsters.
Yeah, like if you don't pay that man, they are going to rob your shop every day.
Yes.
So you must pay that protection man so that your shop cannot be robbed.
The Somalian business
The
owners.
Somalian business owners, yeah, they are having a lot of business in the township. So they are also being bullied because they must pay that man every month. If they don't pay, they'll be in trouble with robberies and everything. By the same people, they are.
So this guy is snitching, letting GoBlack know who is robbing the Somalis in the township. So he's giving us the stats on South African crime rate. Did you guys ever see a Pan-African, going around in Africa to tell us where, what place has the most crime? So it looks like, I mean, the crime must be really bad for GoBlack to talk about it, right? Nothing, nothing, nothing we've ever seen or heard of. Nothing close to Chicago, right? LA these days, New York. I mean, yeah, nothing we've ever heard. But hey, it's good that we know. We are interested. We do. The negative ones over here, because they said we are not Pan-Africanists. So we want to know all the negative side, apparently. So we will watch.
Paying money to.
Yes. Oh yeah.
So it's really.
Why you think the crime is like that in the black communities, coloreds, and why do you think that? Why is it? Do you think it's intentional by the system?
Yeah.
Or you think black people, we as a black people, we just hate each other?
No, it's poverty.
It's what?
It's poverty. Poverty, being poor, and there's a lot of unemployment and
a lot of poverty and
This is funny, LDN. When you said Detective Inspector Go Black, it reminded me of a movie right away where for a second Go Black sounded like the detective in the movie, the way he asked the questions. And then right when that came to my mind, you wrote that. That's funny.
unemployment
and drugs, yeah.
and drugs. A lot of people on drugs.
A lot of people on drugs.
Is marijuana, is that legal here?
Yeah, marijuana, they finally legalized it, but you cannot smoke it, you cannot sell it. They say those who smoke, they can plant up to 6 trees in their yard. Then
Guys, look, really, I'm not trying to be funny, but really, like, okay, do you guys know, like, how many states here in America legalized weed? And do you know how long ago these states legalized it? Even the state that I live in here, they've legalized it since 2012. And there are plenty other places. So I don't know why this would be a strange thing for an American, but um but hey, he's asking questions that I think some of you may want to know. But I don't think it's for Go Black himself, because Go Black is very familiar with the weed being legal in America. Okay? I don't know who he's asking for, but pay attention.
they can smoke it.
You can plant how much?
Up to six trees in your yard.
6 plants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you can smoke it, you must not sell it.
But you can't sell it.
So that is the rule. Don't sell it. If you sell it, then that's when they arrest you. Or if you are smoking for yourself, it's fine.
When did they make it legal?
It was 2 years back.
2 years ago. Okay. So you've been here. You said it's getting worse. Crimes.
Yeah, especially we are worried about this colored communities.
The
color community. Because nothing's been done. Those guys are killing each other. Like, what about if they can have a strong police force, then right their house and take on the guns? I think that is what they.
Okay, guys, you see on the screen, Go Black had to bring up a comment that it is a South African that caught on to the voice. He said, "You interviewing foreigners, you don't want to go, get back to who don't want to go back to their countries. They speak bad about South Africa and ultimately bring the rest of their families in South Africa." Sounds like chain migration. So, you guys, my suspicion was correct. A South African called it out. He said, "Why are you interviewing foreigners, who entered through the back door? Now these people are bad mouthing us." I knew something was fishy, but we would get to the bottom of all this.
What about this xenophobia? Yeah, that's another problem. Is that have you been harassed or anybody you know that's been? Yeah, especially it happens more in Johannesburg. I can't hear you. It happens more in Johannesburg. It happens more in Johannesburg. Yeah, xenophobia is there because now, especially they are fighting us Zimbabweans.
I knew it. The guy is Zimbabwean. You see, he he uh he 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 said it himself. And Christopher Kane said, "This guy is disrespectful towards colors." Exactly. So, guys, you see now, like that's what I'm saying. Like Christopher Kane, he's South African, so he knows the dynamics of their country. So it would have been best to ask actual South Africans. But this guy is a foreigner who probably just know a couple of light-skinned gangsters, and he thinks the light skins are the gangsters over there, like all of them.
They are saying us Zimbabweans, we come here, we take their jobs. But like I'm doing Uber here. Yeah. You know, any South African can go tomorrow, can go on Monday and register to be an Uber driver anytime. He can be allowed. Okay. So how am I taking someone's job? The Somalians, they come, they open their shop, they don't take someone's job.
So the South Africans are jealous of the Zimbabwean people instead of applying for Uber, and hating on the Somalis for opening up the big stores, right? So that's in the xenophobia zone. So you guys see, I'm sure these things have happened, right? But now you see how the South Africans were caught off guard because they thought they were talking Pan-Africanism. But Detective Black wants to open up a case. He came with the case and he's asking the questions.
But mostly the problem with South Africans, they are only realizing it now. They don't like working. They can work. After a month, then they get paid. They don't go back to work. So there are now a person from Malawi comes and do for the same job. He works. Then they.
Hey, guys, did you see those comments? This is South African saying, "Go Black definitely has an agenda." So the South Africans are really not feeling this, They are not feeling this. So it wasn't only you that thought something was wrong with it, but this is why I bring out the truth when I say, don't take your own idea of what you think Pan-Africanism is and try to push that. Because the South Africans, they are not in apartheid. So if you think this is like South Africans are not free, you are suddenly fooling yourself. It doesn't sound like they're sitting there, thinking about, oh man, how the white people used to do this. They don't care about that. They know, they're like, hey, white people, just get out of our way. The law is favorable to all of us. So hey, why sit around and moan? And also, The guy he's asking is selling the idea that the South Africans are lazy, right? So the South Africans would have the chance to respond to it, But I don't know why Go Black interviewed the Zimbabwean people, if the interview is real, instead of the South Africans.
Like him at work, then the taxi job go. So I say, are you telling me that the some South Africans are just lazy? Yeah, most of them. Some of them are lazy. Some of them are lazy, and you don't believe that they're taking. You don't believe you're taking a job away from somebody. I don't believe, because most of the African brothers who come from other countries, Nigeria, Zimbabweans, most of them, they create their own jobs. They create their own jobs, and then they create their own jobs, their own business. Their own business. Yeah. Now, they even hire South Africans. And then they hire South Africans. Now, I understand that they are making a lot of Zimbabweans leave by the end of this year. Yeah, because they don't even want to renew our permits.
One critic said, South Africans lazy just like Americans. Oh, I see what's going on. Yep, that same narrative.
Do you have to leave? Sorry. They are telling us that that we have to leave. The permitting thing is still pending, so we don't know what are they going to do. So what are you going to do if you have to leave? Go back to Zimbabwe. We will make a plan. We can't leave.
Someone say, "Hey, Go Black, I'll tell you what. What about that question you just asked? Why do you think there's so many guns there? So many guns there where the people who you are? What? I don't know what he's trying to say. It's because they realize the uninhabitable. I guess he's trying to say it's uninhabitable. So the people are not liking what he's saying.
We will make a plan. We cannot leave. You will make a plan. Yeah. But if you have to leave, what are you going to do? We have to come back home. What would you do back home? Then it's a problem, because our economic situation is bad. I understand. I must just make a plan to make a living.
So, that conversation just goes on, but I give you the gist of that. You know what's so interesting? I'm sharing all you all's comments. I'm not trying to hide from your comments at all. But this right here is evidence how we are towards people. Some of you all's comments, how, you can see how damaging we are. Because, if anybody knows the interviews I've done interviews of South Africans here. I've done interviews of
Well, because at the time that he did this, he didn't interview South Africans. The South Africans came on the panel to defend, to go against the narrative that's been pushed.
Zimbabweans. What are the other ones I've done interviews with? Those that might have been from, let me see, I'm trying to think, who else did I interview? Congo, the Congo. Yeah, the Congo, a couple from the Congo. I've done, here's the amazing thing. Very few want to be on video or just be interviewed or recorded. But by looking at reading your comments, so many of y'all got hate that you take offense of.
You guys see how crazy this is? So Go Black is saying that, the South Africans who against this narrative have so much hate. You see, this is the narrative that I always push against. Just because the person disagrees with what you're saying about their country doesn't mean they are hateful. I mean, they are sitting there, welcome you to their country. They are happy to have you. You're over there talking to, whether they are welcomed guests in their country or unwelcome. You are speaking to those people about them. Okay? Look, even myself, let's say there's a Pan American, person going around. Even though I know so much about the blacks, but if they want to come and talk about the blacks to me and they are not from here, I'm not going to talk to them about the blacks. I'll say, you go talk to the blacks themselves directly. If I want to talk to the blacks, I will talk to the blacks directly. But I'm not going to tell you from your interview when you're here, you could go talk to the blacks too, especially if you're here for the blacks and they welcomed you. You should be talking to them, not me.
Instead of taking information and receiving, like y'all saying, oh, this
And so AZ Nation said, a Freedomist report, Zimbabweans and Lesotho nationals were just fighting and killing each other to work on a South African farm right in front of locals. Exactly. So guys, it sounds, because you see the South Africans, obviously we never hear them come online and tell these stories, but this guy is on film talking about the South Africans this way. So yeah.
guy's illegal. This guy has proper paperwork to drive an Uber. Believe me, when we had to go through and be stopped and his paperwork checked, he's legit. But see, so many people have a hate and a disdain for one another that even well, who was it that made a comment? Oh, the real South Africa tour group or whatever shows tells the truth or whatever. You know, my thing is that I'm not telling you anything except for my experience and those who are on the ground. Now, which one do you want to take credible? Because you move your tail down here to South Africa, wouldn't you want to know how people feel? How about one another? How the system is? Wouldn't you want to know a bigger picture? See, this ain't about.
So, like I told you guys, the bigger picture. So Go Black said he is giving the bigger picture. If you're gonna move to South Africa, wouldn't you want to know? Okay, well, it makes sense. If you want to move to whatever country, you would want to know, right? Great. But let's be real. Who moves to a country saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go look for, the gang areas." People understand those exist, you know? Like, you would be too naive to believe, you're gonna move or go to a country, whether South Africa, America, wherever, that you're not gonna see gangs. That would be very rare. But if you don't have anything to do with the gangs, why would you go look for them? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he's right. You would want to know, but why would you be presenting mostly the gangs?
Out trying to tear anybody down. This is knowing the heartbeat of a place you go to. But the heart, see, but see, some of you all are just so hateful that you rather sit and try to make it seem like somebody is doing you harm when somebody's sharing their perspective. Like I said before, every man has a right to his own opinion, and you got yours. Why?
So Go Black is not having it. He's pushing back on the South Africans and he's calling them haters for disagreeing with him. Christopher Kane said, can you imagine an African going to America and interviewing an African in those hoods the same way Go Black is doing? Man, it wouldn't go well. Let's put it that way. It wouldn't go well.
Couldn't you respect somebody else's opinion by their views? Some of you are so hateful. Do you see? You see, and then some want to like throw threats at other people. This is the ridiculous mindset that we're at. So actually, you're validating my argument. You're substantial.
So Go Black is saying the South Africans are haters for disagreeing with him. So you guys see the narrative. So you're pushing a certain narrative on a group of people and they reject it. You're calling them haters. You guys see Where is this familiar? Where else do you hear this type of conversations? You know, people go from 1 to 0 when you disagree. It's not like, oh no, no, maybe you misunderstood this and explain. No, they just say you are a hater, shaming you. But it's gonna get more interesting.
It, because what you're doing is showing your true colors of how you would hate. Now, I don't know who's behind these names. It could be somebody of a different culture, different color, different race, what have you. But please, by all means, see, when I put the link in, when I'm gonna go back here and look up your names, I'm gonna see if y'all gonna call in and you then come and share your side. But many of y'all don't. You hide behind your screens.
KBM said, a Freedomers report. It's interesting that Go Black is doing the same, going to the dangerous places like white people have done and still do. So why is he following white people? That's a good question there. Good question.
You sit here and act like you're hardcore and yet can't have a man to man, man to woman conversation on what your take is. If you feel like you're hurt because somebody is talking about your country, then you can come on the channel and share your view. But I'm talking to those who live here, from here, raised and born here, family been here since the beginning of time.
Man, the South Africans are making Go Black mad. I hope he had some good food before he started this show, because the people are getting him out of character. Because the first show he did before this one, it's almost like a script. And when the South Africans pushed back on it, it seemed like Go Black was confused, and he still seemed confused, but like he didn't want to deviate from the narrative. He stuck onto it. You see? He stuck onto it. And that's what you're seeing here. He's getting that heat from a previous show where the people thought, okay, now we've cleared this, we have an understanding. Now they are seeing the guy is doubling down on it.
Daggone caste system. You tell me that the European don't think they better than, and the China man don't think they better than, the Indian don't think they better, the colors don't think. You tell me that. Then tell me that there isn't issues with crime.
So he's saying to the South African, you tell me that the white men don't think they're better than you, or the Asian. But okay, that's a perspective. How would these people know what somebody else thinks? Hey, even if they do, if they have, they can think that way. But does that mean the South Africans have to accept that and go along with that? Of course, maybe the guys can think that way, but so what is your point? Like, what is the point? Who cares about if somebody thinks they are better than you? So pretty much he's forcing the South Africans to accept the inferior position. So what if they think so? What if they think that? Should the South Africans just be like, yeah, the whites are better than us? No. Or the black South Africans or the Chinese. Maybe he's the one thinking this way. But those people probably don't even care. They're just going by their business.
I've said time and time again, the world's got crime. Everywhere you go is crime. But I have to share with the people who watch my video, because you ain't gonna be on my channel watching my channel, that those people who heavily rely on me.
And by the way, his expertise on South Africa, this is only about less than a week in South Africa. So he knows better than the South African people right then and there.
As a person who's covering ground, and I share the good, I share the bad, and the indifferent. I am not going to sit here and just act as though that this is a heaven in every place I go. I'm not going to apologize for that. What I'm going to do is man up on it and be man enough. I ain't scared.
He ain't scared. He's not a boy. He is a man. Okay. So you guys better peep that. So he's saying he's not always showing, heaven or paradise. So he is saying, so many words, South Africa is not popping. It's not a paradise. That's what that means. Like, what do you mean? Not everywhere I go, is heaven or paradise. I mean, look, I've heard things about South Africa, or people say negative things, but not to this extent. Serious, not to this extent. I'm just keeping it real. It's never made you feel like, oh man, I don't want to go over there. Like, oh man, I want to go to South Africa and get some beef biltongs, or the nice food, the environment. But listening to this, it's like it's not even paradise. You might as well just say it out loud. And he said, don't tell me there isn't a crime problem. A crime problem. So this is taking shots at the South Africans if you're avoiding asking them about this. If that's how you really feel and you're not scared.
To tell the truth, I'm not scared. This is the problem with a lot of people when they going ahead and giving you information. They scared to tell you the truth. They just want to make everything like it's cool, fine, dandy. No, not at all. That I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna record those who are willing to talk. I'm going to share with you the places I go when my videos. When you see my videos, they be live. When I'm out there on the street, you tell me, since you think that others are so right and exact, who's doing that? Please show me that. Because what I'm doing is I'm at least trying to report accurately the things I see, the things I hear, the people, what they tell me, and all that there. Who wouldn't want that? But see, some of you all are so afraid of the truth that you believe this is the biggest problem we have. See, we got to get out of this being South African, Nigerian, and Ghana, and Ghanaians, and Tanzanians.
Here we go. So I'm surprised. So 1 minute we shouldn't identify with our tribes. Another minute now we shouldn't be saying we're Ghanaians, South Africans. But what if that's where we're from? I mean, let's just keep it real. Can I just really go to Ghana and pretend that I'm from Ghana? Come on, this is not even real. So like, oh, so you went to South Africa. You realize the South Africans are not with the victimhood narrative. I've been telling people this. South Africans have moved on from that a while ago. And even when they were on the apartheid, they were not victims, they were fighting. It's not like they were just sitting there. You've seen footages of these people, taking actions for themselves. I mean, come on, they fought with their colonizers for like what, since around 1620 to 1994. This is like hundreds of years, like 200 years. Do you honestly believe, like, if these people don't tell you about warfare, you cannot tell them about it? They've already been battle tested time and time again. Yeah, you could say they got their independence later, but that doesn't mean they were not fighting. That means they don't see themselves as victims. They just wanted to free their country from what was upon them. So they removed that. They have no reason to continue to pretend like it's still there. Like, it makes no sense. It doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form. So if you're coming, they think you're coming as a strong person, like, because your connection is, you say, okay, we help fight for you to also, we spread the news. Now we are free. But you are not seeing me as a free person. You want me to still identify with the old chains when that doesn't exist around my neck. So that is the problem we're seeing. So the people, I know some would, a lot of them would be disappointed, who used to try to say, "Oh, we're just like the South African, they are being oppressed as well, blah blah blah." No, it's not. This is not like, that stopped in '94. It's not the same. It stopped in '94. Matifi, thank you for the €10 super chat. He said he's not worked for advertising. I know.
And Zimbabweans and all right there. You fools. When the Europeans came to colonize Africa, do you not know some of your family members were left over there on those borders, couldn't make it back over, never to see them again?
So, guys, so mind you, think about like what Go Black is saying. So you've been in a country just for a couple of days. Now you know more about these people than themselves. So Go Black thought, so some of these people, when they speak, right, about the borders in Africa, doesn't it sound like the Europeans came and said, "Hey, listen here, you black people, we came, now this is the land, this is, South Africa now, and that is Botswana, and they built this great wall of China." Doesn't it sound like that? As if they just, so you have somebody coming telling you, "Oh, you don't even know that they left your relatives on the other side." So now you know the South Africans' relatives more than them. You want to tell me you know these people who they are related to more than they do. Again, you see, when you start talking to young Africans, right, this day and age, trying to sell this narrative about this colonialism or all this stuff, it's not going to work. That's an old story. I'm telling you, it's old story. Look, if I was ever related to someone, and when the white people came back in those days, they say, "Hey, yo, this is Senegal, that's Gambia." Do you think our relationship ended? I mean, literally, most part of even Casamas is, most Senegal is like Gambia, and it's like the same, pretty much. Nobody's walking over and say, "Oops, that's the border right there. I'm not going in. Oh, now we're no longer relative." That's not how it works. It's not like a physical barrier. It makes no sense. But he's now trying to remind them of colonialism. That's the sentiment.
Do you not know that? Do you not know? See, most people don't even realize that we who over in America, we are nothing but a product of slavery. Our family is somewhere stretched across Africa. And you think we Americans. That's foolish thinking. You want to argue?
Guys, Go Black, nobody's more American than Go Black. Let's just keep it real. You see, he tells you guys, "Oh, everyone on the, in fact, I am so African. I was born in Africa." There was a fool that wrote that here. He said in Libya. You didn't ask what part of Libya, do you? How did he get there? Is it maybe American base around there? That means his father was in the military. There's nothing more American than your father serving in the U.S. Army, and then you becoming of age and serving in the U.S. Army, moving from base to base. Nothing says American more than that. But you see who to just say, "Oh, I was born in Africa." That's Libya. And you guys know, most of you even question, how African Libyans are, right? But this was on a US base. If your family is posted as diplomats or as US personnel while they were there, in fact, so that means Go Black was born spying on Africa. Because we all know what America eventually did to Libya, right? Not good. Not good. So this narrative to say black, white, So he's just confirming what I've always been preaching over here. It's not about the color. GoBlack served in the US Army till he retired. Now he's living off of that retirement. Now he's telling you he hates the USA and he is African. The guy didn't know he was African until now. And like Christopher Ken said, really fools think. I think this guy does not understand the roasting culture does not work in South Africa. This guy can literally get killed for this by some crazy people. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to learn about the cultures. Don't just assume. Do not just assume, you know? And looks like we have Olurisha said, I'm from America, and it's a lot of stuff he says I don't agree with, and look at him sideways. Yeah.
Over a space of land that they gave called South Africa that you don't even control. The money is coming from others, and you proudly call yourself South African? Proudly call yourself a country that was divided and colonized? Really? That's like me proudly saying I'm American.
That's because you are American. You would be right. Go black.
I'd have slapped myself for that.
Well, you better get at it.
Because we got to remove ourselves out of that. We got to grow to the next level and say, look, y'all, hey, this is division. This was all about division. That was the whole thing. That was the whole concept. And if some of y'all will get out of your immature minds and understand, listening to an elder who had to come to understand some things in life. Why is the black folks killing each other in their own areas? It's a
AZ, I'm glad you wrote that because that's the entire point. Guys, you see, AZ have the South African flag. I'm guessing he's South African. Here's what he wrote. He said, you know, in quotes, like how most of these people talk. We were oppressed, we were this, we were that. Grow some balls. Damn. He's making African American or blacks in general look like whiners. Guys, you see why I analyze and break these videos down? Now you guys see why I do these videos? Because there are some people who are so addicted to this narrative, right? Go Black has no reason to sell this narrative. He should be trying to sell to people how he's able to, travel around, pension and all that. You see? Instead of telling people it is the white man, it is the white man, this white man, that. Like he's not getting paid by the United States of Africa. Let's just keep it real, right? But United States of America, I'm pretty sure a lot of it is white people's money. So if you don't like white people, you should, if you want to denounce white people, America, you should give up everything that is American, because he's saying he's not American anymore. I mean, this is strange to me for a man that served the US Army and retired and now, talking this way. Like, it's more treasonous talk, but sounds like an agent. Because why would he be pushing this narrative in the name of Pan-Africanism? That's what I'm questioning. It's just strange. It's very strange to me. Because I don't think he even believes this narrative. Because Go Black said he served in the army, he had his own business, now he's traveling. I mean, that shows, okay, that's not a victim. That's not someone who's a victim. So then why are you all of a sudden selling victimhood to everybody else? Even the people that are rejecting it, you're pushing it on them, calling them fools and haters, saying they don't even know why are they loving their country. People shouldn't identify with their country. Okay, if we don't identify with our countries, what should we identify with? You see how that would debunk the narrative of people? You know what? How about we no longer even consider ourselves being part of any continent? You see? So don't be upset when I say I am an American. Okay? You don't know, maybe when the colonialists came here, they separated me from my family members. You guys see the Atlantic Ocean, they separated us from me and my family members who were on this side of the, water. Now I grew up, I realized it, I came over. This is pretty stupid at come on, guys. Imagine how, what you guys would say to me if I said it. If I come and give you that story. I already know. Oh, Afridamus is lost. Oh, he don't want to be African. Look at this man. He's a bootlicker. You guys know, but he can make up this crazy, logic. He tries to turn it into this logic, and it makes no sense. You cannot come to South Africa and start telling them, oh, you don't even know, maybe your relatives are across the border. They know who their relatives are, sir. They know this. You don't need to tell them.
System that was devised to cause self-destruction. Do you think this was something that was did without thought? No, this is a psychological warfare that was created. You put any people together, they do tests on lab rats and animals and all that to see how they behave. You put people in a bad situation, they will turn around and attack and kill each other. They won't go to the ones that are causing the pain. They will attack each other. That is scientifically proven. And when I'm trying to expose the good, the bad, the indifferent, some of y'all get mad. Because if I am, and I know for a fact my videos have had impacts on the change in certain things in certain communities, you should be like, yo, I hope our government officials will be able to see this, that the outsiders.
Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. Yes, guys, please don't forget to hit the like. Please hit the like, share, subscribe, and the super chat also. We have Cash App at the Soninke Warrior. Please don't forget to hit those two. The likes are free. So hit the like or the dislike. Either works for me. I won't be upset at you. Okay. So he's lecturing the South Africans to soften them up before they, come on the panel. So let's find out if that's gonna work. Because you see, Go Black got there, he became an expert on South Africans. So some of them are just have turned into haters. You see, have turned into haters. Easy Nation say, here comes the I am the Messiah for Africa talk. Is it go look at the thumbnail? Go look at the thumbnail with the Messiah robe. That's why he had the Messiah robe, because that's how he speaks to the Africans, like a Messiah. Because sometimes he becomes spiritual. In fact, he did his spiritual work with South Africans. I'm gonna do that video too. Look, you guys are probably gonna get sick and tired of me just analyzing these videos, but this is what I do. As long as the videos are coming, I'm just gonna keep analyzing them, because that's what we do over here at the Afridamus Report. Who else, think about it, on the streets, who else is breaking these videos down? People get upset and write in the chat section, but nobody, you really don't get to hear somebody break all this down. The other YouTubers are not gonna do it, because they all want to buddy and lie to each other as if they have this agenda. Who knows, right? So that's why somebody has to come out of the crowd and break things down exactly the way it's supposed to be. So all this talk here, imagine, if it was sincere, God Black would be like, oh man, thank God I went to South Africa. The blacks in South Africa, they are not oppressed. They are happy. Life is good. I mean, is everybody going to have it in the up and up? No, the world doesn't work like that. It's not even like that here in America. That's not how it is here in America. So why would you expect that, elsewhere? So, but that's his game.
Who are coming in and those who are living here are saying this is how the country is. I hope they listen and I hope they create change. But no, oh, I'm South African, I'm Nigerian, I'm Ghanaian, you're talking about my country. Really? I'm putting the link in. And for all y'all that got the negativity to say, call in. Be a man, not a boy. Be a woman, not a girl. Call in and show your face. I don't want to see nobody call in who ain't showing their face to the world. That's called being a coward.
Man, Go Black is calling the South Africans out. You see, I know why he brought the heat. You guys remember the day before, um, before he did this show, right? People called in, and guess who called? Lozy. You guys remember I did that over here? So Lozy got Go Black. He ruffled Go Black's feathers. Go Black kept saying, I am a man, not a boy, Lozy. I am a man, not a boy. So I guess the next day he's like, I better come hot on these South Africans. So he was over there saying all this, and the South Africans they only sent one of their pookies. Okay, Lozy. Lozy showed up and he ruffled his feathers hard. Just one of them. Imagine, you know, if several of Lozy's called that show, how that would have gone. So let's see.
I sit here and travel the world, and people come up to me, and I've still told people again, all the threats that are, oh yeah, I see you, you're not welcome here. You need to get out of here, this and this and that. For real? Well, when you see me, let's talk about it man to man.
Yeah, AZ, I picked up on that. He's making fun of all Africans at this point.
Let's talk about it. And if you don't like to talk man to man, I tell people right here, if you want to do this, don't be sneaking up behind nobody. Don't be coward enough to use weapons. If you want to go that route and I have to protect myself, then call it out. But I ain't scared of you. What's up with the threat? See, that is the psychological damage we have towards each other.
Oh, so you want to just say whatever you want, and then he gets he gets a text saying, Mr. Go Black, we will catch you if you're trying to buy some beef biltong. Now we understand why. Notice all his videos. Go Black is in a hotel, in his hotel. Remember his videos in Ghana and Tanzania? He's all over around on the street. But South Africa, he was getting that text saying, Go Black, we thought you were cool talking all this mess. Wait till we catch you in the streets. He doesn't mean that. He's not about to fight anybody. Because that's why he's doing the lives from his hotel. If you notice, in other places, he wasn't doing it from the hotel. He's all over around. Man, man, the South Africans, you can't just say stuff about them. They'll say, man, we'll catch you on the flip side. We'll catch you out on the streets. So that means stay in your hotel and do the live, sir.
And I come in and I feed the homeless. I come in, give money to your orphanages. I come in and help people on the.
Oh, guys, you see, I don't want to miss that. You see the narrative he's pushing? He said, I come in, I give money to your orphanages. So he's trying to paint this narrative that so these African countries, they have orphanages. He's the one that came to donate. Okay, let's say there's orphanage wherever he went to. So don't you think for that orphanage to exist, for you to even donate, somebody had to have built that for that to exist? But the narrative to say, he's trying to say he comes there to rescue, the orphanages, as if they have orphanages all over the place. So he's a messiah.
ground and speaking life into them and trying to heal people who are in hurt, damaged areas. Your people, every country I go to.
Oh, you guys notice he said your people. He's no longer African. So when it start, so he's there. Go Black is the new save the children. Instead of save the the children is save the African. So Africa is all orphanages. So when did you see? This is why I said I'm glad he went to South Africa, because it looks like the South Africans, they would give you that work and make push you hard until you crack. Your true color shows. Yeah, I'm glad he went to South Africa, and thanks for South Africans giving, pushing him, giving him that work. Hey, you want to bring the topic with them, they have no problem talking.
And you get mad. Let me ask you, what are you doing? What are you doing to make things better? That's what I would like to know. So I'm going to put the link in. Don't dare call in if you can't show your face. It's time to man up. Because I mean, I won't let you in. I mean, you got to show your face. If you want to call in, express yourself, share your opinion.
And guys, when I do these videos, right? Look, to push this narrative as if, oh yeah, I'm gonna save Africa. Look, there are white people who probably donate, do stuff in African countries. How many of them did you ever see make a video, say, I save your people, or anything like that? So he's coming up with his, how there's several of them. They have this YouTube, savior, savior complex. Let's save Africa complex. So he's, you probably went to some orphanage in some country, give them 3 shillings. Now, all of a sudden, that's the representation of all of Africa. Do you guys see how crazy this is? You didn't do that in South Africa, because we want to see the video of you donating to an orphanage in South Africa. That's who we're talking about. Show us videos.
Share your views. Don't be child about it. If you got something you want to share about how you see the country, if you want to call it your country, if you want to share the good things, share it. If you want to share the bad things, share it. But can you be man enough? The link is in the chat. All those who are talking that negativity, all those who want to promote their other favorite YouTubers, you come on here and tell me why you believe they are better than what I'm showing. Please do. Al, if you're going to come in, you got to show your face.
So you guys remember, Go Black said the South Africans don't like to show their face on camera, right? Let's find out if they will, or they just gonna be scared and not show their face.
Let the world see you. Let the world hear you. Because see, there's so many of us who are so afraid. This is what we do. Our government's corrupt. They steal the money, this and this and that. Do you want to say that on video? You want to interview? Can I interview you? No. No. See, you don't want change. Are they going? I don't want to have no this and that.
He's still boasting about that $2,000 that he donated to a Tanzanian orphanage, bro, and letting that go. So this is from Tanzania. Now, I'm glad you brought that to my attention, AZ. So he donated 2,000 to an orphanage in Tanzania. So, guys, so that 2K should have been divided among all the orphanages in Africa, right? South Africans, I think they are playing a game. They know that they received their share from that $2,000, and they don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to acknowledge it. Oh, Christopher, thanks. I'll see you again. Christopher, make sure you watch the rest of it too.
And come at me or whatever the case may be, well, then just zip it. Say nothing then. Every election, they make these promises and they this right and they don't come through and they stop it and they start this, they stop this and they don't do this and that. Oh, you want to get interviewed? You want to share? Now, I must say, there are some interviews I did that I never posted because I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't because there may be backlash on you. I've done that before several times. I got videos of interviewing people and I'm like, no, it's not about showing the video. Okay, I see Al, you're not showing your face. Okay, so I guess you will just sit back there. Gosh, I mean, so that's a lot. I mean, Malcolm X, who was a man who started a life off that he claimed that he was out in the streets. Remember,
So the South Africans called in. We seen their face. Let's see where we go.
Was an alcoholic, rebel rouser, ran women, turned around, changed his life when he came across the Nation of Islam. He went through that period of time with the Nation of Islam, realized that he was following something that was not exactly absolute truth that he thought that would be that was a standard for what he was following, that he then also took
GoBlack didn't expect them to call, so he's just buying time to calm down from being nervous. The South Africans, he didn't expect them to hit the link. So like some people, if they say crazy stuff, they don't want to confront the people. They just say, you gotta show your face. They don't expect you to come from behind your emojis. No, these guys came from behind those emojis. Okay, they are ready to talk. Let's go.
his trip over to Mecca, saw people of different colors that were Muslims. It changed his life. He had a total different perception of what life was than what he thought it was, just the white America against the black man. He was a man that I saw.
Sorry, guys. He's just stalling at this point. You guys remember he was in a hurry for them to hit the link. So he's Malcolm X now, I guess. So he's stalling. He's giving them the runaround about Malcolm X. Let's talk about South Africa, sir.
Went through a transformation like I went through a transformation of life. He went through these chapters of life and come to his own truths. So I mean, and he was an example that was for many people to see how one can start off and how one would end. And they killed him.
Okay, that's fine. So I've seen your videos of you like in Lalibela, Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
And like they have a black Jesus over there. So I'm just asking, so is what you say is basically what you're saying that all these people in Africa who've been taught about a white Jesus, are you saying that we're brainwashed? Because all we know is a white Jesus. There's no such thing as a black Jesus in Africa. I'm telling you that.
That's your question?
Yeah, like, are we brainwashed then to believe that Jesus was a white Jesus?
I don't want to use the word brainwash.
I like this guy's question. He went straight to the point. He's like, okay, in Africa, all we know and what we've been taught is that Jesus was white. So are you saying we are brainwashed? I know, because how many times have you guys heard GoBlack? He never hesitated. Most of these Pan-Africans, how many times have you heard them say Africans are brainwashed? They, when they say it, make it sound like every African is Christian. All the countries have, everybody is Christian. There's no Muslim in Africa at all. They make it sound like that's what everybody goes by. So now the man is asking him, are we brainwashed? Because in his videos, he always says Africans are brainwashed because of the religion. Africans are brainwashed. So I think the guy is trying to get him to say it, but he's not going to.
Let me say it like this. Where did you get it from? Where did you get that idea from?
okay, like going into church, every single church, you're gonna see a white Jesus type of thing. Even if you read those Bible pictures, you know, those kids Bibles, you're gonna see a white Jesus. So it's one of those things like you don't have to get taught about, you know what I mean? Like I see a white Jesus everywhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's proven. I mean, that's why I showed Ethiopia and how they depict Jesus. You know, I've shown that, and then there's this white Jesus, but then even I showed scripturally for those who claim to be Christians that it was said not to make these images, not to make anything that is of images that are in the heavens and the things that are in the earth or beneath the sea, because
Look, this white Jesus thing, you have to remember when they introduced Christianity to Europe, you have to remember the Europeans were not always Christians. They introduced this to them. So, to be able to convince a lot of Europeans to accept Christianity, to convince them, they sort of made the prophet Jesus, that they want for them to follow, look like the Europeans' image, like a European. It makes sense if you're trying to get them to convert, you know, I don't know what, they created this. And those same people who embrace this religion over time, when whoever they come in contact with and they introduce the religion to them, you think the Europeans, what are the Europeans going to introduce to you? They're not going to introduce a different Jesus that they don't know. They're just going to go by what they have, right? So it's not really originally a European religion. So that's not the point. But if Go Black believes in his videos that Africans are brainwashed, he should just say it. He's talking to them. That's what the guy's asking.
I have said Jesus ain't white nor black. I stood in, where was I? I stood in Kenya, in Kibera slums, in a school that I shared with the children, that Jesus was not a skin color. Jesus, you know, but
Yes, I'm
I
listening.
did that, I do that depiction because I am showing people that even our own beliefs and our perspective, our opinions and our views, you can find a contradiction to it. But the question of it is where you get it from. Just like people call themselves South Africans or call themselves Nigerians. Where did we get that from? We never called ourselves that before.
Well, that's what the countries are called. That's not the same thing. The guy is backtracking. He's confused. My thing is, if you're gonna say these things, just stand on it. You see how he avoided the Ethiopia thing, he pushed it to Kenya. But in Kenya, he said white Jesus. He said that's who they believe in. I mean, if you ask, those Christians, like let's say Islam, right, is from Saudi Arabia, is Arabic, you know, the prophet is Arab. But that doesn't mean if somebody is Muslim, you are worshiping the Arabs, because it's about God, you see? So it's the same thing when you talk to an African Christian. Um, I mean, depending on the sect, they go by if Jesus is, some say Jesus is the Son of God or God. It depends on their ideology. But I don't believe they're worshiping the skin color. They're going by the spirit.
You would say you Zulu, you would say you Mandinka, you would say you Ashanti, you would say whatever it was you was part of. But now we fighting against
It's Ashanti, not Ashante. Go Black. All this time he spent in Ghana. Come on now.
people because of the fact that they are from a country that we never created. It was the Europeans who created the countries.
No, it wasn't the Europeans that created the country, sir. These places existed. Maybe now the unity that you're talking about, because people like to bring the negativity, all the, oh, you think they controlled everybody. The Europeans at one point had these same differences, they fought many wars. They eventually united and formed countries where people identify as a nation instead of tribes. So that idea being introduced in Africa, for you go black to be able to even travel around Africa, don't you know, is because of this quote unquote country idea that Africans are going by today. Let's say there wasn't countries. I don't think you'll be able to travel around, sir. It's not gonna happen. I want people to get out of this fantasy kumbaya thing, thinking, oh, um, it all of Africa were one and the same. It's just like us today, we're not one and the same. Back in the days, it's the same thing. That doesn't mean that's a bad thing. Just because you're different from somebody, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. People are different, That's all what it is.
And so we deal with this internal battle because of that was the purpose of conquering and dividing. And it goes on to this day that if you can divide a people, they will war against themselves instead of warring against the ones who divided them. Because the system is set up to show biases towards some and prejudice against others. And so then you have the strife that happens. This is systematic racism. And that's why you can change.
So, from Jesus to systematic racism, racism is a pandemic. So, we're getting there.
Change apartheid all day long. But guess what? They already know it's a seed planted in the minds of the people that will reign for thousands of years. And I've experienced it here in South Africa. I've experienced it in South America. I've experienced it everywhere I go.
Okay, so after what you said, that this is like a seed that's been planted in us. You said yourself, it's like a seed. It's been planted in us, and it's gonna be with us for generation and generation and generation. So, is there any hope for Africa then? Like, so should we even try?
Yes. And that's what I was saying is that, okay, is there hope? I did a video the other day. The hope is when you unravel who you think you are, remove that identity. You're deeper than the color of your skin. You are a spiritual being first. If you don't believe you're a spiritual being, then look at the type of spirits then that responds in the chats with hate. And look at the spirits of those who chat in the chat.
Look, over here, you can disagree with me. I wouldn't think you are hated. Kid Noble said animation. So Afridamus, you're out of topics. Well, this is a topic we're doing. If you don't like this one, you can always tune out and come back on a different topic.
They respond with love. There are two opposing sides of life. You can live on one side of it or you can live on the other. Every man knows that. They know there's a good and a bad side of life. The question is, what does good have a color? Does bad have a color? No, it does not.
Guys, did you hear what Go Black said? He said, does good have a color? He's asking this question. So he's saying that color, whether good or being good or bad is not based in color. But is that the narrative that he pushes though? He's contradicting himself. I don't think he believes that. I don't think so.
Everybody can attest not all white people are bad. Not all black people are bad. And we also know not all white people are good and not all black people are good. We know that. But we rather sit here and still try to identify with a color. We rather sit here and deal with the systematic racism that was put in place, and we ourselves will go along with the program in this caste system that was created. And the surprising thing is that many people know it, but they say nothing. They accept it. This is why y'all heard, if you heard my video the other day when I interviewed the young man, when this 50-year-old man, where was he from, babe? The Congo, who was sold us the ice cream there in Pretoria. I interviewed this brother, and he sit here and said, "Oh, was that him? Or was it? He's from Eastern Cape." He said things are better. No. I'm sorry, that wasn't him. He was from the Congo. Yeah, he was from the Congo. This guy was from the Congo. Now listen to this, family, because some of y'all may not have heard this. This brother, he said things are better than what they were before. And I said, please explain to me, what do you mean they're better? So he tries to explain. And then I gave him an example. I said, okay.
So Go Black is claiming somebody told him things were better than what it used to be. So he's trying to say no. So let's see Go Black tell us, South Africans are better off today than when there was apartheid. Oh, Africans are better off today than when we were colonized. Let's hear him, justify this logic, because he's trying to say no, things haven't gotten better. So let's hear him.
Okay, you think it's better. This is what we say. This is a psychological game. When you have a point of reference, you say, well, you know what? Black people, we had to live separately. We didn't have good jobs. And yeah, we know there's problems today, but it's better today than what it was before. So I gave him this analogy, and I want you to understand this. I asked him this question.
To everything that you have said.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Right? But if you look at the stats, even in Africa, you will find that South Africa is the country with the highest.
Hey, you got an echo.
Start seeing media is bad. You're seeing one.
Okay, we have, I have callers, so I'm gonna do in between. So I have two callers here. Let's hear their take as we go. KBM, what do you want to add about the Tanzanian situation?
Okay, so literally, I just forgot like 4 minutes ago exactly the verbiage he used about skin color. But if skin color is not a problem, what he's basically saying in this live stream of his, then why did it was either orphanage or a preschool in Tanzania? He paid the schools a certain amount of money to repaint over the mural that had white kids.
Because
I guess
it was a white person. I think I saw
right.
that.
Right. So I bet you anything, if I went there next week or an Indian man went there next week, offer the same amount of money to say, as long as it's proper, and say, paint over this mural with this photo, they're going to do it.
Right.
They are absolutely going to do it. So in that video, he was talking about color and how white people are the problem. Okay.
But
and
no,
also,
but he said white people, he said, color has nothing to do with being bad.
Right. But according to white people in that video, they were somehow bad because of the image on the wall, right? It doesn't represent
Jesus
them.
too.
Right.
And Jesus.
Now, he did a video after that where he was talking, just doing like a selfie type of live stream vlog on some bridge in a park, right? And then there was a white couple down the way that were asking him a question. How long is he going to be so they can take photos? Because I guess it's a popular spot to take photos with the scenery in the background. Simple as that. Okay. He got so pissed off at them. He didn't say to them, like, I'm doing a live stream. Can you just wait or something? No, he got pissed off at them and started cussing at them and then lied to his audience and said, can you see this? Can you believe this? White people are the problem. So he just basically contradicted himself between those two other videos and what he's saying right here in this video.
Oh yeah, I know, because he's definitely obviously the guy asking him about the Jesus thing is because of what was said. So he knows the guy is not going for color, so he backtracks it to say, oh, all people are one and the same. So you go to South Africa, you want to sell this color thing to them, and it's not working. It's not working at all. And I'm surprised. He says 1 minute is white people, but another minute color is not a problem. So he paid money so they can paint over the white person they had on the wall.
There's not enough moonwalking for him to go backwards to retract all the stuff that he said. You can't moonwalk that back that far. I'm sorry. It's not going to work.
All right. We have Big Dog. Kidola, welcome to the show. Kidola, what do you want to add to this South African talk that Go Black is having? Oh, we can't hear you.
Afrodamus.
Yeah. Can you speak louder?
Okay, Afrodamus.
Yeah.
You live in America. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, loud and clear now.
Okay, you live in America, right?
Yeah.
Is it in America? Is it how all the Black Americans are? Is this
No.
how they are really? All
No.
of them? Okay, these are just few ones who are like running around YouTube and making noise and try to pretend and everything. You see, that's why I don't want to
No,
generalize it.
but also there is a growing number. Not all. Let me make sure I clear this. Not all, but it's becoming most.
Okay,
It's
you
becoming
see, what
most.
I
Not
what I
all.
noticed.
Let me make it not all, but it's becoming most. The victimhood narrative, for sure. Not everyone is gonna say they're Pan-Africans, but the victimhood narrative in America, yes, that's for sure a thing.
A
Okay,
big
you
thing.
see, what I
Yeah,
say
that's
about
a big
Pan-Africa,
thing.
but if I say about what's called this so-called Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanism, who they have a virus called FBA virus. Depends on when that virus come out.
Wait. You said what is it called?
They have a virus. All of them have a virus called FBA virus. That
F,
FBA virus, FBA,
FBA.
that
okay.
group, that called
Yeah. Okay.
FBA, that Foundation of Black America.
Yeah.
You see,
FBA virus. That's funny. Go ahead.
depends on when that virus comes out of them. These ones that pretend they are Pan-Africa or whatever it is, they are the most dangerous ones Africans need to fear because
Mm-hmm.
you don't really know them. You understand? You don't really know them. They see holding up to the past. You see,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't have elderly or people who could tell them, let the bygone be bygone, let's move on. Even South Africa, that experienced not too long ago, the South African blacks have already moving on. That's why you could see these guys there, these South African guys, they are not there to entertain his propaganda, his behavior. You understand me? Why did he give that money to that white to that school for them to paint that white Jesus? He
To
gave them
paint
that money
over. No, they paint over a
okay
white person.
to paint over a white Jesus. It's a game and it's a show. You understand me? It's a look. Africans don't know nothing about propaganda too much. They know
Right.
what's called propaganda. You understand? And that propaganda, they're the one you look. They have to understand that in Africa, we don't talk too much just the way they try to talk too much like all these things. Oh, I have this, I have this. How much is go back to Africa having? How much is go back to Africa? You know, when we talk about money, sometimes when they give you, it's all bravado. These are all bravado. When they come to Africa, they tell us, oh, we are one, but when they turn their back, they will laugh at Africans. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see, I was saying these things yesterday, that Ghana pull out something that make these people to start even hating Africans a lot, because we're gonna put our tricks out, or we're gonna ask them to come. They came, but they were having second thought of everything. Then the Ghana lady was pissed. I said, so this is your return of Africa or return back home. You did discuss it with the rest of West Africans. You people pull it out. Then now, when the heat started coming, is Nigeria started the one say, hey, those South Africans. You understand me? The Ghanaians hide. You know what I'm saying? They hide. They did.
Yeah.
So what you see now is
Well, you know, Go Black, his adopted country is Ghana.
it's a game. They're not loyal to anybody. They're not loyal to any country. They're not loyal to anybody. This is just all about making money, getting views. This is a YouTube something. Only that the
Is
YouTube
this
they're
YouTube
doing,
colonization?
this is
Like
YouTube colonization. Only that Africa
you
is
know,
the
you
meat
know,
on top of the table.
I've been thinking about that. I said, is this YouTube colonization of Africa? And I happen to be the African freedom fighter exposing all this. You see?
Since you came, since you came, then Africa started having a voice. Before, Africa would pander towards this towards,
Pan-Africans.
yeah, this Pan-African, oh, start praising them. Because if you don't tone their what they want you, they will kick you out of their show. You understand me? They kick out of the show. Their noise become a headache. Their noise become something else. You understand me? We're not used to men making such a noise like this without no action. You
I know.
understand? Because the truth
Yeah,
of the matter is
Mike
this.
said it perfectly. Mike said in the chat, YouTube colonialism.
You
Yeah.
know, you
That's
know,
basically
you
what
know,
it is.
you know. This is very interesting. But you know what? I want you guys to stick around. Let's hear what the South African guy here is going to say. Because before it was just the Zimbabwean, and asking the foreigners instead. Let's allow the South Africans to respond to what he was saying.
Nationality within the continent into drugs, and then you start having this Willie Lynch stuff, black on black violence. We hate these guys that are coming from Nigeria. We hate this. You know what? Those things just flare up because of the poverty that is there. And then you have minimum wage salary of about 3,400 because of ILO, International Labour Organization, said that. And then you get a white man who owns a business in South Africa, doesn't want to comply with the laws of South Africa, hires an illegal migrant, maybe from Zimbabwe. You understand? And then now the South Africans are saying these guys are jeopardizing the system to comply, and then they are exploiting our brothers. Then you start getting a black on black violence. South Africa, and when I started working, our unemployment rate was sitting at 16, right? And this was in the 2002. Right now, it has gone bad. It's now getting to the 40s. And now even President Beki has said South Africa at some point, if this ANC government doesn't listen, it's going to flare up like the Arab, what happened, Arab Spring in Libya and stuff like that. You're letting in. People are taking people's job. It's fine. We fellow Africans, but it's going there. It's boiling up. It's boiling up.
So you see, Go Black is not even listening. He is not, because you know how some of these people, they make fun of, the Africans want to talk about their government because the government is in charge. Just like here in America. That's why when I hear some of these people make fun of Africans, about the government, your entire complaint is about the government. The US government is far bigger than all these governments on our continent. There's a lot more governmental control in America than most countries in Africa, because the US government obviously have a lot more money. Their reach is beyond the US border, as you know, right? So in South Africa, it's no different. It's no surprise the government is in charge, and the government is going to do what's in their interest, even if that harms the citizens. They don't care. Just look around in the US, just look around. Even in America, I see how people like to say, the US government doesn't do X, Y, and Z. That's because you're not paying attention. Just pay attention and see. You know, it's the same thing. The governments, wherever you go, most of the time, especially this day and age, they don't seem to care about the people at all.
Now, Stuart, I appreciate that info because my thing is this, my thing is that would you want to know that information if you're coming from another country to come to South Africa to live? Wouldn't you want to know that information? The
No, you're right.
unemployment situations. Wouldn't you want to know maybe the problematics and the things that's happening, how the people feel? Wouldn't you think you people should know that?
No, you're absolutely right. People should know that. People should know that. But I think also, Go Black, the African continent, it's very diverse. You have, I think, South Africa. The other thing is that, with this democracy that we got, they say it's the best blueprint of a constitution. It's good if you are, a white guy that escaped prosecution during 1994. It's good because it protects you. But what it does also, it perpetuates inequality. Those who were rich in 1994, they continue to be rich. And those that were poor in 1994, they continue to be poor because the laws are not able to take a poor man and put him somewhere.
Okay, we have a South African here. Josie Go, welcome in the house. Josie Go, what do you want to say to, because you've been on the panel with Go Black. So,
Yeah.
um, and he went on the next day, as you can see, he kept pushing the narrative. He played an audio, I think the guy is from Zimbabwe, to tell us about the colored gangsters in South Africa. Do you guys have mixed gangsters over there?
Look, everybody has their own gangsters. Like
Right.
it's a reality, and Cape Town has a. It's predominantly colored. The largest ethnic group there is colored people, so they have their own gangsters. And oh sorry, where my man is. Greetings, Offerdamus, and all the guys in
Greetings.
the chat, and of course the panel. And of course,
Welcome.
I'd like to congratulate Go Black to Africa. He donated $2,000 to charity. He really changed Africa for the better. Congratulations.
Thank you, Go Black.
Yep,
well,
he changed the
well,
continent.
at least you showed your appreciation.
Yeah,
So,
and
so,
then
so, go ahead. Yeah, to the topic. Go ahead.
to the topic. Okay, look, let's go black to Africa, guy. Like, I tried calling in on this panel. I had my camera on and all, and he wouldn't let me on. I think he was surprised that I was actually black. I think he thought I was white, so he wouldn't let me on. He let a Chinese guy on later
Oh,
on,
yes,
so
I saw
I
that.
think that shocked him. Yeah,
Well,
and look,
that shows he's not keeping it real.
mm, mm. And another thing, look, for me, I don't get why this guy wants to tell people how they should be. I mean, like, one of the things that ticked me off about what he said in this video was that no, we should stop calling ourselves South African. We should just call ourselves by our tribes. But when he's in other African countries, he doesn't preach that same tone. But in South Africa, he does
Mm-hmm.
that. And
I
another thing
picked
he
up
said,
on
we have a
that.
caste. He has a caste. He says we have a caste system. What the hell is this
Yes.
guy talking about? There is no caste system. A caste system is apartheid, where it's written in law and it's practiced by law, like racial discrimination. Like whites are better, coloreds, everyone is better than black, and there's a racial hierarchy. That doesn't exist. So that's a lie and it's disingenuous. And another thing that I picked up when he was here, well, I think he's still here, is that he doesn't really interview South Africans. He
I
says
noticed
he
that
does,
too.
but he's only and then when he does, he's only interviewed two South Africans. One was really negative, and the other one not so much. And then the rest, all he just does is play recordings on his cell phone. It's not that difficult to find South Africans, you know, to talk to in South Africa. Like, how come other YouTubers that come to South Africa, they can find South Africans and interview them, and South Africans will speak on camera. So he's being disingenuous. I think a lot of people are just not telling him what he wants to hear. So I think that's one of the reasons why he's not really talking to South Africans. And if he does talk to South Africans, it's some sort of cell phone recording. So that's another thing.
So
And another thing, when I noticed when he's in other African countries, he's always roaming around, he's always talking to
Yeah.
people. In South Africa, not so much. Like he's not talking to anybody, and he's always like sitting in some hotel somewhere. But in other African countries, he talks to people, he goes around. He hasn't really explored the country, so I think he must just be honest and just say, "Hey, look, I wasn't interested in this country," and he was just coming to South Africa because he noticed that a lot of YouTubers have been coming to South Africa, like a lot of African American YouTubers. Some of them are promoting tours to South Africa, and he's trying to get that traffic to where he's going. So I think that's the honest truth. So yeah.
You know,
so Josie, real quick. Let me ask you, because you said he's not really talking to South Africans. Just say it. Are South Africans found a dime a dozen in the country?
Well,
Basically, you can
repeat
open
the
your eyes
question.
and basically you can open your eyes every day, walk out the door, and you're going to run into a sea of South Africans. Is that true or not?
I mean, if
That's
you're in
true,
South
man.
Africa, I would think so.
Corner to
Yeah.
corner, every neighborhood you'll meet someone. Like there'll be South Africans everywhere. Like it's hard not to find a South African. It's
So
just
he
there.
has he has no excuse not to talk to South Africans. That's who he
Yeah,
should be
I
talking to
agree.
while he's in.
But here, wait, this would even help the conversation. Let's hear this guy in yellow. I got a couple questions for Josie on this one.
Still practices their cultures. And obviously, before 1994, we were separated into different places. So to meet somebody who's Zulu, I'm Pedi, but to meet somebody who's Zulu was quite a phenomenon if you are from.
Sorry, look at GoBlack's face. He looks disappointed and upset because the guy is telling him, painting a real picture because he wanted to paint this idea that they were all wanted, the same people. Like he doesn't realize, like the people were separated. They didn't all live together. But this guy's gonna lay it out good.
Limpopo, which is where I'm from, right? And then obviously post 1994, we started getting to know each other and starting to get along with each other, right? But that wasn't a smooth transition either. People were tribalist towards each other, but that easily and quickly faded because of a mutual respect that we have amongst ourselves as South Africans and the mutual respect that we have for each other's cultures, right? So South Africans at their very core are proud of the cultures that they have, or rather that we have, And to add on to that, our cultures also involve some, how can I put it? They involve practices that were pushing us forward to survive in terms of wealth. So prior to 1994, we were calculating our wealth based on cattle and based on land as well, as much as people might fail to believe it at sometimes,
Let me throw this, what this guy is saying. I want to hear this from, like Josie mentioned something which I noticed as well, and I pointed it out. So in South Africa, Go Black is asking South Africans what tribe they are from. He would say affiliated, as if it's a gang membership. No, you are part of a tribe. That's who you are, your identity. But the tribe thing comes up. So I'm going to ask, like Kidola and Josie and, KBM, you guys here. Let's start with Kidola first. Kidola, what do you think about when you're hearing him? Like when he goes to West Africa, when it comes to West Africans, we are just tribalist. Nobody, shouldn't even bring up your tribe. That means you're tribalist. But he goes to South Africa, he's asking them what tribe are they from. What do you make of that?
I think he is not too aware of what Africa culture is really. You understand me? He tried to sound like he know a lot. He have to really stay in Africa for years to understand how Africa navigate different culture to create peace and live with each other with happiness. So all what they're saying is, yeah, you can talk about the other person's tribe, but still, we still maintain that peace and that harmony among each other. And it takes a lot of years for our ancestors to establish that peace coexistence and that respect of each other, even when the culture is the same, but the tradition of it is different. So we're still able to respect the tradition of every culture that they have. So when these YouTubers, that's what I ask you, when these YouTubers comes around or when they see, so that they want to force you to believe their own way of seeing things.
Right.
And that aspect of it is to an African, it's a very dangerous trend.
Well,
And
you see what you're saying there. That's why no matter who's upset, I don't waver on it, because I know here in America people tend to believe what they see in front of them in the screen, especially Go Black and others saying these things. I know if they go on the ground, believe in these things and try to implement it, it could be dangerous. It could
that's
go
what I'm
left
saying.
really quick.
That's what I'm saying. And we Africans, we look, we cannot just wake up one day. The most confusing thing to, you see, the African continental don't really know them too much. You understand? Because
Right,
not everybody is on YouTube. So they
right.
can be talking this nonsense and everything. And one thing that is on YouTube is because of Tunaja even came to YouTube.
Oh,
Because when I start saying,
you
because
know, Tunaya, don't say anything bad about Tunaya because he's best friends with Josie Gold, okay?
okay, so when I started saying things that when I started watching them, first of all, I was watching that guy called Danes Amera, that guy at first. I
The
found out,
Nigerian prince.
yeah, I like what he was. Okay, it's good. But slowly, you started saying that even when they say they love Africa, it kind of like
Hmm.
it's a lips service.
Service. And
It's not
when they're talking about African, you pay attention, you see how they denigrate and talk down and
the
laugh at
hatred.
Africans.
Yes, the hatred towards we Africans are deep, very, very deep,
Hmm.
and you cannot change it. That's what that's what I said. They are not loyal to anybody. They will never be loyal to Africans at the same time. So that's why I said them. I always said that try to free your mind. When you free your mind, you see things differently. Africans will never come down for you because they fought a war for them to be where they are today. We are tribal people. We respect other tribes and we respect other species. Let me give the other guy to speak, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Um, Go ahead, KBM.
Yeah. What Kidola just
Yeah,
said,
go
about the
ahead.
part where he's saying that we got to accept their narrative. It's like they'll take a look at something, and then they'll create their own narrative and forget the facts. So, like a good example, I mean, I started doing this from the very beginning after I got married, going to Kenya. Like, if I don't talk about tribes, but if something came up and there's a conversation about it, I'll ask my wife. And if she says, like, I'm just doing a hypothetical here. If she says, well, this person said this or did this, and the color of this thing is actually black, and then I go to America and recreate the same story, exactly how it happened, except the answer was red instead of black, that is me trying to actually force a narrative that wasn't true that was told by my wife about
Right.
the topic at hand. And that is exactly what Kidola is talking about, because me coming from America, that is exactly what I've seen the same people that he's describing they are doing, not just on YouTube, but I've seen this throughout my life growing up in this country.
You know, like when you went to, your first time in Kenya, right? Because over here people just are used to saying black, point blank. So when you went to Kenya first time, were you able to right away pick up and learn like there's differences between tribes, but it's in harmony? Like people are not pissed off at someone because they are from different tribes. Were you able to pick up on the differences, I should
As
say?
far as them being pissed off between each other,
No, not even just pissed off, but just the different identities.
No, not at all. So they had to tell me that they were either Kikuyu or Meru and or Luo, because actually the very first day that I went to Kenya, I had friends that my wife brought some friends with her, and then I also knew another friend from MySpace at that time. They all came to meet me there. So they were Luo, Kikuyu, and Meru. And I only knew that my wife was Meru because she told me so, right? And I only knew that one person was Luo and one person was Kikuyu. The rest, I didn't know that, but there were more Luos and Kikuyus that came. So I had to be told that. I cannot tell that. Now, when I started walking around the streets of Nairobi the very first day in the CBD, it looked like to me there was a lot of different ethnicities, but I couldn't tell who they were. I didn't know who was going to be a Maasai, who was going to be Luo, who was going to be a Luya. I didn't know any of that,
Oh,
and I couldn't tell if there was any
what
tension
about
between any of them.
the did you meet any OAPs while you were on your first visit?
They
The
don't
OAP.
exist. They don't
Oh,
exist.
okay.
They only exist in the strikes back, whatever.
Josie Go.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Josie
Look,
Go. As you hear Kidola said, he's on YouTube because of Tu Niger, your best friend. I think Kidola couldn't take the Pan African preaching, but as far as like Josie, were you
Pan
like
African.
when you first you guys were getting asked what tribe you're from, and you've never majority of the time, on these streets, what we hear is Africans are tribal. Isn't that's what we hear? Tribalism. Like, some even say we don't want to move to Africa because of their tribalism. I've heard things like that. I'm like,
I
what are
think
they
there's a
interpreting this as? You know? So
there's a
so tell
there's a
me, what did you
terrible
think?
there's this crazy narrative that I'm picking up in the space that Go Black to Africa is in, that kind of YouTube space, is that they think for whatever reason that South Africans are less African. Like we don't know
Right.
who we are as Africans or something. Like you can get it. That's why he keeps asking people, what tribe are you from? I mean, that's basic.
Oh,
But
you
the
know what?
reality,
That makes sense. Josie, sorry to cut you off, but what
no,
you're
go ahead.
getting at here, this makes sense because remember when you were on the show, you were on the show. Um, the narrative that he was trying to push was Black Americans are like Black South Africans. So now it makes sense why he's asking for tribe, because maybe deep down many really believe the Black South Africans, just because they hear apartheid, they don't have their tribal identity. Names were changed, like not realizing like, because this colonization is different from actually what happened in America, like slavery, taking away someone's identity. Now this is making sense
Yeah,
why, because he wants to create that connection. Okay, okay, go ahead.
yeah.
Now
And I
I'm
think one of
beginning
the
to
reasons,
see.
if you look at the screen, yeah, if you look at the screen and you look at Go Black Space, you can't understand why this guy's telling him that, no, I know who I am, I know my culture, I know my traditions, they've been passed down for me from generations. And not just that, and that he's proud of his African culture, and that him and other Africans in South Africa that are indigenous to South Africa get along pretty well. Sure, there've been differences, but they get along very well. So I think that really ticks him off. And another thing is that he thinks that all South Africans have a problem with white people. The reality is
Right,
this: for most of us, we don't really, how do I put this? We have no problems with white people. And to be honest, though, most South Africans, I think he doesn't understand the demographics of the country. Demographics are like around 70 to 80% Black African. So
right,
most people that are Black African indigenous to South Africa rarely ever communicate with people from who are not Black because of the large numbers. There's certain parts of the country where people don't really communicate with people from other races. But even if they do, they're not a lot of skirmishes like people make it seem. Are they racial incidents? Sure they are. Are there places where some people are racist? Sure, but it's not the whole country. And I think when some people are telling him, no, this is actually my lived experience, he's shocked. He just
Oh
can't
yeah,
fathom
he
what
didn't
he saw.
like, he couldn't believe that you never experienced racism or discrimination. And you know, it makes sense because like in South Africa, majority, the blacks are the majority. There are probably some regions where they don't even, some of those people probably have no contact with white people at all. You see? Because there are parts of America here, they, some of those white people, you know, have no contact with black people or other people because of the region they are in, because majority of America is white. So
Exactly. And
yeah,
I think some of
majority
these
is
people have an
white.
issue with that.
Hmm.
Look, I think a lot of these people have their own trauma or whatever, something's happened to them, and they're trying to like put this trauma on other people or something like that. Like you can tell them, like there was another guy called in on another stream that he did. It's like for whatever reason, this section of YouTube is traumatized by something, and they're trying to like impose their own trauma onto other people that you need to behave like them or do like them or there's something wrong with you. So like for me,
Josie, that's misery loves company, is what that is.
So like
yeah,
Josie,
insane. So
remember when you were having these I mean, I don't know if I would call it debates, but with some of the African pan-Africanists trying to tell you the same thing Go Black was trying to tell you, that you got pretty much victims and you face discrimination and it's caste system. So, you know, now I'm glad to see there's more other South Africans that came and pushed back on this narrative. So, like looking back at it, you know, what would you say to some of those African pan-Africanists? Let's say people like the two Nigers of the world and the ones that jump onto this bandwagon, because you know specifically Kidola joined YouTube, you know, to for two Niger. You heard him here. So now that
for me,
like let's
look,
go black came pushing this and you pushing back, because I've seen you push back on two Niger as well, you know, because they keep trying to tell you guys that you're victims. In South Africa, does the ordinary person, black person, even worry about white people at all?
no. The main people that they complain about is the government. Like, what is the government doing? Because the government is black. I mean, that's what they should be doing. Complaining about the government, not white people. Like the average person in South Africa really ever communicates with people who are from other races, and even if they do, they don't have like horrible experiences like some people are trying to make it seem. Are there incidents where it happens? Sure, it's there. I can't deny
Yeah,
it. But have I experienced it? No. Have most people experienced it? No. The main thing that people talk about is what could we be doing? That's how people are talking. It's a country. Some of these people don't talk about African countries like they're actually countries. It's like they
right.
don't actually believe these are
Well,
actually
we don't
sovereign nations.
exist. Yeah, well,
Yeah, we
that's
don't
the
exist. Like it's
problem.
some made up thing.
Yeah,
And another
that's
thing is
one
this.
thing. That's one thing
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
understand. Like, for instance, like he is saying, you guys see yourself as South Africans, Ghanaians, and all. Like, what do you expect? Like, Josie, you cannot just go to Botswana and tell them I'm from here. That's not how this works.
Mm, yeah,
It's it's
100%.
it's
Like it does. It
it's
just doesn't work
crazy,
like that.
right? Let's hear this guy.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
that the Europeans who are here were trying to make the land smaller and smaller as time went, but each of us can trace back a certain piece of land that we can point to and say that's my great grandfather's, you know. And so what you have post 1994 is that you have a government that is now open to South Africans practicing in the economy, transitioning into more professional jobs, which means someone who used to have 50 cows but was titled as poor because they didn't have maybe 100,000 rand in their bank account could now sell their cows to acquire money, which is in a way kind of stupid, right?
Yes.
But what's crazy is that the government of 1994, as much as we love them, but they also kind of convince people to let go of the things that would actually progress them in this economy. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now you have people letting go of their poultry farming, letting go of their all types of farming that they were doing prior to 1994. At least in Limpopo, I don't want to speak for all provinces, right? You have people letting go of that to join the economy that's in Johannesburg, right? Okay, fine. Now you have a middle class that's growing, and it has been growing since 1994 to date, right? So where South Africans actually get offended with immigrants is the point when immigrants start to say South Africans are lazy, you know, because they don't understand why South Africans have a problem with illegal immigration. Like the brother said earlier on, in terms of illegal immigration, what tends to happen is that the labor becomes cheaper, therefore devaluing the job at hand. You know, so that's one of the problems that we have with illegal immigration. But when you are a legal immigrant, when you are legal in the country, and you adopt the basically the perception that media has been trying to paint about South Africans, where they are calling us lazy, saying that our fight against illegal immigration is basically xenophobia, even though it's not, right? We were just fighting the government to process immigrants in here properly so that people can access the free healthcare that they actually access from illegal immigration entering in this country. They can access all these things, public schools that are free.
So, like Josie, like Go Black interviewing the Zimbabwean people instead of, I mean, we don't even know if this is just some guy he paid off the street. What do you make of that? And also, he's saying how he said the South Africans are lazy as well. Because in that audio, the guy was saying that. Is this like a thing that causes friction between South Africans and the immigrants there?
Yeah, it does. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it does sometimes cause friction. But I don't think that's the main thing. People call people different things. I think the reality is that a lot of South Africans, because they're citizens, have more rights than someone who's illegally in the country and they can't be taken advantage of. So I think that's the thing that's happening in the country. It's just the game of capitalism. It happens in other countries, Europe. You might
In
even argue where you
America.
are, Afrodamus, in America, but
Oh yeah,
in
in the
America, where
southern border,
you can
there's
tell even,
tons.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's
of illegal
definitely.
immigrants. And yeah, it's definitely there. It's like that thing where like they use illegal immigrants with cheap labor to take advantage of them. So I think it's the system of capitalism. That's the problem. It's just how the game works. If the people, the citizens, they have more rights, and it's hard to take advantage of them, they're gonna bring in people who are willing to be taken advantage of, especially if right next to a very poor country. It happens all over the world. It's unfortunate, but it's true, and it does cause friction and tension. But what this guy Letabo was saying, the other stuff he's saying, that I agree with him, and I think if you looked at GoBlack's face again, when he was
Yes.
telling him about the progression of Black South Africans, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like his face was just like he just didn't want to hear it. You could see it in his face that how
But
dare you say your people are progressing, and he sees it. How
you know,
is it that other African Americans can see the progress, but he can't? It's stunning. Like you can't make this up.
so how is like, for instance, hearing all this and like, why do you think? I noticed this with Pan Africans. Why do you think they have issue with South African blacks, like pushing the narrative that South African blacks are actually doing much better and progressing? Like, what do you think that's all about? That they want to push this other narrative that you guys are doing bad, like
Okay,
poorly.
I think at the root of it is the whole race thing that they have. There's some. their main thing is being anti-white, and then
Yeah.
being anti-white, they noticed that South Africa and Southern Africa, but specifically South Africa, has a very a significantly large white population relative to other African countries. So with them and their history as well, so and you also need to factor in is that many of them are selling trips, like they have their own travel businesses, so they use
Yeah.
that
Hmm.
to also get money as well. So it's the racism element, and it also has a business element to it as well. Or don't go there, just go here because we'll get something here. So I think something that they're not taking into consideration. And another thing, they're selling these things to people. They also selling citizenship of other African countries, abusing the systems in those countries as well. I think people need to ask themselves this: why would a country just give you citizenship? It just makes no sense. Like for me,
Well,
half of me is Botswana. I can't go to Botswana and ask for citizenship because ethnically my mom is part of them. It just doesn't
yeah.
work like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone ghetto rocket said, "Why did white people tell us Africa is nothing and subhuman?" I hear people try to say this. Look, I've lived in America. Like I told you guys a while ago. Before I came here, before the internet was even a thing. It used to be dial-up. Cell phones weren't even that common. So obviously, people didn't have a lot of information. Yeah, most people didn't know much about Africa, but this idea that it was white people going around telling black people all these things about Africa, I don't buy it. It's not true. Like, because somebody gave an example about Tarzan. So you mean to tell me you watched the movie Tarzan, a white person, even in Africa? Tarzan is an Indian story, like out of the jungle, whatever. So most people think they believe that, oh, the white man is telling them that the black person is less than. So it took a white man, Tarzan, to go communicate with the, wild animals in Africa. I mean, I'm like, okay, what's that have to do with your understanding of what Africa is like, the real Africa? I remember there used to be black people who would say to me when I say I'm from Africa, they're like, "Oh, I bet you have your own pet tiger or pet hyena." It would make me laugh. I'm like, "Are you from here?" They would say yes. I said, "Do you have a pet bear? Because bears are wild animals in America. Do you have a raccoon? Do you have cougars? These are the wild animals in this part of the world, in America." So they're like, "No." So right then and there, I'm trying to put sense into the individual that yes, Africa is the same way. People do not live in the wild with the animals, just as you are not living in the wild with these bears and all these wild animals, because they have wild animals here in America as well. So if you're not living with them, what, or have them as pets, what would make you think other people in other parts of the world live with those wild animals? So that's just their own, people that think that way. That's just their lack of understanding, and their ignorance got a best, great hold of them. But they wear this as reality, or some would even say, "Oh man, this is what I used to think about Africa," but any no more. They telling you this as if they're doing you a favor. No. Hey, good for you. You're no longer ignorant. You see? But yeah. Sorry, I
Look,
got two. Go
can I
ahead.
just
Go ahead.
say something quickly? Can I just
Yes,
say,
go
look,
for it.
I think there was a time when when the EFF was becoming popular in South Africa, right? And then someone like a radio presenter asked a very important question. And the question was like, hey, look, why is it that for me to be proud of who I am, I have to hate someone else? And many people, and for me, that made a lot of sense. Why can't you just
Mm-hmm.
be proud of being black? Like I'm talking from a South African perspective. Black
Right.
an African, and that doesn't mean I necessarily hate other people. It just means I'm proud of my own community. I have no problem with a white guy saying he's just proud of being a white South African, whether
Well,
he's
well,
English or Italian or
Josie Gold,
Afrikaner. I have no problem with that.
Josie
Just
Gold,
being proud of who I am.
that would make you lose your Pan-African card, right? Your Pan-African
Yeah, but it's
card, your
insane.
membership,
Like we need to be honest about these things.
right?
Damas, you know what's funny? Let me tell you a
Damas.
funny story. Can I just quick
Yeah,
story? Can I just quick story? Like some
go
years
for it.
back, right? Some EFF members were going somewhere to protest. So when they were driving there, they had an accident. You know who saved these people's lives? The very same people they were going to protest against. They
The
actually had
white
to ask
people.
help from them. That's
The,
embarrassing.
wait.
Yeah.
They were going to protest the white people, and then they end up in an accident, and then those people came to save them.
Yes.
How funny! That's pretty funny.
That's the
Can I
reality of
can
it.
can I add to Josie's an analogy there? Well, a true story, but I'll add an analogy to that. Is that every time you get into a plane, majority of the time nobody ever sees the pilot. So every time the pilot lands that plane at the airport safely, that person just saved everybody's life on that plane.
Right.
And you can care less who it is. And I bet you there would be a lot of people on the plane from time to time that are going somewhere else to protest against said people. And yet,
White people.
or somebody else. And
Mhm.
yet, that could be the very person that just got done saving their lives because they landed safely at that airport.
That's true. Let's welcome our two new callers here. We have Al and St. James. Al, what do you want to add onto this?
Good evening to everyone on this panel today. I've been listening to you for a little while now, Afrodemos, my brother. He's a fuller brother, by the way. Because you did mention you used to live in Sierra Leone, right?
Oh, yes. Are you from Sierra Leone?
Yes, yeah, my family from there. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I don't know what school did he went to in Sierra Leone, my brother.
Well, Sefadu, UMC,
Sefado, that's in Koidu town, yeah.
Koidu Town. Yeah.
Yeah. My family used to live there, but you probably know my family anyway. That's probably for another day.
Right.
Yeah, basically, what the point you guys are missing is here with our African American brothers. You got to understand. You got to be in their shoes to understand how they feel and where they're coming from, and their history. Yeah, it's not an easy history. They've been through a lot. Compared to us Africans, and Africans in the diaspora, for example, we actually we can't, you can't even start to imagine what they've been through and their
Wait.
ancestors.
Are you talking about
The
present day Black Americans?
yes, African Americans, yes,
Are you
yes.
saying that present day African Americans have it more
They
difficult than Africans?
What I'm trying to say is what they've been through, the system that they have to fight against, what they've been
No.
fighting against. And also let's not forget one thing, right? Us black people that live in the West or live in America or Europe, we have them to thanks for paving the way for us to start with, like fighting
But
through.
hold on. Let's unravel things one thing at a time, right?
Right, okay.
So you started out by saying that the blacks, I'm not talking about like slavery time. I'm talking
I'm
about
I'm talking about
present
black
day. I'm
African Americans.
talking about present day blacks, right?
I'm talking
If
about
we
I'm talking about black African Americans that have been in America during slavery,
Yes.
the children. Yeah,
No,
no, I'm
but
not talking about black people that went over there not long ago, like me and you, for example,
no,
that went over there.
no, minus, no, I'm not even talking about me. Okay,
Okay,
minus, people like me. I'm talking about the blacks, just the
right.
blacks by themselves in America.
Yeah,
Present
black
day
Americans.
blacks. Black Americans,
Mm-hmm.
you know, from let's say the 60s, because from the time African countries were free, right? Because I don't even want to go too far. Let's start from where when African countries were free. So free
Whatever date you're
Africa,
happy with. Mm-hmm.
let's say from 60s to now, 1960 to now, as a collective, you want to tell me that you believe Africans have it better than the blacks, present day blacks in America?
No, I'm not talking. Listen, right? I'm not talking about who have it better or who
No,
doesn't
I'm
have it
talking
better.
about even
That's a wrong. That's a
systematic.
wrong. No, that's a wrong mentality. That's a wrong way to look at it because basically it's like two poor fighting over a scrap and saying who is more poorer. That's a
No,
wrong
no,
way to
no, no,
look at it.
no, no, no. I'm just talking about because you said they have it harder. So, so for me,
Listen, right?
right? I'm
Listen.
I'm not speaking on what I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure we are on the same page. We're understanding what you're saying. Are you
Right.
saying?
Do you know it? Do you know Africans, us Black Africans, for example? We have our land. You know, we still got our people. You know, you always show the land in the Gambia. You got different options, and
Oh,
you know
I
if it don't
had to
work out
buy
for you,
it. Oh,
no.
the
But
blacks,
no, but that's true. That's true. But
but
however, a lot of us inherit lands, right? So it's not the same as them.
I have not. But I'm just telling you right now, right?
Mm.
So everything you're saying, do you know that a black American in America can move to anywhere in America? They can buy land wherever they want to, just as you say in Africa, this is their land. It's only some who feel like, no, it's not my land. Imagine, right? African, you're not gonna see Africans telling you all of a sudden, like, I've never met a Gambian who would say, F Gambia is not my country anymore. I don't see myself as Gambian or Sierra Leonean. You don't see that. But in America, you would hear this a lot, like black person saying that. What that shows to you that they have way more. They have a lot more freedom. They have a lot more materially on all these things.
No,
So,
no. I think
sir,
you're looking at it the wrong
wait,
way.
do you live here?
No, but I have spoken to. I got my family live there, and I
No,
have
no,
spoken to
but
a lot
what
of
I'm
African
saying,
American, and
well,
I know I live in the UK, and I know for a fact.
oh, okay, that
I know,
makes sense. No wonder,
I know. Okay, I know
sir,
black people that been. That I know black British.
Afrodamus,
Just like.
sir,
Afrodamus,
no
Let
wonder.
me just finish.
Afrodamus, wait.
Let me
This
finish.
guy,
Let me finish. Let me
this
Yeah.
finish.
guy,
Right.
wait, my brother, you are the ones that encourages people to start insulting us. Look, no matter what you pass through, and you see the other ones, what is in your mind is the hatred they have against the white people. There is also hatred they have against the Africans. Have you ever seen the way they
No.
insult us?
They
So,
shouldn't. They
so,
shouldn't be.
so
They shouldn't be.
don't
Listen.
come
Al
here.
ah, al ah,
Listen.
al ah,
Yeah.
al
Okay,
ah,
Yeah. If we're gonna
al
have a
ah.
conversation,
so when
let's have it.
Let him
Right.
finish. Yeah, let him
Because
finish.
I haven't finished yet. I forgot what you interrupted. I haven't finished, right? Before you got another person in there. In the UK, we have black British that been here, like the Jamaicans been here for longest, right? They're the one that used to fight for the civil rights movement, you know, so everyone get like you know, the laws were laid down before you even got here from Africa. Yeah. These people, what they've seen, what they've been through, right? The system that was created, right, to actually, you know, reduce their progress. It's unbelievable. I saw that when I came here. I saw the difference that they made and what they paved the way for us, right? So
How did they
when
pave the way for you? Don't just go through it. Explain it.
right, okay, like the town that I live in, and years ago, you cannot get on a bus or you cannot walk. You cannot get a job
Sorry.
working for the bus company, right? You cannot get a job working for the
And
bus company if you're black.
what? Okay, so the other, so the blacks that paved the way. Who paved the way for those blacks? If there is paving ways, like what would you? So another black before, right? That town was all white, right?
That's right.
According.
Hmm.
So
But
so
there's
so
no other people that paved the way except the black people that came here during the
okay,
wave.
so those black people, they came there and And
Listen, I'm not against white.
wait,
I'm
wait,
not
no,
against
no,
white.
no,
You weren't trying to get me into that argument because I do not
no,
hate
but
any
no,
person
what I'm
or
saying is,
dislike
hold on.
anyone for whatever
No,
color.
I want to
But I think you're a bit
understand.
disingenuous in terms of
No, no, hold on. I want to understand you.
yeah.
Okay, so in this town,
So
in the
are you actually arguing that there's no racism, there's no system that's built
wait,
to
we'll
hold
get to
black
that.
people or
Wait,
okay.
don't worry, we'll get to that. 1 second, just give me 1 second. We'll get to that. So in this town, it was all white people and some blacks came from Jamaica or the islands, right?
Yeah, go on.
And they needed a job to work,
Yeah.
and they
On the
got it.
buses.
On the
And even to
buses.
get on the buses. If you're a person of color, you wouldn't get on the bus back in
Okay,
the day.
so they got a job to work. The white people eventually felt sorry for them and gave them a job, right?
No, it didn't start like that. They had to do what they call a boycotts. Black people stopped using the buses instead of
But
getting
but but
because they're
but
not allowed to
still,
work on the bus.
but they still felt sorry for them and gave them a job. They didn't have to.
Would you I don't know if you call it sorry for them or not, whether or they lose any
So
income because there was no work.
these black people were so pathetic. They got there. They had to shame the white people to give them jobs. They did not create their own jobs. That's what I'm hearing.
Maybe they did not want they refused to get on the buses and pay money to a bus company that
Oh,
refused to employ them.
so the white people, again, you said they got a job, and this is white people's companies, right? They own those buses.
But you
The
forgot
white
this
people.
people. You forgot most of the wealth that they made to own these buses. They made this wealth from Africa and also enslaving
I
black
don't know
people. So
this.
you
They
can't.
didn't, sir. We don't know this. All I'm
You don't
saying
know
is,
that
no,
honestly.
I don't
What?
know.
Honestly, you do not know that the West is made of African money and
They
African
have
slaves.
some, but it's not
Most of
entirely
it,
that. Okay,
or
but
India.
hold on, we're getting
Come on,
off
after they
topic.
must. I
Okay,
mean,
hold on,
you should do this kind of
Afrodamus,
hold
research
on,
before you start talking.
Afrodamus, Afrodamus.
hold on.
This guy,
Hold on. Let me ask him. So this guy, you've never lived in America, right? You never lived in America.
Let's talk about the UK because I live in the
No,
UK.
okay. I've never lived in the UK. You were talking about the blacks. You notice this is why I talk about the blacks here in America. I don't know about the UK. I've never
Okay,
lived there.
all right, okay.
Afrodamus, I know much about the UK. I know much about the UK.
Go
Let me
ahead.
just
Go
say
ahead,
this.
Kidola.
Let me just tell you the truth. What this guy is saying, this guy is bringing in American views into a UK view. You see, when my grandfather fought in the Burma War, what they call
In
the
World War II,
World
Kidola.
War II.
My
World War II.
grandfather fought in
Yeah.
Burma too, World War II. Maybe
Then
our
what was
grandfathers even know each other from the West African
then my
contingent.
grandfather came back home.
Yeah.
What happened after the war? They brought the Jamaicans in as kind of like to help them to build the country, right?
Hmm.
You just what happened to
The
the Irish?
Windrush.
Yeah, the withdrawal. What happened in America? That will also happen to what happened to the Irish. You see, when a new race came to a place, you were encountered for certain type of difficulties, right?
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
later, past everything started become more better. Even the Jamaicans even fought the Africans
I
heavily.
know. Hmm.
The Africans that even came there inside 60s and 70s to study and everything. The Jamaicans didn't like them at the time. But later part, this when the team started become changing. The Nigerians started dominating some part of the business. You understand?
Hmm.
So part of the business, like the Nigerians try to occupy the ticket where you can give ticket. Even at the time, the Jamaicans even refused the Nigerians to even come to their clubs. You understand?
Hmm.
Then the Nigerians set up their clubs. You see, that's where you have confidence and you're
That's
telling
what I'm
people,
talking about because it's like, Africans that come even to America. I've never seen Africans protesting saying they were not hired by somebody.
no,
Most
no, no,
people
no.
would just go do their own thing. I can assure you.
I hope this man is from Sierra Leone. I hope he's making money there to help his
He
family.
said it's in the UK.
That I hope he that live in UK. That's why I said two Niger is a problem. Two Niger have a job, and the white man give the two Niger job there. This guy is selling the same thing. My brother, if you're an African, you can never see the things like the way the Americans, the black Americans see things. If you try to see things in their eyes, I bet you will run mad. You know, because it's not your DNA and it's not inside you. But they cannot convince you as Africa. You started seeing for you to see things in their things. Why originally you don't see things like that? They have to study us and know who we are, just the way we try to know who they are. Don't come and paint that towards, oh, racism happens somewhere, that happens somewhere. To an Africa, it will never sell. Let me just tell you the truth, because in Africa, we try to, our elders ask us to forgive and move on. That's our elder. You see what that South Africa guy said just ago, when they say, oh, they say we are lazy. It's, oh, anybody can compensate anything. That's called
Yes.
confidence, self-esteem.
Mhm.
If they say, oh, yeah, they say this, they're saying that. The way he explained it, he have confidence and self-esteem of himself. That's just the way things to run. But this, there's no difference between Pan-African and the so-called FBA and ADOS. Those people, since the money of reparation came, it's in their mind to hate Africans, and they are hating Africans poisonously. And they will never like, if you think they like you, my brother, or you go and shake some of their hands, how they will bounce you back. There's no love. Whatever they pass through, I want them to get their money, whatever they own them. But we as Africans can never see the way they see things. And this so-called Pan-African is coming to Africa and preach some kind of way, hey this, hey that. It will never work. Africans will not tolerate that nonsense, because Africans see they have fought a war among themselves before they start having peaceful living among themselves. And that peaceful living, see, even in Nigeria itself, we still have this problem of how to settle these things. That's what I said.
Well, even Sierra Leone, where he's from, which I experienced as a kid, lived through that, the Civil War. But we're not gonna get into that today. So that's why I'm asking these questions, because in Sierra Leone, the war, where it pushed people to come to these so-called super racist countries, America, UK. So if these places were so oppressive against African or black, darker skinned people,
you are missing the point.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, my brother, there's no point.
Alpha can you allow me to answer the conversation?
Yeah.
Please, let me just end. Let me end.
You're missing the
I'll
point.
give it, please.
I think it's.
Hold on. Al, hold on 1 second. Let him finish, and let's have St. James join in too.
What you bring it in is this Pan-Africanism that will never work in Africa, and that's what you're bringing into you as an African to see. You cannot wear their glasses, and you cannot feel their pain. They feel their pain. You cannot say, I feel your pain. You cannot feel their pain. They have to feel their pain, just the way we Africans feel our own pain, and we pass through it, and we still pass it through it. Do we hate other people just because they okay, they say they pass through, so, but they hate us. They hate us a lot. So there's no difference between Pan-African and the other ones. Only depends when their poisonous something comes out of there, then you will know the truth, my brother. St. James, please.
St. James, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me, man. My internet is I feel like somebody put a juju on my internet. I don't know.
Maybe
I'm gonna try to make it.
Maybe some of that FBA juju.
Absolutely, man. Since yesterday is acting up, and you know what? I kind of like what the caller from the UK is talking about. It's not like I agree with him, but I like when Africans from other side of the globe calling and pitching in about Black Americans issue. I love it, because my brother, you living in the UK, you trying to conflate the two situations, like my other Afrodamus and the guy from Nigeria is telling you. We live here in America. We know that Black America have come a long way. Nobody take that from them, right? We know they were able to accomplish a lot of great things for themselves, and we get it. But this has been going on for 400 years. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and tell Black American to move on, because this is not my position to do so.
Thank you.
This is hear me out.
Yeah.
But the word paving the way, it's kind of interesting for someone as like an African to call in and say they paved the way for Africans. Because I live here. If you tell me that you paved the way, that means you build an industry, you build something that other people can benefit from. So if you're saying that and Africans are coming here and they have to work the same job like you've been working, I'm beginning to scratch my head like, okay, what have you done to pave the way for us? Because when Africans, when they come here to America, we have to go work for the same people they hate. That's the fact.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fact.
So
it's,
St. James, I was saying that, it sounds like they have their own, Rosa Parks stories in the UK. I never heard this until now. I'm beginning to think the Black UK people are trying to mimic Black American stories, because I somehow I never heard about these things. Their Rosa
they are
Parks,
trying it.
but
Like what
you
my
know, like I
yeah.
know they're trying, but they are not gonna pick up any steam on this, because we know most of the people immigrated there.
Listen,
You
Afrodemus.
know,
Most
Okay,
black people in the
my brother,
UK.
listen,
Yeah.
listen. We
Okay.
will never, like you saying that we have to put ourselves in their shoes. And I would like the other way also, for
hmm
them to put their foot in our shoes. So most of the time, when you listen to Black American, they struggle to understand Africans. But for us, it's easy, right? We look at it, we're like, okay, you know what? We understand what you went through. We understand what you're trying to do with yourself. But when Africans are explaining that to them, they don't understand. Like the people from South Africa, we know apartheid happened. We know it's not perfect, but we decided as a nation to move forward. You should respect that because the
hmm
nation is talking. People under that nations are talking. You see what I'm saying? But for them, they still have to come and tell South African, oh yes, we have the same situation. Look here, you are oppressed. Bro,
there's caste system.
this caste system,
There's
the,
South Africans shooting at
the
each
white,
other. I mean,
yes, it's
Listen,
kind
right?
of like
Listen, right?
frightening, right?
Name
It's
name
kind of
me
frightening,
name me one continent on the planet.
right?
Name me one continent on the planet
Right.
where black people outside of Africa, where black people own countries and own 90% of the wealth and actually control, the economy outside Africa. Just name me one.
Most of the country
Name
in
me one.
Africa control the economy.
you
No,
said,
no, no, no.
sir, but outside of
I'm
Africa, you yourself
outside
said,
of
you said
Africa.
outside of Africa, name other countries beside, that is majority black and have control, like in Africa.
Not even majority black, like where black people own a country. There's not one country in Asia
But
that
what's this?
Africans own, right? And
But what's
control.
this have to
You
do
are
with
missing.
what we're talking about?
What I'm talking. What basically what I'm trying to say here is this is the point we missed as
But why would
people of no
Africans own countries in
no
Asia? They are not Asians. Like, why would that?
why
Why is that even a thing?
why would South Africa is 90% of the land in South Africa is owned by non-Africans and
It's
is
owned
run
by the
by
government.
non-Africans?
It's owned by the
Why?
government.
Let's
Let me
allow
correct.
Josie to answer that.
Let me
Josie
correct.
is the South
Why?
African. Josie, Al wants to know why
Okay.
90% of the land in South Africa is owned by,
Non
by the
non
by
non-native.
non. Here's the
Okay.
thing. Al
Let me
wanted to
answer.
ask South African question, but he's dancing around. Go ahead. Go ahead, Josie.
Okay. Direct answer. 72% of farmland that's under sectional title, meaning private land, is owned by white people. 72% of that land. The other
Wow.
70% is not owned by white people. So 72% of farmland, as in like land that's been cultivated for farming, is in private land only. It's not talking about land that's controlled by the chiefs, and it's also not talking about land that's owned by the state.
So
So it's not as simple
so
as that. If you read
so
the land
seven so
report, it
seven
says
so
that 72% of that,
72% is owned by non-native. Yeah.
yes, of privately owned
Wow.
land.
Wow.
72%
So
of
so you
farmland.
saying wow,
Farmland,
right?
you need to
You
listen
live
to. Wait, hold on.
Wow.
Let me
Oh, go
finish.
ahead. Sorry.
And it's not talk. Wait, let me finish.
Afrodemus, let
It's
let
not
me have a
talking about the
conversation with this
land.
brother.
Oh,
Yeah,
can
doing
I?
this
Yeah,
one.
let him
Let
finish.
Josie finish. Let Josie finish.
It's not talking about how much land in South Africa is arable and can be used for farming. It's talking about private land. Private land is not the majority of land in South Africa. Majority of land is owned by the state and then followed by the
What is it? What is
chiefs.
the percentage
So
of
it's
that?
not as simple as that.
What percentage of land is owned by the
The
state
other
in South Africa?
70%. And then when it comes to arable land, I'm
No,
not
but
sure how much land is
no.
arable
You
in
just
South
said
Africa.
you just said 72% of private land is owned by non by the by the Boers, right? So so
Private,
you
when
can
I said private,
Private.
listen to me.
so how many
When
percentage of the land
look,
is
when I said
private in South
farmland,
Africa?
farmland is talking about
You
it's
need to break this
around
down properly, mate.
30%, and white people own Okay, listen carefully. The private land, right? 72% of that, which is mostly farmland, that's like privately owned farms, is owned by white people. Like as in farms, but it's not talking about. And then the other land is owned by the state, majority of it, and then the other one is the state and the chiefs. Like the chiefs also own land in South Africa, so that's how it goes. So they don't have control of the whole land, and there's a lot of land that can be used for farming in South Africa. So yeah, that's just
Can you
talking about
name
the
me
land.
can you name me one country on earth where this, like, if it's flip it the other way around to us, where we actually are allowed or controlled in this sort of percentage or in this sort of degree and have
Look,
so much
okay, let me
leverage?
give you an example, right?
No, but is there any one
Look, the
country
reality is this.
continent in the world where
Yeah,
that's
but
actually allowed to
see, that's
happen?
the victim mentality.
Yeah, so
It's not victim. It's not
so
victim.
Al,
That's the
No.
victim
Okay,
mentality.
it's this problem, right?
Al.
This
Can I
this
just deal with this quickly?
conversation, is going very one-sided, right? It's Afrodemus
No,
and the
no, no,
rest versus
Al,
all
allow
us.
him.
It's
I'm not
not
even
like,
saying anything. I'm just
but
saying.
you're interrupting me when I'm trying to make my point.
No, I was saying. Hold on, give me a minute. I'm saying. Let me make an announcement since I'm the host here. Yes, you will get your point across, but we
Okay.
also have Mr. Musanda in here.
Yeah, but
So
it's gonna
he's from
carry
South
on if you
Africa.
keep.
Hold on, he's from South Africa. So these
Let Musanda
questions you're
speak.
asking, we have two South Africans here. So
Okay.
they can answer everything that you are asking. That's what I wanted to bring to your attention.
Okay,
Mr.
no problem.
Musanda, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
But
can hear you. Can you
I
hear
need
me?
to respond. I need to respond before I can hear another answer, because he just
Okay,
gave
go
me an
ahead.
answer.
Go ahead.
I
And
haven't responded,
okay,
right?
go ahead.
So Afrodemus, you are from West Africa, right? You know damn well, right? Listen, you know damn well what tribe you belong to, if you don't mind me asking.
Soninke.
You're Soninke. Okay, are you Jakanke or Malinke or?
You know what they call Maraka?
Oh, the Maraka. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, Mina Maraka.
Okay, my me call me Pullo.
Okay, Tanala.
Yeah, Tanala, Idaijan.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My mom is Manenka, by the way. So
Oh,
so
okay.
basically, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, you know how our ancestors fought and lost their life to keep West Africa for us. You know it. You know, you can from Fouta Jalon all the way. In fact, you know how the Barbers, the battle we had with the Barbers from Ghana Empire, all the way down to where we are today. You know, the battles that we had, our ancestors had during the Almoravid dynasty when we crossed over to Spain, and obviously that part of the Iberian Peninsula when we ruled. You
My brother,
know what we know.
don't
But
talk
let me
about the
just finish.
wobble. Don't
Let
talk
me
about
just
the
finish.
wobble.
I'm talking.
Talk about the wobble.
Yeah,
Stay on point.
I'm
Don't talk
talking.
wobble.
Yeah,
Don't
our
introduce
ancestors,
American wobble to my brother.
our
That's
ancestors
wobble. No West Africa
fought.
went to Spain.
Who?
This is not even responding to what Josie was saying. And
No,
I
but
have to
There's no
say,
West Africa.
when
There's no
Josie
West
speaks, he's
African man
very
that went to
precise.
our
Spain.
You
ancestors,
should have
They're not
listened to
Marcus. They're
Josie
never
and
our
been
let him
Marcus.
finish.
our ancestors fought so hard to keep
Totally
West
off topic.
Africa. Our ancestors fought very hard to keep West Africa for us, the great grandchildren that's coming to that currently living in the land, right? So in South Africa, right, we can only wish. You can laugh as much as you can, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, imagine if South Africa was actually owned by majority of the black South Africans that currently live in the land, they don't have to go through what they actually went through, right? What they actually currently going through. Can you imagine living in your ancestral land where most of the wealth is owned by foreign people? It's like
Al,
living in your own house. It's like
Al,
living in your house, yeah,
Al.
where you have to pay rent and you have to actually seek permission to some stranger that hijack your house, yeah. And you actually, even if you want to use the toilet, you have to ask permission before you use the toilet in your own house. It's weakness. The problem with black Africans, yeah,
They
is that
own
it's weak.
their land.
Weak.
Al.
They don't own their land.
They
South
own
Africa,
their land. Like, what do you mean?
South
Wait,
Africans
wait a
do not
minute.
own their land. Their land is owned by white Europeans from
The
Dutch
same wars.
Germany.
Wait, the same. Wait, give me a minute. The same fighting you're talking about. From where I can assure you, the amount of wars these South Africans have actually fought physically with the Europeans, I can guarantee you, no tribe in our region have done that same war. Only the Ashantis probably come close, the 100-year war. The South Africans, do you know, they've been fighting, go look at how long these
Yes,
tribes
I
have
know.
fought.
I know that.
Wait,
I know that. I
so
know the
wait,
Dutch.
wait,
I
hold
know
on.
the Dutch.
Give me
I
a
know the
minute.
Dutch.
Let me finish.
Because they're so
Wait.
isolated. I know the Dutch been trying them for years, but
Wait.
obviously when
Don't interrupt the
try to
host,
conquer
please.
them
Please.
eventually, so they
Wait,
cannot
sir.
be great fighters, can't they?
Okay, wait. You've said your piece and I have listened. What I'm trying to put to you, because I listen.
No, but you know,
Wait,
because you're
no,
interrupting, because you
but
don't
I'm
like
the
what I'm
one.
saying, and
Hold
we
on,
need to
I'm the
talk at the
host. You
back.
cannot out talk the host. I can only let you talk for a few more minutes because we have people here. What I'm trying to say to you is, because I allowed you to talk about the Almoravid wars and all that. The Almoravids actually won. These were my people.
Exactly.
Look, they fought against the Soninkes. They won against us. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like
And
they didn't.
we
They
eventually
won.
joined them
Let
and
me
went and
finish.
conquered
Hold
other
on, hold on.
lands.
Let
I
me
know it
finish.
very well. You don't have to
Let me
tell me that.
finish. They won the
It's not
war.
only the Soninke was
Okay.
part of the
So
Almoravid, by the way.
then why are you sitting here? Why are you sitting here telling a group of people who they've never ever stopped fighting? They in fact own their country. Why are you calling them cowards, acting like they gotta take permission from white people? That's not the truth.
No,
You
you're
do.
missing you're missing the whole point. I'm saying we fought off people that came to take
You
our
and I
land
both
from us,
went there.
right?
Let's just say the
Yeah.
people, we don't know what happened. But let's allow Mr. Musanda also to add in. And then I know Kidola have something to say, St. James, and and KBM. Go ahead, Musanda.
I think you're off topic.
Okay, I'll ask the panel. How's everyone in the panel? I just want to say that. Second part is that so we're talking about the land issue, right? I got two parts for this, right? But the first part I'm gonna say I'm gonna base something based on stats essay, right? Or South African stats on land, the land audit done on South Africa. The land audit in South Africa showed that in South Africa, or at least it concludes that in South Africa, South African individuals own about 33 million. Let me just say, let's just say 34 to make some numbers okay. 34 million hectares in total of land is privately owned in South Africa. South Africa's total land mass in general, meaning all the land together, is about 120, right? So if you obviously do the percentage there, you probably get somewhere between 27%. So 27% of land is privately owned, right? And I'm not basing it on race or on which race, but so far, and going to what Josie was saying before, majority of land in South Africa is owned by the government, right? Damn near that would make it damn near like 70% of land. And I guess you can also break it up. Is anyone besides Josie and I ever been to South Africa here? Because this is something I really want someone who's actually visiting to see. Because if you have visited South Africa, you drive on a road, or at least the national road called the N1, where it's the longest road in South Africa. You look side to side, you see a bunch of open land, free open land, and obviously that entire land itself to even build any houses. When you see people demolishing and throwing away people's squatter accounts, for most part, that's the government throwing people out because they want to make money from the land. When Jeff Bezos was deploying his, Amazon was deploying the Amazon facilities in Northwest, wherever, they had to buy most of that land from the government because majority of land in South Africa is owned by the government. I've yet today have ever met a black person, not one black person who's ever, when they went to build a house or whatever, they either had to buy for some chief or the municipality. I've yet to meet one person, Afro-Damis, that's bought any land from a white person. In fact, to even find farms in South Africa. People are talking about farms. You gotta even look for them, right? Farms are not that in your face like that. People have to drive to go see. Oh, there's a farm. There's a farm. Right? Especially, I'm sure it'll be harder for even Josie because he grew up in Gauteng, right? Which is like the central world. It'll be hard. He probably has to look for land and stuff like that. So I just wanna at least, especially if you visited South Africa, most of these things will sound like even BS and stuff for them. Like if you actually go to SA, look for yourself. Like where's this land they're talking about white people own? You can't even point at it, right? You gotta look for it and say this. Apparently they own this land, and you drive another road and say they own that land. If white people own 90% of the land, think about it. 90% of the land, these white people. Why are there so many white hobos begging
You know what?
by Pakistani? You know what I mean? You have seen that video, the Instagram
Yes,
guy
yes.
feeding those people? Yeah, exactly. You
Mhm.
think about why there's so many of these whiteys like this living bad, begging a black guy to give them. Have you ever noticed how they cry when they get money? How no other white rich people just pass them by, and it's sad, right? Like it's the people that you oppress that are the one feeding your people that you left off, right? Now I just want to even point a picture. Even when people come here and talk about white people, rich whites in SA don't give a fuck about anybody else but themselves for most part. They don't care about other whites or whatever. What? For most part, SA, I would say yes. These 3 specific families that I would say, quote unquote, contribute a lot in taxes whatsoever. I think that it's specific families, but none of these families with their billions whatsoever are they ever dispersing that to their other. I mean, the numbers are showing they're not dispersing that to their other races or parts. Even today, if you look at black South Africans make up about 40 million of the middle class in SA. Right, 5 million, I'll say, are also middle class Indians.
So why are you targeting the Nigerians and the Zimbabweans
It's a
and the other
different
African
conversation,
people
my
that live
brother.
there?
You moving the
If your
goalpost.
country is that great, and you black
Affadamus,
Africans
the
are actually
dude is
moving the
moving the
goalpost.
goalpost. He's moving
Well,
the
I've
goalpost.
interrupted. Why can I not interrupt you guys?
Because you're
wait.
moving the goalpost.
Yeah, I'm listening.
He's definitely, St. James is right. You're moving the goalpost. You said they don't own their land. The guy comes, he explains how it works, which makes sense. I mean, the government owns it.
To
It's
you,
not
well, it doesn't
the
to me.
government owns the land, and South Africa, I can assure you, it's not the only place. Even that West Africa that you are, hitting your chest, how much land do you think the government usually own in these countries?
Depend
They can just,
on the country.
sir, they can just come and move you. They can just come and bulldoze you.
These Nigerians in SA, wait, sir, these Nigerians in SA, how much land did they buy from a white person? Since they own Nigeria, how much land did they buy from a white person?
The white person wouldn't even sell the land to a black person.
No, come
How
on.
did they live in Nigeria, Akbar, this guy? But where do they live? If white people own 90% of the land, where are are they living in the air? Where are they?
I said to you,
That's a good question.
They live in the cities, and they live in
Sir,
your surrounding
You said
areas where you live in.
90% of the land.
I saw a video. I saw a video.
They live in your community, and you're targeting them for living in there instead of targeting the other foreign non-Africans. You're going for your own African
But in
brothers,
all
right?
honesty,
Everyone's
now he
doing it,
he
man.
needs to cite sources.
Look, you beat this, James. Yes,
Facts.
give us sources, legitimate ones.
I've seen.
Another
What
thing
is that? How do you call the movement? They do
the whole
whatever.
black people have to ask rent from white people. Stop talking crap.
Listen. You see what happened here when they've been victimized so long by these people, right?
Oh
I can
my
see
God.
they already left an impact in you, man. Honestly.
Oh, jeez.
But
Okay, hold on.
To you guys.
That
Honestly,
must-
the
that must
impact of
add
it
a little
is
bit
still
of
played on your mind, bro.
Kidola, do respond to Al because you were responding before we cut you off. Go ahead.
Jesus, I'm
I
dying.
is a charter person.
I'm not African American, I've never been to America.
You're not.
Pure African.
I could see your answer. You're not. I know you're an African, and you've been listening too much to these Pan-Africanists or whatever they call themselves.
Listen, I'm not listening too much to them. Don't make
Yes, you have, because I'm from the States, and you sound verbatim just like them.
let me just tell
no,
the truth.
no,
The South Africans
no.
free themselves.
I
You did go
just
there.
love my Africanness and I love my people and I want to keep Africa for
You don't
Africans,
love
for
nobody.
my
You only love
children.
your political. You people have agenda. You and these Pan-Africanists have agenda, and
There
that
you go.
agenda will never work in Africa. You understand
How
me?
do you know that? How do you know
You
that?
came here.
How
You
do
came
you
here. You
know that?
start attacking people who even free themselves. I have a friend who married to a South
Who
African woman, right?
who
Who went
free
to the woman's
themselves?
village. You forget that these people have their own tribal land. These people came from somewhere.
How
My
many
friend had to
Nigeria
struggle.
how many Zimbabweans been killed by South Africans over the years? Over
That's just, let me
immigration.
tell you, they are just exacerbating, that story.
This
But
is
like Musanda asked you a question. He said the Nigerians that come to South Africa, the picture is painting for you is, if let's say what you're saying is true, these people, the white people, own 90% of the land. So the land that these Nigerians that come there and other African foreigners come and buy, and they don't buy it from a white person, he's asking, who do you think they are buying it from?
Afrodamas.
Meaning they are buying from other Africans who are South Africans, meaning the South Africans own their lands. Are you saying these people don't have their tribal lands? They don't have their villages? They have these things.
Afrodemus, the other guy just break it down to me, so you don't need
Wait,
to go through that
Afrodamas,
again. There's no
you
point.
see
You're just gonna
what
be
I is
prolonging this
saying there?
conversation.
Or
You already
to
break
your
down
Okay, one
private
mic,
land.
let him talk. One mic.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kidola.
When my friend want to marry a South African woman, right? The guy, when they agree to marriage, she and this him and this beautiful lady, they have to the South Africans get village. These people have their own land and their village and their home. Then the guy went there and asked for marriage to their daughter, right? The guy have to perform everything that they are doing in these their areas. The guy said this area is big and they have these their chiefs ahead, right? So when the guy came there, because he have to portray, first of all, to greet the godfather, right? You have to portray. He portrayed as an African person. Then before he started talking, the South African man is, don't marry this Nigerian guy because it's like that, just the way they want to paint this. These people are very bad, or this South Africa are very bad. The man asks, "Do you love my daughter?" Say yes. Do you want to marry my daughter? Say yes. Then after the whole thing, the guy want to speak to the guy's father in Nigeria by phone. They not agree. They think the mother of the guy went there. So if what we see in TV is totally different when people started telling you all this things. The woman came to Nigeria and lived with this guy for 3 years in Nigeria before they now went back again to South Africa. South Africa people have their own land. They have their own tribe and they have their own huge land. And some of this land, to be honest, what I saw in video in these South African villages, they have marshals and all kind of things there. But you need to buy it from the chiefs and individual people there themselves. Will you tell me, it's so, a lot of black South Africans also having hotels and everything in South Africa. You don't even live in South Africa, but you're already painting a picture that you don't really know much about South Africa. You're talking about England. The Jamaicans, with the Jamaicans who came there a lot first to do those Windrush. Do you know the Jamaicans, they are forced to accept the Africans or they like the Africans at first? But the Africans have to fought hard to even to inside 90s. It was difficult battle. You cannot go to Jamaica. You cannot go to a Jamaica party.
Just highlight, yeah.
You cannot go to a Jamaica party if you're in Africa. Then the Nigerians there have to open their own club, right?
You said that. You already said that, bro. Stop repeating yourself, man.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Since I'm the host of the show, can you just let me moderate this part? Let the other panelists speak, because nobody's interrupting you. Just let him.
Can I add something before he continues?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you remember the lady that used to come on your channel, that girl from the island who has a Jamaican father, African Caribbean?
Yes, yeah.
She explained the situation as it related to the UK. Remember when what she was explaining, right?
Right.
That the Jamaican who were brought in from Jamaica to the UK, they started doing great.
The Windrush.
The Windrush, yes, they started doing great things when they they came across the Africans. Things didn't go too well, right?
Yeah.
So if you pave the way, why there was a little conflict between the two? You see what I'm saying? So that means what? It's just a talk. It's just a talking point. So when this African got to the UK, I know what they did. I have people, I did my research, right? And a lot of Africans in the UK will tell you that, they have to do what they have to do to survive over there in the UK. There was nothing there available for them. They have to fight for everything they got. You see what I'm saying? So it created a friction between the groups. But Africans, we keep our head up. We don't care about who is against us, who love us, who doesn't care. We will get to where we need to go. So that's what Africans did in the UK. And this is the same thing that we're doing in America. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
when my brother come here and talk, when you're talking about paving the way, I would hope that when I come to the UK, a black Jamaican will give me a job and will share the wealth. If you don't do that, and I have to cross the street to go to a Palestinian or go to somebody from India to get my job, then there is no way you can come back and tell me you paved the way. It's not. It doesn't work like that, my brother. It doesn't.
My
Can I
brother, look,
respond?
in England, right? A
Can I
Pakistan
respond
man
or
will
not?
never give a Pakistan man will never give a black a job, both Jamaican and Africans. Ask that man there who's giving jobs to the Jamaicans there. It's still the Africans, the Nigerians there. Ask that man there who's giving jobs to other Africans there. Because he said the Jamaicans paved the way. The Africans came there to study, that the Jamaicans didn't like it at all. Then the Africans, what St. James just said and did, the Africans better their head and fought out for what they have there. Those Jamaicans who give them, the Jamaicans didn't give them nothing. Not too long ago, they start settling themselves up like, okay, we are one, we are brothers. It will not just say, oh, come now, I paved the way for you, my brother. It was a talk of, it was a heavy problem there. So don't come here with American view because you listen to some of this Pan-African is too much. That you have that view. You're an African. You can never feel their pain. You don't know what they pass through. They have to explain what they pass through. We can understand with them, but we cannot. It will never be in our mind because we are not in their shoes. But they can also not force their pain towards us or force us to accept their pain. It will not work because we are totally. Have you ever listened to the way they talk? Have you ever listened to the way they talk on YouTube? You studied the way they talk? They don't like us. They just pretend they like us. They don't like us. These people have deep hatred for us. Deep ones. They might pretend, and that's just the whole thing. We Africans have our own problem. We fought our way out. We don't hold grudges. We live today. We don't live tomorrow. We must have to love everybody. Everybody, no matter who you are, your color, wherever you come from. We have to love everybody. That's what the Africans are doing. That's what you see with the Africans, the diaspora or the other side don't understand. How can they just be like this? We fought out. We have our own confidence. We have our own self-esteem.
Do you know how Jamaica? Do you know how most Nigerians are come across at what place or stuff like that? Do you know how they manage to make it? It's by fucking up their own African brother, by selling their own African brother out to the government.
let me ask you this.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this.
That what mentality there? It's only Nigerian are capable that, but
Afrodamus,
never got
Afrodamus,
screwed
That's a damn lie.
or a
That is a
Ghanaian.
damn
So
lie.
when that Nigerian brother is
Afrodamus,
talking, yeah, when that
Afrodamus.
Nigerian brother is talking there,
I'm
pretending
sorry,
oh
Afrodamus. I'm sorry. I gotta respond to this. I
Nigerians
gotta
are one of the
respond.
worst people
Yeah,
in
1 second.
the
Yeah, go ahead,
diaspora
Senjin.
in the West.
My brother,
Let
my
him
brother,
finish. Yeah.
Quiet.
I lived in a state called Illinois, right? I lived in a state called Illinois in the United States. There's a lot of Nigerians there, Get who helped me understand how to move around the United States. I know what to do already because I know what I'm doing. But when I come across these Nigerians, and one Nigerian told me, if you go to a state and there is a lot of Nigerians, stick to that state because there is money. And I understood. Wherever these Nigerians go, they know where they're going. So everything that you're saying, I don't see that here in America. So maybe in the UK you have a different experience, but you come and brush these people like this. I have to tell you, this is not because you believe in propaganda. I don't. Most of the people who have,
You're telling my own,
most of the
you're
people
telling
in the,
my own
look
lived
it up. If most of the people
that says a
in
lot about
Chicago,
you, mate.
Illinois, even in government are Nigerians. They're all over the place. Rich Nigerians.
You're missing the whole
Look
point.
it up. And
you know,
I never came across a Nigerian and I told them, what should I do to get where I need to get? And he turned his back on me. These Nigerians will sit you down and talk to you. They will share their knowledge with you.
Good for you. Good
Okay,
for you.
so I'm not
but
gonna talk bad on
guys,
these people right now, bro.
guys, have
Let's
you
not do
noticed
that.
I'm not talking
something?
down on
Hold
anyone.
on,
I'm just
hold
making
on,
it
hold
clear.
on, guys, hold on, guys. Have you noticed something? So Al said he's an African, right? He's from Sierra Leone. You guys heard me speak, you know, with him. But one thing I noticed is Al came first because he has no problem. He's taking shots at Africans. I think the Pan African bug, it turns you against Africans because see, wait, let me finish. You hold on, hold on.
Genius, brother.
Well, you'll have the chance to respond to me. Give me a sec.
Can I respond to you after?
No, I'm not done yet. Let me say what I noticed. He came, right? You see, the pattern is he took shots at South Africans. He had to make them feel less than. Then when we say Nigerian, when it comes to Africans, nobody should put themselves in the Africans' shoes. Straight, he said, "Oh, the Nigerians are fucking up their own people." Sir, you don't live in America. Let us not even get into who is doing what in what neighborhoods. Let's not even do that here. I don't want to pin, the same, black people, bumping heads. But this is very serious because when people start accepting this Pan-African thing, I notice it's to take down Africans. This guy hasn't said anything good about South Africans in this panel here. And now Nigerians. So for Africans, we should just be hated on, no problem. But now he's coming to defend, a group who they say they are the richest blacks. They are the imitation of all the blacks. That means they are the most powerful blacks. You see, they are the most powerful blacks. So he's a disciple of GoBlack. I don't know what Al's problem is. Al, what is your issue with us Africans? We just want to know.
Right. Okay. My problem with African people is none. However, I'm African descendant. I'm African in and out. I'm a pro-African. When I say pro-African, that means I'm pro-black. I do not disown my people that came from my ancestral bloodline because they was taken away as slaves and suffer for thousands of years for the order
You said they suffered in slavery. No, I want to catch you. For how long?
Can I? Now you're interrupting me.
No, because I'm the host. I could do that sometimes.
You are interrupting me. You're actually
because the host. Hold on, the host.
Let me finish. Ask me a question. Can I reply to you?
Have you ever called into a show?
Yes, I have before.
Okay, so the host. Wait, hold on. This is, sir. The host can interrupt you in between when you say some things, right? I want to make sure, because you said it so fast, I'm sure some people, when they hear it clearly in the panel, they would want to respond to it. You said slavery was going on for how long? They were in slavery for how long?
What, about 400 years, maybe, right? I don't know how long, but it doesn't matter. Why does that matter? It's slavery.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I heard you. Go ahead.
Okay, right. Slavery. I do not. Being African, being African is loving not only the land of your ancestral land, but it's loving your people, regardless where they're currently located in. You don't just love someone because they're African, just because they live in the continent. You yourself, you are in America. You're probably going to have children in America. They're going to have children over there.
Well, I've said I love all people.
But it doesn't sound like you don't. Can I just say it doesn't sound like you. It sounds like you do hate. You actually do hate Black Americans.
What's the sign? What's the sign? What
the sign? Because you talk down on them. You actually are.
Sir, that's why I ask you. Wait,
Al. You're making a special show.
Al, wait,
down on them.
Al,
how is that?
This is why. Wait, Al. This is why I asked you. Have you ever lived in America? You never lived in America.
Well,
you don't have. Wait a minute.
An example of the UK where I lived in.
Wait. The UK. The UK is not America. It is
But not
not.
even.
Sir,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
It's not. In
It's not.
fact, when you guys are speaking, right? When you guys are speaking like the UK English to the blacks, it's weird. Like to black Americans here, it's a weird accent. They can't relate. You see what I'm saying? So the
Doesn't
black UK,
matter. It
wait, the
doesn't
black
matter
UK.
as long as
Let
we
me
can
finish. Let me
communicate
finish.
across.
The black UK people, you're forcing yourself, onto this game when this has nothing to do with you. What I'm saying here about the blacks, I'm not taking the blacks down. You don't know the blacks. I live amongst the blacks. The blacks have no problem with me, talking about these shows. You don't think the blacks know the difference of
Okay,
who,
and I
what, wait a minute. You don't think blacks here in America know the difference about, the type of people I'm talking about? You don't think they know this? Any black person that lives here in America that has common sense, when they watch my show, even if it's a Pookie and a Rere, they would know, like, yeah, this guy might say some things about Pookies we don't like, but we know he's not talking about, Dr. Smith over there. They know that. Don't you think? Do you think every black person here in America, they are just, victims like you're seeing on the internet? That is not how it is here in America. That's why I keep asking you, have you ever lived in America? You keep trying to deviate it, but it's very important for us to know whether you've lived here or not. If you've never lived here and you come in telling us to put ourselves in the black people's shoes, that's pretty weird. That's pretty weird. And then you started talking about the Almoravids and how the South Africans are weak. I think you should learn. You should definitely, you being my Salon people, I have to bring you under my wing, and so I can, give you the real information. They
Yeah,
lied
After
to you.
Alpha
Damus, you asked me a question.
You are even doing a better job at putting yourself in Black American shoes because you are addressing the issues.
Mhm.
Addressing the issue doesn't mean talking down to them because I understand my brother from the UK. So sometimes when we talk like the Africans in America, when we talk about our issues here in America, sometimes you guys can see as degrading. You see what I'm saying? Like we are bringing each other down. That's the way people can relate to issues here because we talk different, we act different. We approach situation and issues differently than certain people, across the globe. So when you calling from the UK and you're talking about Africans that didn't, talking down to Black Americans, why? If we are doing this, why most of the some of the Africans are here, African American are here listening to the show and agreeing with the message? So you have to understand that. And when you talk about we are now, so your people were taken from Africa, brought to the, other in other places on the globe, and we have to embrace them. I never heard an Africans. Trust me, I never heard an African in here in America. Even when us African we came here to the United States, we acknowledged that some of our people were taken from the continent in other places, and United States is one of them. We acknowledge that already. There is no Africans that you can see in America who will tell you that I don't see these people as, we can, the culture may be different, other things may be different, but we still look at, let me finish. We
Okay, go on.
still look at Black American as some Black American as people who came from, where we come from. Maybe we may not know too much about it, like slavery. We may not know all the parts, right? And which is normal because this was a long time ago. I get it. But when it comes, like when I told you earlier that sometimes you have to put yourself in other people's situation. It's, it's just
You need
what
to
you are doing. You are
you need to tell
calling. You are
thank you. You
calling.
need to tell Afrodemus that. You need to tell
No.
Afrodemus.
You
I hope
understand. I
Afrodemus is
talk to
listening to that.
Afrodemus.
Thank
I
you
live
very
in
much.
America.
Thank you.
If Afrodemus is talking
As a
down to
human
Black
being,
America, listen to me.
as
If
a human being, he should do
Afrodemus is
that.
talking down
Unless
to
if he's a
African
psychopath.
American and he's
Yeah.
disrespecting the African American, I wouldn't be on the show.
Yeah.
I don't. This is not. I don't want this to be done to myself, to my
No,
people.
of
I don't
course.
want people to.
I agree.
So
I agree with you. You're making a
you saw.
point.
You
You're
know what I'm
making a
saying.
great
So
point.
let's be
Yeah.
honest. If
Yes.
I heard you before, I don't know where I heard you before, but as me being an African living in America, right? Sometimes when I speak, I understand some African may not like what I'm saying when it comes to America. I get it because you don't live here. That's why I tell most Africans before making judgment on other Africans, you have to, if you have the means to travel to America, please do so. Come see exactly the relationship that we have with Black American here, so you can comprehend because it's very complex. It's very complex. It's not.
I can
It's
imagine.
not like
I can imagine that.
Africans going
You
to the
know,
UK or African going to Canada or Africans going to Paris. It's very different. The dynamic
yeah.
is very different on the ground. So if you don't understand that, you will make those mistakes by labeling us as people talking down on Black American. It's not the case. It's never been one. So
Right. Okay.
don't. I want you to
I
take the
agree with
time.
you.
I respect the fact that you call, you hit the link, and you came to have that conversation. And I hope you do so more often, so we can have this conversation.
Yes.
Because it's not an
Yes.
easy one. It's not an
Yes.
easy one. But
Absolutely.
we have a role
Absolutely.
also to play as Africans to talk to Black American about our own perspective. We can't be silent. That's not the
Well,
answer to the issues. We can't be silent. So if you want us to be silent so you can propagate what you have in mind, that's not going to work. And you are getting pushback from other people telling you, as a nation, we moved on. You should respect that. You shouldn't go to somebody else's country knowing that people have decided to turn their back on something so they can be better tomorrow. You have to understand. So it's not them not understanding you. You don't understand them. And every time you do that in any other country in Africa, you will get the same results because you can see everywhere it's happening. Africans don't want to be quiet anymore because they want to tell their own story. And I'll be quiet for a minute.
and you
Thank
see
you.
here,
So,
Al, you see here what someone wrote. He said, Kevin said, Joe Kevin is an FBA. He said, Afridamus appeared in Black American shows very often, which means Black Americans understand that zero tucks down. I wouldn't say the emojis he put up, but you can see it. So I'm not talking down on anybody. Maybe here in America, this is how we talk. You see, this is how we talk. I don't like maybe because we don't drink tea that often, but over here in America, this is how we talk.
okay, Aphrodemus, you may basically. I was trying. It was my turn to respond to what you were saying. Basically, as a human being, yeah, unless if you're a psychopathic human being, you should be able to relate to other people's struggle, especially if they are your people. You know, for example, they are your own African brothers who was actually sold as slave, and going through that. You probably read a lot of books, movies. Met people that been through that sort of stuff. You should be able to relate to them. You don't have to be in that country to do so. So you actually trying to make your argument was flawed. Trying to claim because I never been to America or I never lived in America, I have no right to actually relate to African Americans. That's actually very, very it's quite stupid, really. You know
So
what I mean?
so
But
what part of this African American experience do you relate to, identify with?
right, okay, thank you very much. I'm glad that if you could let me finish, yeah, when you ask me a question before you start digging into it. If you want to pick the bones, yeah, if you want to pick the
Oh,
meat
just
out the
answer the
bones,
question.
let me
We're
finish.
we're
Right.
all listening.
Oh, dude.
If you was taken away from your
Al, are you
ancestral
there?
land, America, yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can
I'm
hear
still
you
here.
now. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. If you was taken away from your ancestral land in Africa and brought to America, yeah, and you come back to your ancestral land and you find the same experience that you living in America, you see your own African brothers are going through similar stuff. How would you feel?
I wouldn't feel anything because it's never happened to me. I don't know what that feels like. And in today's day and age, no black alive today. No black.
So,
No black. Wait a minute. Wait a
a
minute.
psychologist will
Sir,
call you
sir.
a psychologist will call
Well,
you a
well,
psychopath.
sir, no black person alive in America today has experienced what you are saying. None of them whatsoever. Nobody
Afridamus, can I
alive.
ask him a question?
Nobody alive today have experienced this. If anybody's pretending to know, to act like they know what that feels like, you are just a narcissist. There's
No,
no
it's
way you would know this. How do you know? Sir, did you live in Sierra Leone during the Sierra Leonean Civil War as a kid?
Yes, I lived in Sierra Leone during the war.
You've
Absolutely, yeah.
experienced war. You've experienced war.
Exactly,
You've
exactly.
stood. You've been in a refugee camp.
Luckily I didn't, but I
Oh,
experienced it.
oh. Well, why don't you put yourself in the refugees' shoes?
Yes, of course I can, because I'm a human being. I'm
Oh,
not a
oh.
psychopath.
Okay. So me not knowing anything, not knowing how it feels to be taken out of Africa, which didn't happen to me. I hopped on a plane, you know. I
I think
did
you're
this on my
contradicting
own.
yourself.
No, no, wait
I
a minute,
presume
wait a
you are
minute.
contradicting
Sir,
yourself. Sorry.
sir, nothing. Things that didn't happen to you, you cannot pretend that they are happening. It's not real. But let's allow Andre. He's been waiting. Andre, what do you want to say, add onto this topic today?
I just want to say this UK guy is speaking with emotions, and he's talking about a lot of stuff, and he never lived in South Africa. He never lived in America, and he thinks he can speak on it because he read like some history. He's speaking with emotion. Like you need to be there. Like you got to experience the life of a African in America, like the difference, like you're just speaking with emotions, and I think you read a little history, and you think you can relate to certain group, and that's not
You're
true.
sounding you're sounding so pathetic right now. Honestly, I don't
Alfredamus,
have to live there.
Alfredamus,
Yeah.
you should ask Mr. Al if Black American can relate to him.
How do you think?
Have you
Do you
traveled?
think black?
They would destroy him. They would destroy him.
Do you think most Black Americans that what's your opinion? You think they can relate to you? I want to
Well,
hear your.
I will hope so. I will hope so. The reason why I'm saying this, because I'll expect that from them, because based on what they've been through, I will expect them to relate to my past in Sierra Leone, during the Civil War, because it's all suffering, right?
So
Poor people tend to understand the situation from with another poor, because you know how it's like to be broke. You know how it's like to get
I'm over
unemployment.
here, right? Experience, right? I've experienced this same thing you're talking about, Sierra Leone, right? And I'm here amongst the blacks for many, many, many years now, a lifetime for some. So, because I'm asking you based on all this experience, because I happen to know the experience if you're from Sierra Leone, right? And I live in America, so I'm the perfect person. I will repeat this question to you. You said you hope. So you don't know, right?
I'm just saying to you,
Huh. Your answer
I will
is
hope,
weak. Your answer is
I
weak.
will,
Why is
well,
your answer this weak?
because I'm honest. I'm not gonna be sitting there and pretending like someone is going to relate to me or not, because
But
I
that's what
haven't
you're
asked.
doing with me.
I haven't asked. But the
My brother,
reality
you are
is, I'm a
pretending.
honest
You are
person.
pretending. You're
I'm a
not
Wait,
honest.
honest
wait.
person, and I'll stick
You
to
just
that.
came here. You want to dominate the show. You are pretending a lot. You don't even know nothing about the Black American people that
I
in
got a
America.
question for him. I got a good question.
The people that are living in
What do you know
America and
about
the
the?
one telling you.
Listen, 90% of my brothers and sisters are currently living in America. So I speak to
But
them
I got
every
a question
day.
for
They
you.
will never lie to me.
but you
Al,
don't live in
And
America.
and
Al,
they listen,
Al, I'm the only
they actually
American on the
split,
panel that was
and
born
they
here.
split.
You
Okay,
want you want to hear
Let's
what I?
let's hear the American. And this guy is not just any American. He is white American, the authentic American. Go ahead, KBM.
Okay, so based on some of the stuff that you said, one of them was you don't have to go to America, but you could read books of certain people and what they've struggled through to help to understand without having to go to America. No, you can understand what they said in that book, but you cannot understand America unless you're here. And me and Aphrodamus can confirm this. We said this more than once because I've known him just for over a year. That the stuff that when I discovered his channel and watched and
you
listened to
said
videos,
you said you're white American, right?
I'm Caucasian American, yes. So,
Okay.
but I spoke with him based on his information that he was given his videos. I said to him, "You're not the only African that knows what you're talking about, but you're the only one that I see on either Facebook or YouTube talking about it. And so other Africans need to speak out." Now, to fast forward to this, me and him have had conversations where I said it takes approximately for most Africans to understand how the American system actually works, right? With all the complaining of whites and blacks and all this other economic issues, takes about 10 years. He's been here over 20 years, so he can double down on that. All right. And I can authenticate that because everything that he talks about is true, because everything that he's been talking about, I have either lived through, gone through the arguments, been disappointed, been discriminated against here in America. So basically, the things that you're talking about are not true. They're basically superficial, and you're basically reiterating Pan-African American talking points. And so St. James has been here for a long time too. He knows exactly what he's talking about. And you're going to run into a lot of Africans that's been here over 10 years. They're going to tell you the exact same thing that they are telling you. I can tell you right now, you don't know what's going on in America, flat out.
Well, the playbook of Aphrodite. What he's doing is this. If you only listen to
Pan-African, well done, Aphrodite.
So we're not talking about, it's not all black Americans. We're talking about these ones we've seen in this YouTube and all these guys. Even there's no difference between your people, which call these Pan-Africanist people, and the FBA and the ADOS. These people, they are vicious. They call us monkeys. They call us, give us the way. If you apes cannot do it. You see, when you listen to all these things, then I listen to Tunaja. Tunaja sometimes dangerous towards them. Tunaja was disgraced by these people. That's why I even came to YouTube. That's why I came to what? Tunaja, say your own story. Don't involve Nigeria into Pan-Africa, whatever you want to. We're not into that nonsense.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, I know you're Nigerian. Are you from the southeast or southwest?
It doesn't matter. What part I'm from.
I am guessing you are from the southeast, isn't it?
It doesn't matter where I'm from.
I can tell you are from the southeast.
I live in Nigeria.
I can tell you're from the southeast. Just by the mentality. Continue. I'm listening.
Somebody have a question for you. Say, do they speak English with this British accent in Sierra Leone? They want to know. They want to know if this is the English they speak.
No,
with this accent.
I was brought up in the UK.
So you're British, okay?
No,
okay,
So you're a British man.
Basically, you can all listen. You can all gang up on me and say what you like, yeah. And you obviously brought one of your colonizers to actually convince me, which is quite amazing.
Wait. So am I a colonizer?
Of course you are.
Okay, what makes me a colonizer? What makes me a colonizer?
Because white Americans are not native to America. Yeah.
The color. Okay, so you're going by color. Did you know that I'm also Native American? That I also know my tribe. That I also know my great grandmother who was raised on the reservation from that tribe.
Here we go. You didn't. You see. You didn't know. There we go.
Aphrodite. No. Did you tell that man? Did you just you just misled the whole panel, because you mentioned earlier you're Caucasian American, and all
there are mixed.
All of a sudden now you're native.
You want to know why I say Caucasian? Because I don't identify with the government label of white. That's why I call myself Caucasian, because being called white is actually a lie. That's why.
That's the thing. It's the same method that you're gonna be
using.
So
you said because white people are not from here. But see, the thing is, I'm not a colonizer, because that doesn't make me a colonizer. I was born and raised here, so that doesn't make me a colonizer. I didn't come to America to colonize anyone.
Right.
Hold on, guys. We have Mike. Hold on, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mike, what do you want to add to this? Like, what do you think about what Al is saying over here? And because Mike, you're in America with us. Mike, he wants to know why am I not putting myself in the shoe of Black Americans? And I don't know what he means. That would mean. So he's trying to make it seem like the blacks here are oppressed. You, me, St. James, and everybody that lives here in KBM, we know the story to be different. But Mike, I want you also to address, Al and the South Africa thing.
I think what Hal needs to first do is to move to America and come to the black neighborhood and wear the shoes of the blacks before you start asking anybody to wear the shoes of the blacks.
I
Right.
See, the
agree.
thing is, I've listened to you guys, the way you guys have been talking to High. It's the same way I've been talking to people like Nigeria, all these Africans that live in UK, all these blacks in UK. They assume that the mentality of the blacks in UK, how they interact, is exactly the same mentality here in America. It's different, my friend. And you just spoke to that the white guy. You say, "Oh, he's a white American, he's the oppressor, and this and that." So let me tell you something, man. When you move to America, right, and you start speaking the way you speak without accents, you are 2 times more likely to be welcome and accepted by that white guy that just spoke to you than a black American. Once they see you different from them, you talk. They will be hostile towards you, dude. Like it's not like I'm not by the way saying it's all of them, but what I'm saying is we African America is a different society. It's not like UK. It's a very hostile environment. We Africans that grew up here, that spent here, that's been here for over 20, so we have our experience. That's the way we talk. The way we talk. It's not because you have to come here, experience this society to understand why people speak the way they speak. Our experiences are different. You understand? I've been here over 20 years, just like Afrodamos, and we know what we have to deal with in this country. And I'll categorically tell you for a fact that the whites are less likely to treat you bad than the blacks. The blacks are more likely to treat you like shit. A black person is likely to kill you before a white person. I'm telling you, just as a fact. And I'm not saying this to.
We're not. This topic wasn't about white American. This topic was about South African experience and African American.
No, we're saying like you think you know America. And you think we're trying to tell you that in the old Black Kumbaya thing, we're trying to tell you that listen, it's not a reality on ground in America, dude. It's very difficult to decide. Johnny, you guys saying, these blacks are this and one and one. At the end of the day, the point I'm trying to make to you is this:
how can I believe that when it's someone else on the panel just said they cannot relate to African Americans because they are not African Americans, which I totally respect.
Who said that?
Afrodemos did said that because
wait,
he said
no. I said I cannot. I said wait, sir.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm listening.
I said I cannot relate to, because you asked me, remember, if I was removed out of Africa. I said I have no feelings about that because that's never happened to me. The only way I would know is if it happened to me. You know what they call experience? That's what it's called. Okay? But to say, wait a minute. To say that I cannot relate to Black Americans, that's a whole different question, because I know a lot of Black Americans that I can relate to. I'm friends with them. So what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about exactly.
I can relate. I just told I can relate. I can relate to that. When you say slavery, I've never been a slave, so I cannot relate to that.
Okay.
Neither are the people you're talking about. Nobody has been a slave. Slavery has been abolished in this country for quite some time. In case you don't know.
When you said you lived in Sierra Leone. Yeah, I don't know. But you live in Sefard, which is in what we call upline. You don't. Have you ever lived in Freetown in the past? No.
I have.
You have, right? So if you lived in Freetown, have you ever met a Creole person? Or if you lived in the Gambia, have you ever met a Creole person?
Are you? Is this a serious question?
I'm sorry.
Is this a serious question right now?
How is it not? Because you know, right? You have, right?
I think he's confused.
I think something you're suffering from, I've noticed with a lot of second generation UK Africans that
they want to be Black American. That's what
you guys want to be Black American. You don't understand, and also you talk about. Wait, let me finish.
About you guys, yeah.
Let me finish. Allow the host.
There's a mentality that got Black people into.
Allow the host to speak, sir.
You're so
Here's the thing.
Honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Writing on this show. This is the show
Allow the host
come and
to
spend some
speak.
time in America, and let's see if you want to continue to be black. Just come
After
here and spend some time.
you see the
Al has a
program, right?
Black.
fantasy.
You see the program now. The
Listen, when you
insult,
come
maybe
here,
the insult
the
will
first thing they
come.
will let you know is you're not black. That's what they will tell you. You're not black.
No, even with Sierra Leone, you know how I know Al even is just a fantasy African? Because eventually, when you leave, as a kid away from Africa, you become a fantasy African. Look at the question he's asking. He's asking me, have I ever met a Creole person? Are you kidding me, sir? Literally, like I just told you, like I was in the country as a child, most of my childhood. So how would I not meet, one of the, the tribes in Sierra Leone? Of course, I've met plenty of Creole people. Plenty of them, plenty. So
I have a
This is
question for the
not.
Creole people
This
because
is you. If you want to know, if you want to really know about this, it's very easy. I'm sure it's not hard to get. Come from the UK to America. We want you to at least come to America. We would tell you what neighborhoods to move to, predominantly black neighborhoods.
No,
We would.
thank you very much. I'm okay here,
After
right?
that,
All I'm
Oh, no,
saying
no,
is,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no, no,
hold
no.
on, hold on.
No, 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 no.
I'm okay with
No,
that.
no, 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 no,
I'll
no,
stay
no,
away
no.
from America. Thank you.
No,
Please.
I knew that was coming. I don't know why, but I knew
we
that was
want
coming.
you to. We want you to.
I'd rather go to Sierra Leone than going to America. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
here. So you're just a talker. You were
Right?
just talking. I thought you were about this game. You are all about this
I am.
American game.
I
Why
am.
don't
I
you
am.
move
I am
over?
pro. I am pro
by the time you
African
move to America,
and
by
Pan
the time by
African,
the time we take you to
and
the
nothing
hood,
is
by the
gonna
time they
stop it.
put a gun on your head and tell you you're talking funny, they'll say you talk like a queen. They put a gun on you, then you know whether you want to be black. You don't know. You guys need to experience America before you start talking and all these.
Right.
Go to
Yo,
the
Mike,
basketball
Mike,
court. They
have
put a
you got
gun on you
robbed?
for looking funny.
Yeah.
Yo, Mike, have you got robbed by African American?
Why? Who is
He's
that
never
asking?
lived
Who's he
in
asking to?
America. He doesn't know.
So
He doesn't know.
you guys obviously fell victim of African
I'll
American
even
everything.
I'll
This
even
whole
live.
African
He lives
American
in
are this thing.
fantasy about Sierra
So
Leone. He
you
doesn't
can't
even know
you
Sierra Leone. He only knows the UK. That's all. I mean, I don't blame the
After
guy.
no
Damas,
Afrodamus, I
They
think
know
currently
America from
you're chatting
entertainment
shit, bro.
spectrum.
You're chatting
like
shit.
I was saying,
What
I have a
what do you
question
know
about
about what?
the Creole people in Sierra Leone
Yeah.
because I was part of the conversation. No, I wasn't part of the conversation, but I was listening yesterday about one of the best, right? One of our best, Pandora. He was talking about the Creoles, like they don't intermarry in Sierra Leone. They don't eat African food. They don't wear our
That's not true.
clothes. Okay, you
That's
see,
not true.
I push back on that dude, right? You know what I'm talking about. I said, if a tribe in Africa is doing that, what would we call them?
Tribalists.
Thank you. So, but he was there pushing that to Black Americans, and I told you so dumb, right? And you go on this panel, you talk out of your behind, and you don't even. When he said they don't intermarry, they don't even eat African food. I said, whoa.
That's not true. That's not
That's
true.
not true.
I was
That's not
like,
true. That's
so
not true.
okay, so
Creole are
this
very
is someone.
integrated.
This is someone like
But
that's why I said, as African living in America, we have to tell it out like how it is. This is someone who is African living in America for a very long time and going to Black
in
American
fact,
channel talking like this.
Creole are very
Mhm.
tiny minority in Sierra Leone anyway. No one
Okay, the
really.
video is
They're
there.
very tiny.
Afrodamus, I would like for you
Yeah.
to go get the video. We are doing a very good job. Don't even get distracted by these callers, man. You see what I'm saying? My man,
No, but
like I
listen,
told you
you're
earlier, if
listen
you
to me,
live in
right?
the UK, if you live in the UK and you're doing well for yourself, like we all are doing here in America, please take a trip. Instead of calling on shows, talking about things that you want to do, you don't understand. Please hop in there. Like I think there is a direct flight from which company? Come here, visit.
Yeah. I believe United Airline or
Sure.
Delta.
Out of
Yeah.
Why?
Heathrow.
Listen,
Come
I
here
don't
and
need to
visit.
do that.
Why you
I
can't
do
do
not
that?
need.
I feel like
to
Just
do that.
visit.
I don't
I
need to do
feel
that. But all I'm saying
like
is,
you so interested
You don't love the blacks. You don't even want to visit the blacks. You don't
all,
love the blacks.
all I'm
Afadamus,
saying is,
who
yeah,
will be the
all
first
I'm
to tell
saying
you
is,
I'm not African?
The blacks.
Okay. So what?
I was thinking that when it comes to America, I just gonna walk into the black neighborhood and start doing yo, what's up, my brothers? And they be like, hey, what's up? They're gonna hug you like, bros. Listen,
I
man,
never
this is
thought.
not the
I
UK,
never
my
thought.
friend.
Listen, I never thought of that. There's a lot of black neighborhoods in the UK where you can't walk in, whether you're black African or you're this or that. Even the black America will not just come here and want to walk in. The reality is, you guys sounding quite childish, to be honest. You know, I mean, if you're having a show like this, you should have a bit of meaningful conversation and trying to reason with people, not having to try and pick points. Any one little thing that you disagree with, you're always trying to come back with some negative point of view and trying to ignore everything that's been said, even though you're trying to deny people lived experience. And that is the tactic of the white supremacist. What you're doing now is exactly what a white supremacist would do. Yeah, and you're actually using that same tactic on your platform in the 21st century as a black African brother, yeah, and using it against African Americans and the Caribbeans, regardless of your lived experience with the Caribbeans and African American. It might not be good, yeah, but come on, man, you sitting there and actually talking them
Let me
down
ask you this.
and having a guy that call himself a Caucasian, yeah, and then all of a sudden when it's
Okay,
suits him,
You've
he's
said,
Native American, yeah,
allow others to talk. Okay,
you're sounding so pathetic, honestly. You need to
thank you. Allow others to talk too. Give me a
go
second.
on,
You see, this is the Afridama show. Okay, just
go on.
relax. So, you said yourself lived experience, but when you got here, did you exercise that? You were telling Josie Gold, a South African, you were arguing with him about his country. You've never been there at all.
You don't have
You've
to live
never
in
been
South
there. Hold
Africa
on,
to
hold on,
know.
hold on, hold on. You try to argue with us. You've never lived in America. Remember what you said? Lived experience. Lived experience. So you just destroyed your own argument because you don't have that. You don't
No,
have the
you
lived
no,
experience.
He
Aphrodemus, you're trying to
doesn't
score.
know
Let me
the
give you one
You're
of my
trying to
face.
score a
experience.
cheap point here, and it's not
Ah,
gonna take.
allow others to speak. You
Let
get
me
your
give you one
time.
of my
It's
experience.
a cheap.
Two
It's a
weeks
cheap
ago,
point.
2 weeks ago, a black American told me he's gonna blow my brains out. 2 weeks ago. Imagine a human being telling you he's gonna blow your brains out.
So just because he did that,
No, no,
all
I
black
mean over
Americans are
an
bad.
argument. I mean, imagine a human being telling you something like that. Just over. You see how you see the difference how we all talk just now. We have disagreements. You're from UK, we're from Africa. We disagree. Imagine me now telling you because I'm irritated by what you're telling me. I'm gonna blow your brains out if I see you. This is the kind of thing you experience in America, dude. This is the kind of things like interaction you will see that will make you ask yourself, do I really want to be black? You know,
He's
do
telling
I
the
really want
truth.
to be doing this black
Can I
thing?
just respond? Can I just respond to someone on the chat called Pilo or whatever? If I'm a weak guy, yeah, I got my own country called Sierra Leone, yeah, that's never been colonized and taken over by white people or
Yes,
non-whites,
it
right?
has. What
So
are
I
you
can go
talking
back
about?
when
Okay. Here's the
before
thing.
anything.
I'm not gonna allow you to spread,
How
this
many
kind
is
of
it by white?
embarrassment. I'm not gonna allow you to spread this kind of story here. There's no place in West Africa more colonized like in Sierra Leone. Do you know at one point they were running the colonial administration office for Gambia out of Sierra Leone? That's how strong the British were up there. Literally, they owned
That's quite
Freetown.
the point.
The British owned Freetown for some time. Like, what are you
Damn, he
talking
doesn't know
about?
the history. He doesn't know his
They
history.
literally, do you know the Gambia, like the capital, they used to call it Batos. The British established this. The governor who supposedly is running the show, the colonial governor, to run Gambia, their main office was in Sierra Leone. So those Creoles you talking about, those were the ones working for the British as the officers and stuff in the government. So that's how most Creoles were introduced to Gambia from the colonial era to come run the offices in Gambia for them. So don't talk about Sierra Leone didn't get colonized.
Afidamo.
Al doesn't know much. I don't
Sierra
think he
Leone,
knows.
99.9% of people in Sierra Leone today are not English or foreigners. They're Sierra Leoneans, right? In Guinea, it's the same thing. If you go to Liberia, it's the same thing. All over West Africa, it's the same thing, right? South Africa is not. South Africa, the land
But
and
wait,
the
wait, wait.
companies and
But you
everything is owned.
said
That Pilo guy, yeah, he knows he cannot socialize and go to certain areas in South Africa. He get his ass killed by the Boers.
Have you ever
Yeah?
lived in South Africa?
Because I know, listen,
why are you
my
talking about
brother's
South
woman is
Africa? You
South
never
Africa.
lived in
Andre,
Africa.
Because I know what
Andre,
happened there. I know what
allow
happened there. I
Andre
know
to
what
speak,
happened there.
sir. Allow Andre
I
to
want to
speak.
ask you a question. I want to ask you something. You said the Europeans own all of South Africa, like 75%, something like that. You said you don't even
No,
live
but
in South Africa.
no,
What
but
makes
your
you
South
say
African
the
brother said
Europeans
70%
are
of the
powerful? What
72%
makes
of the
you?
private land is owned by the by whites. 72% of private land in South Africa is
That's
owned
not
by
true.
the whites. That's what he
That's
just said. He
farmland.
said that.
That's
He
a
said that.
difference.
He said that.
It's
You're smoking crack.
farmland. I put
Crack.
up the
Put the crack
chat.
pipe down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly. So
farmland.
there you go. There, exactly.
Never said that.
Yeah, so farmland. I mean,
There's a
72%,
difference.
and
I
you're
never
still
said
proud
that.
of that,
Yeah,
and you're
but
happy
what
with that,
makes
and
you
you're happy.
say Europeans own
Name
South
Clearly, you don't
Africa,
me
though? I
one
don't get it.
country.
listen.
Name me one country in West Africa where, in fact,
Yeah,
foreigners
but
own 2% of the farmland. Name me one country in
Sierra
West
Leone,
Africa.
Sierra
He wasn't
Leone.
even
Most
he
of the
wasn't even
mining.
trying to listen.
Hold on. Let me tell
Afidemos,
you,
you're a liar.
Al.
Afidemos, you're a liar. You don't.
Oh,
I don't
really?
even believe. I don't even
Okay.
believe you lived in Sierra Leone because you
Oh,
actually have. No, honestly, if you're gonna be carry on like that, then
Here's a
honestly,
guy. Here's a
right?
guy who didn't even know that Sierra Leone was colonized. Here's a
No,
guy who didn't even know Sierra.
this guy is a British. He's not African. He knows nothing about Africa. He's British.
Okay, so we have Ayuba here in the house. Ayuba, what do you want to say?
Welcome to Niger.
Sure. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, Ayuba
Can you hear
Mapilo,
me?
where you calling from?
I'm calling from South Africa, man, Johannesburg, in the
Very
Eastern to
good.
be specific.
yeah,
Thank
we
you,
can hear you.
Mapilo. Thank you for calling in.
Yes, man.
What do you want to add on to this? Because I want to hear the South Africans, because Al seems to know a lot about your
South
country.
Africans will
Go
come
ahead.
there and blah blah, chat shit, make
Okay,
up
man.
like they own their.
Thanks, Afrikaans, for having me on your platform, man.
You're welcome.
Yes, I don't usually call in on these platforms, and my English is not good. Nah. I just want to address this clown. Who's this clown? L or whoever he is.
Al.
He says that South Africans don't own land. Can I tell him about a group of South African who own land that has the largest what do they call this, platinum
Platinum.
reserve in the world?
Is it the
Royal
Buffon?
Bafokeng family.
Yes, you know.
Royal Bafokeng.
Does L know about the Royal Bafokeng family?
Al, answer.
L, do you
Yeah,
know
I'm
about the
listening.
Royal
Yeah.
Bafokeng family?
No, I do
I'm
not.
asking
I
you a
don't want
question.
to
Do you know
neither.
about the Royal
I do not.
Bafokeng
I don't want
family?
to neither. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You do not run
But
the
they're
country.
black South Africans. It is relevant.
You do not
Then
own or run the
to,
country. You live in you're paying rent in South
no,
Africa. So
L,
don't
L,
come and
L,
start
L,
bullshit over there.
L,
You're sick
L,
in the head.
I get that you're primitive.
you're
I
sick
get
in the
that you're
head.
primitive, and you hit. L, listen. Do you know the Royal Bafokeng family? Yes or no?
You listen, right? You can call me all kind of names, right? It doesn't even get to the bottom of my
Listening
feet,
is a
right?
skill, my brother.
So that's how
You say
pathetic you
South
sound.
Africans
But
don't own land.
right,
Well, you say
basically,
South
yeah,
Africans don't own land.
South Africa,
I
you might
have
own a
land.
few pieces of
I
land,
have
but you do
land.
not
I
rule
stay.
your country. You don't
Alphadamus.
own.
Wait.
You don't
Somehow,
own your destiny. You do not. Your destiny
some
belongs to the
way, we
Boers.
gotta stop the embarrassment because it's coming from one of our brother from West Africa.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
feeling embarrassed. I'm sad. You see, we gotta stop the embarrassment, man,
L,
bro. I love you
L,
as a brother,
Yes.
but
Okay.
I'm
I'm
being
feeling
embarrassed.
like
Hold
he's a
on.
troll
Hold on,
anyway.
guys. We have a new
L,
speaker. We have a new speaker
L.
on the stage. Hold on, guys. We have a new speaker here. To Niger. Tunaja, welcome.
Another UK.
Yeah.
Wait,
Thanks. Mike,
Tunaja,
stop.
wait. Let's introduce Tunaja properly.
Can we stop?
Okay, go ahead, Tunaja.
Hell,
Thanks for having me,
the world of your own
Afrodemus.
land has more minerals than your
Who is
own
that?
state as
Who is
Sierra
that
Leone.
talking?
Wait,
Someone is too babbling over
that's
there.
Ayuba.
Can you be quiet for a minute? Let Tunai speak, man.
Super L. Super L
Yeah,
living in a white country. You're
Hold on.
just like this clown True Niger. You and True Niger one thing, man. Pussy ass
Full of
niggas.
excuses. You always try to come here
hold
and
on.
make
I
excuses for
have
your white
land
masters.
I still have access to my ancestral land in the villages. Every time I go to the villages, I go to my ancestral land. Oh, we have land. No, you don't
Right.
you don't have shit
I don't
in your
believe
own
you,
country,
mate.
Wow,
Sierra
the guy
Leone.
won't stop
That's
talking.
prison.
Okay, hold on, guys. One mic.
Yeah, let him speak. Let him speak.
Hold
You
on,
and
Al,
Tunai
hold
are the
on.
same thing. You like this Pan-Africanism, but you're in Europe. You know nothing about Africa. You know nothing at all. But you always, hey, Pan-African is this, hey, Pan-Africanism that. Nothing. You ain't true Niger. Primitive. You're primitive. You need to go back
Why
to
is he
school and
still
educate
talking?
yourself.
Okay,
Yes, I'll
allow
keep quiet,
Tunaja
but
to
you are
speak. Tunaja,
primitive.
welcome in the house. Tunaja, thank you
Yeah,
for calling in. What do you want to say onto this topic? You know, Pan Africans going around trying to push this victimhood narrative on other Africans, and South Africans
Pan-Africanists are
rejected it.
primitive.
The South Africans rejected it. Go ahead.
First of all, Pan-Africanists are not pushing victimhood onto anyone. And if anything, there's something wrong with the people that want to attack an organization or an idea that wants to help them. So we have to be careful when we keep yammering on about Pan-Africanism as if it's some kind of terrible thing. What is happening in South Africa is basically what happens in many countries. It's not exceptional to South Africa. When elites are in a country, you don't expect them to give up power easily. And when the black South Africans just assume that, oh, you know what, they've transferred the land. No, they haven't. Most of the land is still, that's the arable land, the real useful land is still in the hands of the elites in that country. And the elites are generally of the white persuasion. So let's not pretend as if it's any other way around. And elites are very hard to dislodge.
So, let me ask you. So, Tunaja, are you
Let him
claiming
finish,
that?
man. Stop interrupting him.
Al,
Stop
Al,
interrupting
Al,
Tunai because he's making a point.
Al, if you interrupt the host again, I'll have to drop you. You're beginning to be too much here. I run the show here, not you. Okay?
He's not educated. Stupid Sierra Leonean. He's stupid.
But Ayuba is going on constantly, though.
Hold on. So Tunaja, are you saying that the land, the South Africans they don't have the land, they are not, so they are destitute, you know? Is that
Not
what you
destitute. The resources are mostly controlled by the elites, and the elites, we know whom they are. So we can't pretend as if elites are not in South Africa, and this is what is partly the reason why the crime rate is so high.
And are these elites, are they blacks too?
There are some black people coming on now, but most of them are of the European persuasion.
No. Wait.
Dominating the country.
Are this elite class, the elite class in South Africa? Does it comprise of blacks too, black elites, or it's only the whites?
There's always an element of black people in there, but the biggest chunk of them is in the white people's hands. I think from what I gather, at least 70% of the economy is controlled by 5% or so, or 7% of the population. So this is not anything new. It's not unique to South Africa. Let's not make the mistake. The only difference.
No. Tunaja, don't deviate. Don't deviate, Tunaja. Don't deviate now.
Okay.
Because now you're saying elites. So that's even here in America, the wealth is controlled by very few people.
Yes, but this is why I'm trying to cement it into.
So in Nigeria, the same. In Nigeria, hold on. In Nigeria too, you know, the wealth, the elite, the same way is controlled by few people. So South Africa is not unique in this sense.
What makes South Africa unique is that the elites are actual minority race in the country.
So there's no you're assuming what I'm gathering is the elite, they are only white. It's not, they don't have black elites.
The top elites are mostly white. The ones that control
Really?
70-80% of the
So
economy.
If
the
you change your
government,
skin color,
Yes.
so if you change your skin color magically, if you magically change your skin color today, would anything change? Would it mean they will no longer be in that position?
No. It
Are
doesn't
they
mean that
there
anything
because
will
of their
change.
skin
It
color? Or
just
just
means
because of
that
their
it just means that these Europeans that are in the country are the ones controlling most of the resources in that country, and there are consequences to this type of realities. So we cannot just pretend as if this is not
okay,
is normal.
Tunaja, we have a South African here. We'll let him respond. Ayuba, you heard what Tunaja
yes,
said. Like, do you want to respond to what he's saying? Because you're South African. You live over there. He doesn't.
No, man, like
So he's just doing the Pan
Teenager,
African point. But you go ahead, respond to him.
teenager. I really don't take True Niger seriously. No disrespect to you or your panel. I don't take True Niger seriously, man. I don't even want to entertain myself with True Niger. Because first of all, he's a Pan-Africanist who
my
lives in
God.
Europe. So I won't take him seriously.
You see how these people talk? He never has anything to say other than just say, "Oh, I go to my ancestral land.
But
I
Tunaja,
disagree with this one.
but
You don't know anything
Tunaja,
about
hold
this
on,
thing." That's what it is.
You must be, yes, you must. You must be in your native land. You can't be Pan-Africanist in Europe, man. Come on. Yeah.
That's true, Tunaja. He's got a point. Tunaja, if
Pan-Africanist in Europe. Are you out of your
no,
mind?
no, Tunaja, he's got a point. Tunaja, if you're Pan-Africanist, you should go back to Africa and do it on your land. That's when we would believe
How
you.
do you know that I don't go to Africa? How do you know I'm not?
But you don't live there.
You don't have to always live somewhere.
Pan-Africanists left 54 African countries to go to a white continent. Yeah. 54 African
What
countries
is he
to go to a white
talking about? That
continent.
guy sounds
This guy's
drunk.
primitive, man. I won't take him serious.
The guy sounds drunk. He's not even
drunk
coherent.
there.
He just talks
I'm
crap.
drunk there. I'm drunk in South Africa. I'm drunk in my own
Stop
country.
it.
I'm not drunk in my master's country. I'm not drunk in Europe.
He's not
Yeah, I'm
even
drunk at
addressing
home, not in
any
Europe.
point.
Okay, hold on.
Why is this guy here? He's not even coherent. He's not addressing
Okay,
any
hold
point.
on. Okay, so okay, let's
Let me dress.
Andre, you're from South Africa too, right?
No. Fuck no.
Oh,
No,
it's a family show. Let's watch the language. Okay, go ahead, Andre. You want to respond to Tunaja? Go ahead.
Tunaja, it's very normal to see like a 10% holding or majority of the wealth. It's very natural. Like you can see that in America, like in Tunaja, it's just you should not like be offended or like you should not like be surprised about that. You have like a guy, some is running like a 10 billion 10 trillion company in America, and that literally holds America, and that's very normal to see like men some are like very they hold the power in the country, and you see that in South Africa too. But South Africa creates billionaires. That's a good thing.
I think the problem is that it's a different race that is controlling it, other than that, or from the majority.
So you have a problem with
He's got
another
a problem with the race.
Especially
you
when
have problem with the race.
Especially when the
So you are
white
racist, Tunaja.
is
So you are
still
racist.
gotten by the
Can I ask
oppression
you a
of
question?
the other group. We
But
know that there was appetite in that country. We know there was enslavement in that country. So let's not pretend as if the wealth, they actually earned the wealth. It was wealth that was ill-gotten, by and large.
No.
So it's not like hold on. It's not like during the recent after Mandela was released, everybody started from scratch and said, okay, now the white people went to the top. No, it wasn't an equal race. They had the wealth already in their hands and they never gave it back.
Tunaya, do you believe that people are equal in this world? Like people can be equal?
People are equal as humans, but in terms of resources, obviously they are not.
Okay. So does that have anything to do with race or?
Of course, it has some stuff to do with race. If you are in a country where majority of the population is impoverished, hold on, where majority of the race that is in that country is impoverished, something is not right about it.
Tunaja, it has to do with life.
Nigeria is a black country. Is everybody rich in Nigeria?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they are all Nigerians.
Tunaja can make the same argument about Nigeria. How the southern Nigeria, when the British were in Nigeria, right? How they educated the southern Nigerians, right? And didn't educate the northern Nigerians. Until today, the southern Nigerian was still far ahead of the north because of that. Like
Yes,
most
but
of
they
the
are black people. There's a
industries.
difference.
Oh, Tunaja. So, did you guys hear that? He
Yes,
said,
they are
"What
black
they are
people.
black."
There's a difference. Don't make that
What's
mistake.
the
There is
difference?
a big difference.
Tunaja, so you're
Because
racist.
another race, see, let me tell you something. Let me tell you the reason why.
Tunaja, are you
Another
racist?
race.
Are
Can you
you
let me talk?
racist?
Can you let me
Hold
talk?
on, let me ask you. I'll let you talk.
Of course, I'm not racist.
Okay, I just want to know. Go ahead.
Why would I be racist? The
Okay.
importance of
Thank you,
race,
Tunaja.
the importance of race is that when people, can I talk? When people of another race, like from the history of the African American, just let's put it this way, in America, the US, when they came and they told the Indians, you know what, we're going to sign a peace deal, we're going to work with you. The Indians agreed. After 100 years, they came and asked for more. After another 100 years, they came and asked for more. Guess where the Indians are now? They are all gone because race matters.
But are you Indian?
Pardon?
Are
But
you
that's what
Indian?
they did to our forefathers too in Africa. They took our land, colonized the countries, and it's just during the time of Mandela that they actually handed power to the black people. Controlled by the whites.
Wait, Tunaya, you said they didn't take our ancestors' lands. What are you talking about?
What?
They did not.
What do you control? No black man controls anything.
Tunaya, they did not control the land.
My
It's
God.
called it's called
You are
Tunaya.
really slow.
Tunaya, when the white people even were in West Africa, especially colonizing, most of the interior, they've never even had any
What
encounter with a
does
white
a black
person.
man control in this world?
Tunaya, we control our own life, our own land, our own everything.
Let me ask you that, Afrodamus. Do you know
Who
that
controls Nigeria? Who controls Nigeria? Who controls Nigeria?
I can tell you that
Nigerians, blacks.
people that have most of the say in that country
Tunaya.
are not Nigerians.
No.
Are you serious? Yes.
Tunaja, listen. During the
Let's
colonization,
not mince word
Hold
here.
on. Hold on. Let's let Mike speak. Allow Mike.
Tunaja, do you know that during colonization, do you know that majority of Africans didn't even encounter white people? They didn't even encounter them. The white people did not. I'm telling you, like
Tunaya, I have relatives, my even as a kid, relatives, my grandparents, other people, like in our village, which is not too far even from the capital, when I went to Gambia. Some of those people, they've never, this was when I was a kid, they lived during colonial time. They've never even seen a white person.
Even my village where I come from in Nigeria.
Yeah, they've never seen a white person. I'm talking
So
just
because
to even
they have
see.
not seen a white person, it means that they are not being governed by them. It doesn't
Even
matter.
the former president of Nigeria, Obasanjo, when I read his book, he said it. He said during the colonial time that in his village, they never even saw the white people at all.
Yeah, they've never seen them.
He never saw white people until.
Don't believe anything Obasanjo
As
said.
long as all your work, your resources are being shipped up to them, it doesn't matter whether you see them or
You
not.
told us that they were controlled.
They were in control of the land.
Yes, when I say control, you don't really control anything. The so-called land you say you own, the
Well,
resources are controlled by Europeans. The oil that we have is
they were
controlled by
there
them.
to do their dealings. Now it's up to us.
Everything. Come on, man. Let's stop this.
Tunaja, wait a minute. Tunaja, wait a minute. If Nigeria decides, right? They decide to tell Shell and those companies, to kick rocks. If they tell them we're gonna kick rocks, you think Shell is gonna say no? We're not gonna kick rocks. Is that what you're telling me?
So you mean that's why they've not told them?
No. Wait a minute. No, I want to get this clear. Are you telling us here on this panel, Tunaja, be careful, a lot of people are listening, okay? Are you telling me right now, in Nigeria, Buhari gives the order that Shell, he's giving them 24 hours to leave Nigeria. He says 24 hours, pack up, leave Nigeria. You think the Shell is gonna be like, oh no, Buhari, you know what? We're giving you the middle finger. We're in charge. That's not gonna happen. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, in a
No,
way,
that's not what I'm telling you.
in a
But
way,
what I'm
legally,
telling
you
you,
have to.
This is for
hold
two
on,
Niger.
because you're
Allow
asking
two Niger.
you're asking a
All right.
facetious question. The truth is that they would.
No, no, this is not facetious.
Can
This
you
is
let me? Can
happened.
you
Wait,
let
wait,
me answer a
wait.
question?
I'm not saying something. I'm not saying something that I did not see in my lifetime happen in West Africa. So
Okay.
that's why I'm asking you this question. Happen in countries that are way less powerful than Nigeria. So I want to get your answer here. I'm
Yes,
listening.
they will leave when you ask them. But the question is, over time, who wins that struggle?
No, no,
History.
no, no, no.
Oh my God!
Tunaya, if I
Why do you
can,
keep interrupting
Tunaya,
me?
Tunaya,
You don't want me to make my
because
point.
no, because you answered my question already. If he tells them to leave, they will leave. That
Yes.
means, well, what that shows is the Nigerians are in charge of Nigeria.
No.
Wait a minute. If I can, Tunaya, if you come over to my place right now, you see, I say the word my place, and I tell you to leave. I tell you to leave. Are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna try to argue with me? You know, here in America, we have what you call, self-defense, right? You're gonna tell me you're not gonna leave my place? Are you serious? Like,
You are just over talking me. I'm
no,
not
I'm
listening
giving you
to
an
you. Go
example.
ahead.
Are you gonna tell me that you're not going to leave? You know, the logic I'm giving you is same logic in Nigeria when they tell you, because you're thinking of white people as
That
being
is
part.
not
Wait a
logical.
minute,
What you're saying is not
Tunaya,
logical. That's
Tunaya,
not what actually happens.
Tunaya, Tunaya. The reason why I gave you this analogy, right? Because it's happened in African countries. Remember when Idi Amin, because I'm sure if that didn't happen before, you would have probably swore up and down
So what do you
that
think happened in the end?
it doesn't matter what happened in
Oh,
the
it
end.
does
He was
matter.
overthrown by his own
It does matter
Ugandans.
what happened exactly.
Well,
His own
That's
so
exactly
Ugandans.
the point.
but Ugandans, okay, Tunaya, the Ugandans
Who
overthrew him.
funded them?
So do you think what?
Who funded those people that took him out?
So
Wouldn't you know that
So
the
hold
people
on,
Tunaya,
that
Tunaya,
somebody
funded
pay
them?
you money
Tunaya.
to come and take me
You
out.
guys don't
It's
have
So
not
a
you.
clue what is going
hold
on.
on,
I can't
Tunaya.
believe you guys are pretending as
Wait,
if you know.
Tunaya. First of all, let me give you the short history. You don't know Africa's history. That's
Oh
what I'm
Lord.
getting. First of all,
First you
Obote.
attack me, don't let
Hold
me
on,
answer. Now
hold
you
on.
keep
Do you know Obote?
No, I
Ob-
don't.
Obote was the president before Idi Amin. Idi Amin removed him. Obote came back. Museveni was in that army too. Okay? Obote came back. And also when Idi Amin fought that war with Tanzania, Nyerere. Remember that? Have you ever heard of that story?
Mm-hmm.
So the British, for instance, in Uganda, Idi Amin defied everything the British said. He kicked them out. He doesn't listen to them. He did whatever he wanted. They couldn't do anything to him. There's nothing they could do. It had to take Ugandans, Obote,
And Tanzanians.
who he removed to come back, to do a comeback, to come and take his part from the
Who
guy
gave
again.
who funded him? How do you think
We
he was
don't
funded?
look, Tunaya.
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I
We
don't
don't
know.
know.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know?
Of course, we know where he came from.
So
Stop pretending.
so
How do you think?
so
Who do you think took out Lumumba? Don't you know that? Don't you know
It
who
was
took
the
out
it was
Lumumba?
it was
Don't
it
you know
was
who
Moise
took out
Tshombe.
Sankara?
look,
It was the Congolese that took out Lumumba.
yeah, the
Even
Congolese
Sankara, it
killed
was the
him.
Oh
Burkina
Like, what are
my
Faso
you
that took
God,
out
man!
Sankara.
Jesus Christ! How
It
can you
was,
people just
yeah,
say,
you
Mike?
can
You're being
we can
evil
say
now.
yes,
You're
some
just
people in
being
the
evil. You know
background, but at
better
the end of
than
the
this.
day, but at the end of the day, listen, at the end of the day, it was his people that took him out.
Yeah, but
Physically.
who
So you
funded
can
his
say
That
people?
somebody else
So
was supporting,
you
him, they're
want to
giving
even
that's
moral
not
pretend? You
true.
want
support
to
or any
even
kind of
pretend
support.
the people that buried him and burnt his whole body with acid and took a souvenir of his tooth, one of his tooth to France that they returned this year, and you are still
Exactly.
acting as if you don't know what is going on.
Tunaya.
Exactly. That's why it's
Seriously?
hate.
So
But what we are
Tunaya,
telling you is everybody
Tunaya,
That's why it's
involved
hate.
may have come from
Tunaya,
different race, but it's not
Tunaya,
one race that did it.
Tunaya.
Oh my
Yes, it
God.
All
is.
Tunaya. You know what you're doing? What you Pan Africans are doing is not helping. What you guys are doing is
This is my
wait,
opinion.
hold a
Don't
minute.
make it
No,
about
wait a
what
minute,
people
wait a
understand
minute,
is.
wait a minute.
Amos,
Whenever
can I come in after that, please?
when you guys come and say these things, you are actually downgrading Africans as if we're just
As
we
if
have
we're
no
dumb.
as if we're dumb. We have no control over our environment.
We
The
don't have the
honest
ability
truth,
to think.
Clearly, you
yeah,
don't.
no, the truth of the matter is, you Pan Africans don't want to face reality. All these people you're talking about, it is other Africans, fellow Africans, that killed them. Right now, Thomas Sankara, his court is going on. Bless
What is
Compaore.
wrong with you? Can
Hold
you
on.
just hear yourself
Let me finish.
talking?
Let me finish. His court is ongoing. You can follow this in Burkina. They will tell you all the story how it happened. Not a single white man was named. It is all his own people. His own people. You are acting as
And they will blame white supremacy.
who killed Murtala Mohammed?
It was the black man, Dimka, in Nigeria.
Black man funded again.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Even the evidence has come out now. See, why are you people saying this nonsense? What is wrong with you people? This is
Well, we're telling
evidence
the
that
truth. How is it
we're talking about.
nonsense?
There is
Niger.
evidence
To
that
Niger.
said these
Still
guys
can
were trained and funded
Niger.
to take these actions. What is
But at
wrong
the end
with
of
you?
the day, who took him out was the question. And I gave an answer who took him out. And you're telling
What
me it's
about Ken
nonsense.
Sarawiwa? What about him?
It was Sani Abacha that killed him. A black man.
Ken Saro-Wiwa is not the leader of the country that we're talking about.
But he's a very well-known leader.
See, leaders kill people all the time, so stop going on about that.
Okay. Who was behind backing Ken Saro-Wiwa?
Backing Ken Saro-Wiwa,
Yeah.
where Ken Saro-Wiwa was going through the UN and all the rest of it.
But somehow you conveniently left that part out, that because the white people, UN, they supported him, didn't they? They supported him, and he was still killed. My point is, if the white people are as powerful as you're saying, nothing would have happened to him. That's my point.
Because Abacha was not towing the line. There are leaders that don't toe lines.
Okay.
Don't you understand?
Okay.
There are some leaders that don't behave the same, like you said about India me today just now, or Sankara, or this is. There are some leaders that don't toe the line. But look at how those leaders end in Africa. Look at the Haitian president, the way he was killed in his home. See, if you say that our people kill our people, that is not wrong.
Can I come in?
Haiti is not Africa.
Haiti is not Africa.
You got 60 seconds. Go ahead.
That's quite short, but okay. Please, I'm asking everyone on this panel, yeah, we're African children. Please remember, yeah, we're talking here, basically trying to better ourselves, our children, our continent, our people. Yeah, let's not side with the enemy. People are the enemy that actually brought us to where we are today.
So all these black people that we just mentioned that kill all these black people, they are not your enemy, right?
No, but listen, let me just, Mike, you actually listen. I think I spoke to you before, yeah. You actually do sound what what they call the definition of a self-hate, someone that hate themselves.
It's not self-hate. We are telling you reality. See, that's the problem with our people. You guys
sound like it every time. You always try to downplay things, right? Because you just interrupted me. I'm speaking. Afrodomus gave me the thingy, but you got to remember, yeah, that is the reason why we're here today, where we actually sitting there. We're actually on this panel talking about our issues, our problems. We're trying to relate to one another, trying to get a solution to where we're going. And I just said the same thing, yeah, that Niger was trying to explain to you, but unfortunately, because that's more of you on the panel that agree that we will never be the victim, we always is our own fault. That's the reason why we're here. South Africa is owned by black people. All the wealth belongs to the black people. They're not being segregated. We just play the blindfold. That's exactly what the white supremacists been doing. They will treat you like a nigger, and they tell you they're not racist because they never called you a nigger, right? So it's a tactics, and now we're buying into that.
Who are the white supremacists, if I may ask you? Who are the white supremacists?
The white supremacists.
White people?
White supremacists, of course, they're white people. The white supremacists are white people are always basically trying to keep the black race down. because you
Kaizo,
have to
I mean, excuse
keep
me, Al,
us
are you sure
down.
about that? Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
Is that what I'm doing?
No, but I'm just trying to say. Well, listen to me. Let me
No,
just
but
finish.
wait,
Then
wait,
you
wait.
can
You just got
comment.
done saying all.
Yeah.
So you said
Yep.
for me, it's no. Why is it no for me, but for the rest of them, it's all?
Yeah, but let me just finish. You black when how many black people like came to Africa and took black people and put them in a slave ship and take them to America and slave them for over 400
There
years.
were blacks that sold them. I mean,
There were
even on
blacks
the
that sold
plantation,
them.
even on the plantation, there were blacks. They were part of the. They were enslaving black. If you go, there were evidence that
There
came
were
out. There
black
were even
slave
blacks. They were
owners.
the
What is this
managers
guy
of the
talking
slaves on the
about?
plantation.
See, now you're trying to make excuses. Is the criminal trying to make excuses for
No,
the
the point we're
criminal?
trying to make here is
Yeah.
that they are,
So
but they are human beings are either good or bad. That's what we are telling you. So the good people, the
of
bad
course,
people are among
there's
all
good and
races of
listen,
people. The
there's
same way,
good
just
and
like there
bad
are
in
good people among all races of people,
there
and that's
is
the
good and
reality you have
bad.
to come in telling you.
There is
Let me ask you this.
there's good and bad in all
Let me
races,
ask you
right?
this.
Mm.
How
Let's
do
have a
you
debate.
think, the slave, because you brought the slaves as example, right?
Mm.
How do you think the, white people acquired the slaves? Like they when, how do you think this happened? I want to hear your point.
Now we're going to a different topic. From
No,
what
no,
I
no. Just
heard,
okay. Do you
okay.
think? Let me just ask you. Make it simple. So
Let me
let's say,
answer.
do
Let
you
me answer.
think the Europeans, right?
Mm.
White people, they came, right?
Mm.
They came to Africa, and they went in, overpower the Africans, and start grabbing Africans and putting them on the ship. Or maybe they showed up with cruise tickets to Cancun, and say, hey, we're going to Cancun. They showed them the pictures. They entered the boat. Like, which one is it? Tell us.
Well, what I read is that we was involved in a lot of tribal wars, like just like what we're kind of doing now, like self-hates. Let's blame the other black. No, it's not this black; it's the other black. Or then get to fight. We was involved in tribal wars, yeah. And the prisoners that's been captured by the other tribe get sold. However, there was most of the coastal tribe, like you probably you've been in Sierra Leone, you know the crew in Sierra Leone. Everybody know about the crew. You don't have to go far to know. They were one of the biggest slave catchers back in the days, right? So they obviously they never wanted to be slaves because they had the gun in their head long time ago. They already start working with the people that come into the coast for slaves. So they started working with the white man, and obviously the other tribes in the inland that's having infights, bringing their prisoners of war and selling them to these people, and the crew are the people that was doing the final transition on the boat. However, I'm not really a biggest expert in that because I wasn't alive then, right? But all I'm trying to say is, right, all this is not helping. Yeah.
So was there slavery in West Africa before the white man came, before the
Well,
Atlantic slave trade? Did they have slavery
well,
there?
the type of slavery that they had in Africa before the white man came is
It's a
not
nice
the
one,
kind
right?
of slavery.
Wait,
No, there's no
it's what?
there's no such thing. There's no Mike. Can you be quiet, please? Just mute the mic for a minute. The kind of slavery that we had, you yourself, Afro-Demos, because Soninke, they write their history very well and orally. The slaves were allowed to marry. They had lands. They're allowed to hold a big position in the village. They can actually mingle into the tribe that captured them. They actually live a really good life, not like the slave that was put in the boat to
All right.
America. Yeah, you know that,
Okay,
brother, right?
let me answer.
But
Let me answer.
you know that, brother.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
You gave an example. You said me being a Soninke, right? We know, in my tribe, if anything, being a warrior tribe, we know something about slavery, right? So
Yeah, I know you do.
I'm okay. So what you are saying here, this is the biggest BS I've been hearing on the internet.
Mm.
This is not true. First of all, even in this day and age, in my tribe, they have the caste system. The people that are the slaves.
Of
You
course, we
cannot
have
be
caste system.
people
Of course,
who
we
are
have
slaves.
caste
No, I'm
system.
talking. It's not every tribe.
You're not the only tribe
Let me
that have caste
finish.
system.
Okay, well,
The-
we gave example by the
the
Soninkers.
the Fulani,
Let
the
me
Maninka,
finish.
and the Fulani, they
Yeah.
still have caste system.
Okay.
You know that.
Let me finish. So
Thank you.
so if you know anything about that, if somebody that is of a slave class, slave blood. Even today, especially in those villages, you can't hold no high position. They are not qualified because they are slaves. They're not even qualified to marry out of their class. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I'm
You see,
talking about
what
in
everything he just said now
2022.
was quite accurate because I
I'm
have
just
some
saying,
history in
I'm
Nigeria that
speaking on,
corroborates
yeah, I'm
that.
talking about 2022. Like, this is ongoing.
Okay,
Imagine what it would have been like, during the time when you could literally sell the person if you feel like it. You see what I'm
African.
saying? So that's
Yeah,
my
okay, I
point.
understand.
I don't want,
Okay,
here's my
Yeah,
thing.
you
Let me
compare
finish.
things that are happening within a race
Let me
from something that
finish. Let
happened
me
in
finish. Let me
outside the
finish.
race.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You guys will get a chance. All I'm saying is, let's not sit here and try to paint this fake narrative, because even the blacks that you're pandering to, you're not doing them justice. You're not doing them justice because you paint this narrative as if all is one and the same. All Africa, this is the one culture, this is how things are. They are gonna come and encounter this type of things. They will see it, they would encounter it.
They make it
You
look
know?
like all blacks are all inherently
Exactly. Are
good.
all, yeah, are all
Yeah.
inherently good, which is a total
And then we
lie.
can all come
Who
together and do
said anything
kumbaya.
like that?
When you
Yeah.
know in reality it's
He just said
impossible.
that black people sold black people, and you say I don't know. You will just make
They
arguments like
sold,
that.
No,
look,
no,
okay,
Tunaja, I don't think you
In
get where we're
Nigeria,
coming from.
there is an evil person that has testified to his father, forefather, catching slaves, taking them to the coastal region, and the job people helping them to sell them to the white people. So this is something. What this guy is just saying now is something that the same kind of tale have been told in Nigeria too. So I don't
so
understand how you are pretending as if this is not something
okay, so,
we did.
but it's a trade, right? It's called the slave trade. The white people brought the alcohol, they brought umbrellas, they brought fine European goods. Like, you guys want to tell me right now that there weren't Africans who were interested in acquiring these things. You want to tell me there weren't chiefs who wanted to get drunk. You want to tell me there
Like
weren't
the
chiefs.
Ghanaian chief.
Who said anything like it wasn't a form of trade? That's why they call it slave trade.
Then what is you guys' complaint? What is the
The
complaint here?
complaint is that
Oh my
when
God.
you are in a country, we are talking about South Africa today, where an elite that is of white this in origin is there, and we pretend as if that is normal. It's not.
They are South
Well,
African
blacks are
people.
among them.
Blacks,
Yeah,
the
but
blacks
the
live
black
there
people, there
too.
are not many among them in terms of
Oh,
the overall control of the resources.
but
If you look at it, they are pissing
Tunaya,
on black people in that country. They treat
Tonight,
black people like
Niger,
trash
that's
in that
not
country. And you
true.
hear talking
That's
like
not
this thing.
true.
Didn't you
That's
see the
not
Toniger,
young
true.
man that
Toniger,
was urinating on the black students' this belongings? Didn't you see the
Toniger.
young
And you
white guy that was
isolated
doing that?
incident. Yeah, we agree that that
Oh,
one
yeah,
white kid,
isolated
the
incident.
white
All
kid
right,
is bad. It's a wicked bad kid.
it's
It's a
not a
bad
So
bad
person.
white student. It's
No, no, no,
just
no.
what they
They
do.
listen.
Toniger, Toniger.
Well,
You
go
know
ahead.
what? You know, do you know what? Yeah, we're all black people, yeah. But what I
You
learned is,
just kill
yeah,
a Nigerian in
we,
the
we
Italian street, and you're here saying, "Oh, they are just
yeah.
it's just one person."
What
So all
what I
They
Italians,
learned
left
is,
us.
yeah,
all
Hold on
Italians
now.
are guilty
They
of
left
that,
us at
right?
the borders. They
so
kill a lot of black people in this in the Moroccan border. They left us
okay, okay, okay,
in the
okay,
Greece border.
okay.
Come
Tunaya,
on, man, you
Tunaya.
need to wake
What
up.
about the
Okay,
Nigerians that are killing a lot of Nigerians in
hold
Nigeria?
on. Let
Come
me
on.
listen. Hold on, guys. Listen. Tunaya.
wow.
So a Nigerian was killed in Italy, right?
And
Oh, no, no,
African
wait,
the border of
wait.
Morocco.
So are the Italians, Italians guilty of this?
Some Italians are guilty of it. So some of them were watching and taking videos while somebody was
Okay,
being
so
killed.
an Ethiopian, an African, just got killed by a black American. This usually happens here. There was
This
some
one happens
Gambia.
a lot here.
It happens a lot. So are all black Americans guilty of killing this Ethiopian, or are they all guilty of killing Africans?
I didn't say all of them were guilty, but that is what happened.
Okay, okay,
Neither did I
okay.
say all
But,
Italians were
but
guilty, but I'm
oh,
telling you
hey,
that they are. See,
oh,
stop
Tunaja,
it.
Tunaja,
So now, let
Tunaja.
me
I'm
give you one
telling you that they
statistic.
are
So now,
against
let me
us.
give you one
So let's not
statistic.
pretend
So
that.
now, wait. Let me give you one statistic. Since I've been to America, right, over 20 something years, do you know that 90% of the Nigerian or Nigerians and Africans, immigrants that I know that have been killed, were killed by blacks?
I'm
Black
not going to be
American.
surprised. It's
And
most likely
in a country where the majority of the population are white.
Are white.
And
so how do you
now
explain this?
you're telling me that my problem in the United States is white supremacy,
most
right?
people are killed by people of their own race. It's not.
No. You're telling in a country where majority. No, do you know that most Nigerians?
It doesn't matter.
Let me
It's
say
the
this.
for all groups.
No. Tunaja. Wait.
What do you mean?
Wait. Do you know that most Nigerians in America live around white?
So,
and most of them were killed by blacks.
So by that standard, you are going to say most white people are killed by black
No. The argument you're making is that people killed by their own. Most people are killed by their own kind. Because that's because they live around.
That is what I'm telling you.
No. Typically, people. The reason why most people kill by their own kind is because they live more among their own kind.
By what you are saying, it will mean that most white people are being killed by blacks too.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. Listen, when we say people of the same ethnic group kill themselves more, that's usually because they live around themselves more. And I'm telling you that that's usually the reason. That's usually the reason.
Because they have more encounter with each other, and
they have more encounter. But what I'm telling you is what I'm telling you.
Tunaja, he's just telling you most Nigerians or even Africans, they live around mostly white people. And they are not having these issues. And he's saying even the ones that still live there, when they get killed, whenever you hear they are killed by a black person. So that would mean blacks are a minority group in America, but that still did not stop them, like a Nigerian or African person getting killed, more likely by a black person. So you talked about now all of a sudden, what you are saying here, this is very dangerous. Any African that is listening to you, they are playing with fire. Do not listen to this man.
Wow.
Do not listen. Evil doesn't have color.
So you are literally saying
evil doesn't have color.
African Americans, this thing are killing more white people than by what you are saying, because they target Nigerians. And
No. We're not. No, you see what you're doing. You see what you just did there.
Then
you see what you just did.
You are using fake information to say that they
spread
even when you are around white people. Why do you think you said that? You said because Nigerians are living around white people. That's why you said that.
Most Nigerians in America live. Trust me, right now I live around white people. Trust me,
you live around white people. Are you dead?
What are you talking about, man?
Black Americans are the ones.
He's not listening. That's why
Nigerians that live around black people.
Tunaja, you're not listening.
That's why you need to move to America and stop staying in UK and be talking about America. You need to move here.
Oh, stop! You are talking a lot of tosh because some of the things you say.
Well, I'm telling you facts. It's not like I'm not speaking on the basis of
you talk a lot of tosh. You say black. You know well that the data suggests that people of the same race are more likely to kill each other. So that is not confusing at all.
And it is no. That's different from my point. No, it's different from my point.
It doesn't make any difference.
It's different from my point.
You need to get out of Europe like really fast because you're around too many white people.
You don't need to get out of Europe. No.
He's the one that is saying.
But too many white people are dangerous according to Tunisia, so he needs to leave Europe fast. His life depends on it. According to him.
See, the truth is, I don't blame them for doing what they do. We are the weak ones, and when you are weak, people pick on you. It's just a fact of life.
Who's speaking or not?
Who's speaking?
Can I finish talking? There is no use of an antelope pleading mercy with a lion. You have to either become the lion or a dragon.
Okay, all right, good. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's have Afril say something. Afril, welcome to the show.
Yes, hello?
Hi, Afril. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Canada here.
Canada. Welcome to the show. What do you want to add?
I'm Congolese. Citizen of Canadian citizenship.
Welcome to the show. What do you want to add on this? And I know you are hearing, sorry for some of
I'm in North America, just like you.
Oh, good. Sorry for some of these brothers in the UK. They unfortunately don't know much, but go ahead.
Let us speak.
Al, I swear you are not my you are not my co-host. Don't say
Hey,
anything before I
hey,
kick you away again.
hey,
Go ahead.
Alfredamus, I want to say something real quick before she starts. I have to say this now because otherwise I'm going to forget it. Ever since he came on, I've been paying very close attention to his accent. He sounded more African in the very beginning. Then later on, he sounded British. And then
Who?
before you, this is Al. And
Oh,
before you kicked him, he was laughing quite a few times under his breath, trying to keep from laughing. And he had a different accent at that time too. So that was 3 times he changed his accent before you actually kicked him off. And then just not too long ago, he changed it again. So it's like he's getting further and further away from this African accent from Sierra Leone from the very beginning. If anybody doesn't believe me, you need to go back and listen to the whole thing and pay close attention. I think he's trolling. I have an idea of who he might be because I've heard this voice before, but now I'm just gonna shut down my mic and just let her roll.
all right. Go ahead, Afrel.
Um, yes, in these type of conversations, oftentimes you have to define your term. So I don't know if you defined your definition of, like, I'm hearing a lot of discussion around racism. So I just wanted to know what is your understanding of the definition of it?
Oh, you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I don't. There's no such thing as racism, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. To KBM, I need to ask you, given that you are a person of European descent, is it your understanding that there was something called race science and race biology in Europe?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you say that that has over time transformed into what many have identified as racism?
I can definitely say that some people can take that and actually make that conclusion. Yes.
Okay. Based on your understanding, why did Europeans become a race?
It all started with one man less than 600 years ago, and how he became successful in making it be what it is today, and everybody thinking that they're a color instead of an ethnicity. I don't know, but it needs to be stopped. It's a mess. People are dying over it, and it makes no sense. People should be getting along with each other, and it creates too many unnecessary divisions, not just here in America, but around the world.
I agree with that.
Okay, and one of the things that is interesting about your place of origin is that, I guess my question to you is, why did or when did Europe become separated from the rest of Asia? Why did Europe create a delineation in the Ural Mountains, declaring themselves as one entity and the rest of the continent as Asia? Why isn't Europe also Asia?
I don't know, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't care about something like that.
It is okay, but a lot of some Africans would like to know. And speaking of South Africa, I remember watching a YouTube video of a young South African that asked a question, saying, "Well, on the continent, we're told that that there's a Europe and an Asia, but when you look at the map, they're together. They're one continental landmass. Why was there a delineation based on your understanding of the history of your people?"
It's power. And all over the world, people seek power.
Why did the Europeans seek power? And to do what?
Let us stay.
Hold on. Afriel.
Because the conversation is
Hold on.
stemming from that.
Afriel, hold on. I'm not trying to, derail the conversation, but quite frankly, like, what you are asking, these are like questions to like the British monarch and those people. KBM is an ordinary white person. How would Caucasian? Let me correct it. How would he know these
I
things?
did not
This
call
is
him. I
no,
did not call him
no.
white.
But you see, this is the mistake that most Africans or of black persuasion does. They think just because somebody is of white or Caucasian, they know these things. They are part of the power play. No, no. He's just an ordinary person like you and I. And you also said Africans would want to know about why Europe, the landmass and all. I'm surprised to hear this. I mean, most Africans probably don't care about that.
I have a question
That's
for
why I
you.
said I'd like to clarify. I said some. I said some Africans would like to
I've
know.
never
And
encountered
because
Africans that
in your
care.
yes, but in your previous discussions with others, you asked them if they were South African or if they were some from South Africa, and you had someone who was actually from South Africa to talk about South Africa. So I think it is consistent on my part to ask someone of European descent to talk about that part of the world where the issue and question of race stemmed from. So I mean, it is my understanding that I have been consistent.
I think that the Europeans decided that somewhere around Russia is where they should stop referring to themselves as Europeans, and because the Middle Eastern people generally around the relevant area were more like Muslims, they thought, you know what, let's separate ourselves from them too, like from Turkey. And obviously the Chinese and the Indians are not exactly like Europeans, so they just decided to call them a different name, even if it's on the same landmass generally. So it's just one of those things that happens geopolitically. If you look at Africa today, Northern Africa, sometimes they refer to themselves as part of the Arab world. So even if they are on the continent of Africa and they are part of the African Union, I think it's the same game that is being played out in Europe. However, most of this discussion is about things happening interracially, and I think this is where Afrodimus is confusing it. It's not by coincidence that most black countries are poor. None of them by accident is richer than Luxembourg or Switzerland. No, because race matters. These things are being enforced. They created NATO. It's a pan-European organization.
Okay, Tunaya. I understand. I'm not trying to cut you
So
off,
Afrodamus, let me say this real quick.
but I know where you're going with this. You're gonna start talking about how the the
No, actually about Russia. Actually about Russia.
The white people. No, I'm not talking about you, Tunaya. I'm just begging you, please don't go into the money of the white people. We've heard this before, and yeah, if you cannot just not talk about the white people's
I didn't
money.
even mention any money.
Yes, no, but I know you're getting there. You're getting
look
there.
like all I'm saying is that we as a people are responsible for ourselves. We can't expect the white people to cater to us. And when some of our people keep saying, "Oh, let's sing Kumbaya" and all the rest, no, they are not singing Kumbaya. They are just as paranoid as ever. They control the world, and yet they are still paranoid. And look at the way China is behaving today. Just because hold on, let me finish.
Wait,
one woman visited Taiwan, and look at what China is doing.
So
because their threat assessment is through the roof.
Tunaya, let me ask you.
We still make excuses for white people.
Okay, let me ask you. So white people's success has nothing to do with their willingness for hard work and inventing things.
Oh yeah, they work very hard. They made great sacrifices for it. This is what I've been saying. Our people lack that sacrifice.
So when are we going to start working hard?
So
we should start it now.
Okay, so
what we do is
200 years ago, we've never
complain about
recovered.
white supremacy. That's what we do.
Yeah. So Tunaya.
That's why I'm not in the business of
just wait. Let me finish. So you agree that it has everything to do with their hard work and curiosity.
Not everything.
I'm talking to Tunaya Al. You'll get a chance to.
Sorry, brother.
So you'll have your chance to pretend to hate white people while comfortable among them. But what I'm saying is,
I do not.
Hey, Sierra Leone, the ticket is cheap from London. I don't know what you're waiting for, but what I'm saying is, right? Okay, if it has something to do with hard work, who is stopping these African countries that you say are poor? Who is stopping them from working hard? Like who's stopping them?
I think the reason why it appears that we are being stopped, or the truth is that we are being stopped, is because we think that we are free. That we remember,
we are not free.
Hold on, the end of colonization was done amicably. What makes you think in this world somebody will grant you power for free? It's not for free.
They
There is
didn't
there's
grant
something.
it. The Africans
We
took
force
it.
them, man. We force them to take it. We force them. You
They,
seriously,
they,
you
they,
want to believe that? If you
so
believe that, you
wait.
believe
So,
anything.
Tunaja. You know what I've learned from you Pan Africanists? You guys truly, man, I don't know what it is. Like, there's nowhere like a little child should listen to you guys, a black child. No, because
You have
no,
you,
no, no.
have you
Let me
seen
finish.
African countries?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. This is no joke though. For Africans who have this type of, like, um, how do I put it? You have so low expectation of Africans to a point, every single thing. It's not an African who's responsible. We're just, brainless, monkeys that, mimic other people. It's other people that free us. So literally everything we've known to be true about our history of recent, right? We have
See,
heroes.
Afrodimus, both can
Hold
be
on, let me
true at the
finish. We
same
have we
time.
have we have heroes that growing up we hailed as, we know that they fought for to free us,
Hello?
from colonialism. So you're over here, instead of addressing, the hard work. Look at China. The
Hello?
Chinese, who's saying hello?
Sorry, go continue. Sorry.
Let me finish. So until Africans stop pointing fingers at others, nothing will ever change. Ever. Until this Pan-Africanists stop going around trying to, demoralize African children, making African kids feel less human by pointing to the white man. This is evil. Don't you guys see what you are doing? Nobody is, it's literally like an elephant, a baby elephant. You put the rope on it. You can tie it to a wick tree. Let's say the elephant is young, trying to pull itself, and it cannot. That elephant becomes conditioned. Once the elephant grows up, it's powerful, but the elephant doesn't know it's powerful. It's big, but it has small brain. So literally, what I'm seeing with most Pan-Africans, especially coming from America, you have all this power, access to things. You don't even see it. You're completely blind to it. It's free will. You can choose to be weak. You can choose to be weak,
Wow,
or
you are
you can
really like a
choose. You
false
can
prophet
choose.
here, aren't
First
you?
of all, you can choose to empower yourself and live as a decent human being, without feeling that other people are better than you. The biggest sign
What?
of, let me tell you about the 7 deadly sins. Jealousy is one of them. And the ways most of you talk about these white people, this is evil. This is jealousy. You need to get rid of
Seriously?
you need to get rid of this thought process. Africa would
It's
never
like you're creating
progress.
a straw
Hold
man.
on, let me
Go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
Africa would never progress with this type of talk. I'm just telling you right now. I just came back from my homeland. You saw the videos. You see what I'm doing over there. Those people are not with this program. Those people want to work. Those people want to see us come there and put them in things. They're not sitting there thinking is saying it's the white man. If they see us in the West, those of us who are supposed to come and bring the ideas, you don't have to always have money. You can bring knowledge. Nobody's stopping you from acquiring knowledge. No,
Afrodamus.
you can take that knowledge there, business knowledge, building knowledge, a lot of different things you
What are
could
you
do.
talking about?
Farming,
You're talking circles
farming,
around yourself.
Tunanja,
You don't know
you know
what
I've
you're talking
discussed that
about.
with you, right?
but but here,
Afrodamus, a child born in Africa today, that's likely not going to see a white person try his entire life.
right.
People like Tunanja go and tell that child that he's been conquered by white supremacists.
Yeah,
That's what
that's
they'll say. We
yeah,
were conquered.
Hey,
We've been
Mike,
conquered.
can you just stop? Can you just
yeah. You're
stop?
going
And I've had an
around.
argument with you. Stop saying
See,
we've been
see.
conquered. I am not a conquered man.
So,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
see,
conquered.
see, see.
I'm a
I
free man.
didn't call. See. There's a difference between saying a people are a conquered people or somebody came to your country and conquered the country some time ago. That is a fact. The UK was conquered
or committed atrocities.
by the Romans once. So the Germans were conquered by the Americans and the British. Call it whatever you like. So these things, just
Are you
because
saying I was
you
conquered?
use the
Is that
word,
what you're saying?
your nation was defeated and conquered in a battle.
Which nation? Which nation?
Which nation?
Which nation?
Do you think they just
I just
invited
told you my
Europeans to come and
village where I come
colonize the
from. We've
country?
never seen white people in our history. So
Can
why are
you
you telling
just
me
stop? You
that
don't
my
have
nation
to
was
see
conquered?
them. How many people have physically, if not because of TV, how many people would have seen the president of the country or this before they used to only hear their voice on radio? Before radio, how do you think they? Some of them never see their leaders.
Tunaya, there's a saying in my language. They said, si no keba mi muta, iso kunino. But keba mi sino muta, ito kunino la. You know what that translates to? They said the elder, who naturally fell asleep, like he's tired, fell asleep, you can wake them up. But the elder that's the one hanging on to the sleep, there's no way you can wake him up because he's laying there. You can try to wake him. He's pretending to sleep. The person will never want to wake up. All I'm trying to push here is we have to put our hands like this against this dangerous, negative, narrative. This will not help Africa. All of us that are here. Let me finish. Those of us, imagine when Africans, you live in Africa. Most people, your people see you as you're gonna go acquire knowledge or skills or money. That's what you're going there to do. And then they see their child return. You're supposed to be a full-grown man. You bring the ideas, the money, and then you show up. They see their son or daughter talking about this victimhood narrative, talking about what white people, blah, blah, blah. That is a failure.
But
that
it
is
has
a
big
big
acknowledged
disgrace.
by
That is a big
KBN that
disgrace.
the concept of race exists.
What?
Can I come in?
No,
Hold
I
on,
just
hold on,
wanted to
hold on.
highlight
Let
that
her
it has been
say.
acknowledged on the panel that the concept of race biology, race science has manifested into racism. That I just wanted to highlight that.
How
That
does
has been
that affect
acknowledged.
you? How does that affect you as a person?
It affects me because it has been revealed on this panel that such a thing has been brought into existence in order to exert power, and that power has manifested in itself in a way where that power seeks to dominate and or subjugate people in order to acquire resources.
I'm talking about
However,
you.
there is
How are you
on the part.
subjugated?
Hang on,
How
I
are
do want
you
to clarify something.
subjugated?
Sorry?
How are you subjugated and directly affected by this? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in Canada, for example.
You moved there on your own, right?
No, well, if you're a child, no. Just like I'm sure,
your
if you're a child,
parents.
I didn't do it on my own. My parents.
Oh, your
did.
parents.
As you know, you're an adult. You're a parent, so you should know.
So
as
no,
well.
what I'm saying.
Children don't move themselves, right?
Okay, what I'm saying is, obviously, your parents deem the place to be safe for themselves and their child.
It affects me. I will say this: it affects me because the indigenous people on this land tells me that it affects me. Just like the indigenous people in the United States would say that it affects you too. Now you can say
doesn't mean it's your reality.
You can say that if you want to debate that with them, because they're the indigenous people of the land. If you want to debate that with them, that's fine. But that's what the indigenous people tell me.
I'm talking about you.
So I can't say that they're lying.
No,
can I say that they're lying,
I'm confused. No, wait, I'm confused. So I'm asking about you, not like somebody else. I'm asking you because obviously, like you said, you came from Congo. Your parents.
Yeah,
it
affected me.
Wait, hold on.
Me if I left Africa because I was starving, that affects me. It affects me.
And what was your answer?
Well, I was a child. How would I answer? I just told my parents, and my parents had to confront that teacher somehow to inform them that was incorrect. That's what that was anti-African. That was a very anti-African thing that they said to me as a child.
But you do know, like, you came from a region that is known to have civil wars. You realize this, right?
So does the continent of origin
No,
of that
no, no,
particular
no,
person.
no,
That
no.
they have
I'm
wars too. They
talking.
have the
Hold on,
wars in you. Hang on. They have the wars
but
in Yugoslavia. They have the wars in the Middle East. They
ma'am,
have the wars
okay,
in Europe. They have
but
that. So that
all right,
person. Hang on. I just want to say this.
ma'am,
That
ma'am,
person
ma'am.
has
Let
no
me
right to
finish,
project.
ma'am,
Hang on.
ma'am.
That
Hold
person
on,
cannot project that onto me.
ma'am.
So that person's
Hold
not
on.
justified.
Okay, let me
Afrodimos,
finish.
you are really making a fool of
Let
yourself.
me let me finish.
Yes,
Let
I
me
think you
look
have, innit?
In
look
front of a
look.
white man, look at some
100%.
of the things you
Okay,
are saying.
100%.
all right. Hey, guys, please stop being rude on my show. If you
I'm
don't,
even embarrassed for you.
if you look, if okay, stop being rude on my show. If you don't like what I'm saying, just leave. Okay, don't tell me what you're embarrassed by. Let me have the conversation with the woman. Let's see where we're going. We are here for conversation. It's not about your fragile ego. If you have
Both
fragile,
sides can be true.
okay,
You can be
no,
attacked and yet be
let me
responsible
finish,
for your
sir.
safety.
Tunaja, I want us to get along. It's been a while since you've been up here. I don't want to have to kick you away. Please exercise some self-control. There's a white man on this panel. Just
Afridamus,
show
may I
some
say something?
respect. Just a
Hey,
sec.
Afridamus, bro.
After the lady, can
Eric.
I come in? Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Guys, let me just ask her this question, please. Let me just ask her the question. So, Afriel, what I was asking you, the point I'm making is, if you come from a country where there's like civil wars known for this and it's ongoing, I understand it's insensitive to some people for someone to ask that question to a child, but it's not too far-fetched to ask that question. There's nothing wrong with that. You see, there's nothing wrong. Hey, did you come because you're starving? The simple answer is no. What's wrong with that? But now, when you
No,
interpret it,
but
but you
that's
see what
that is
you
wrong.
see.
Are you
Hold
saying
on.
that
You
there's
see.
nothing
Wait a
wrong with
minute.
that?
Nope. If you were
So
from,
there's
if
nothing wrong for
man,
a person of European descent saying that my region of the world has all these issues, but their region of the world doesn't,
but
even though it
ma'am,
does.
is this woman a Canadian?
She's a person of European descent on
No,
indigenous territory.
is she Canadian?
She's a Canadian citizen.
Okay, you see, ma'am,
She's
I
on
understand. Okay,
Turtle Island. She's
okay,
on Turtle Island, and
okay,
Canada is
okay,
just
all
an
right,
entity
okay,
that her
ma'am,
ancestors created
ma'am,
in order to justify the ongoing
ma'am,
colonization of this
ma'am,
territory, which is
ma'am.
actually consistent and correct.
Okay, so this
She's
is
of
strange.
European descent regardless.
Okay, this is strange, guys. This is
I
very
agree.
strange. This is very strange. Think about this. This woman is from the Congo. Her parents moved there, let's say for whatever reason. Obviously Canada, they deemed it to be much better environment for her. Now she is telling the people of Canada, their country, she doesn't have to like it. She can just go back to where she come from. But she's saying they are not citizens. It's called Turtle Island. But ma'am, you said you are Canadian. You didn't say I'm from Turtle Island. This is the type of things I'm talking about, where people come to these Western worlds. Because you see, we've with Al, completely confused. See, when you migrate
Can I
on your
respond after
own,
that, brother? Yeah.
when you migrate on your own, because she's talking about Turtle Island, because that's pretty funny to me, to be honest. I can see if a black person said they're, like one of those Dan Calloway people, they would say these things. But like, I never thought like African would buy into this. Maybe a black American will, but I'm surprised. But let's allow Erie, go ahead. Damn, I'm over here over 5 hours. So we better wrap this up pretty quick. I'll have to edit this video. Go ahead, Erie.
Yeah, I think just back to the point that she was talking about, I think she was referring to the concept of race, how it started, and what utility it has. And I think there is a useful utility for race, for categorizing people even though it was subverted and used for wrong reasons, right? So I think one of the reasons why Africa is not developed as other nations is it didn't have the ethnic groups within Africa were much diverse. They didn't have a sense of collective self and identity. So I think their division worked against them. So I think that relates to her point. That's just what I think. And even the concept, even if you go to Nigeria, even the Yoruba ethnicity was created in 18 something, right? 19th century phenomena. So
Wait,
not
you said they created the Yoruba.
the Yoruba. I think the Fulani people labeled them with that name, right? So it's prior
What
to
the hell are
19
you
or 18.
talking about,
Okay,
man?
hold on. Okay, Mike. This I don't know. I think we're getting trolled today, but let's just allow this to go. Go
Yeah,
on, go on.
I think the same.
Okay, so I think the Yoruba means a deceptive or a deceptive something, right? The
What the
word
fuck?
Yoruba means, right? Yes, that's the
Mike,
Yariba.
let him say. Yeah. Go
It
ahead,
came
sir. Go
from
ahead.
it came from the word Yariba, which means a deceptive or a liar or untrustworthy.
I'm a
So
Fulani and I do not recognize that word.
Sir,
so
Al,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate to kick you away. Please, allow the man to tell us the history. The man read some books. Let him speak. Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
okay. Let him speak.
so these new ethnicities are new phenomena relative to other peoples. So the point I'm trying to make is collective sense of self or African ethnicities are very diverse. They're recent phenomena, and that's what created that's what kept African from developing earlier than they should because they didn't have collective sense of self in terms of because tribal nations are generally considered more primitive than nationhood because there's family, there's clan, there's tribe, there's ethnicity. So nationhood is built on those factors. So if you don't have a sense of strong national feeling early on, you're divided. You cannot build an empire to protect yourself. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, cool, good. Mike, I'll let you answer in a second, but let's allow
Oh,
the new person, and then we'll do the round. Objective hater, go for it. Objective, where you calling from?
I'm not calling from Canada. I
You're
just have
calling
a
from Canada too?
yeah, yeah.
From Turtle Island or like which island are you on?
This is the Federation of Canada.
Okay,
This is not Turtle Island.
okay, go for
Those
it.
people got conquered.
Objective, go for it. What do you want to add on to
I,
this?
I I actually had a question for you.
Okay,
So why do some of these panelists why do they hate the white man, but why do they love his milk and honey?
let me tell
They
you.
love his institutions, they love his countries, but at the same time they're bad mouthing him. It
Objective
doesn't
hater,
add up to me.
objective hater,
It's because they're doing what they're told. That's why. Just like
objective
they
hater.
consume what they hear and they believe it. Just like this man here just came here and said Yorubas means deceptive people. He consumed it somewhere and he accepted it as reality. They become part of his reality. That's just what the problem is. They don't know what they're doing. They're just doing what they're told. That's what it is.
The thing is, objective hater, this is the best question so far. Because the thing is, these people, they came and saw how the white man is living. You see? Even though they aspired to this,
Mhm.
now all of a sudden they started developing some hatred for the white man because they have superiority complex. They wish they can dominate the white man. You see? Instead of, going about their own lives. So when people say Africa, like people like Tuna just saying we are conquered, we fail, what he really means by that is Tuna thinks African countries should, be built like, let's say, America, the UK. So they are comparing, forgetting that like America is over 200 years plus. Our countries, these ideas, this is a new concept. You're
Yeah, yeah.
bringing different ethnicities together, but these people came to the West. They jumped onto the black bandwagon, which there's a difference between people coming from our nations, from tribal nations, we have our own nations. There's a difference, and there's nothing wrong with this. Our experiences are different. So when you want to intertwine the two, especially you are not even, that well versed in it, it causes the hatred for white people. It's jealousy. That's how I look at it. Period. It's just jealousy. You say you hate the white man, but you over in the queen's palace drinking the queen's tea or serving the.
Can I say something?
Let's allow the queen's one of the queen's reps to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't hate white people. They are doing what they are supposed to do. Neither
We
do I
know.
this. They are
We
doing what
know.
they're supposed to do.
We know. You
Our
live in their country.
problem is self-inflicted by people that don't want to realize that this world is a world where you have competition, you have rivals. Our problem as a race is because we never really started operating as a race. Even when we call Europeans white people and we call ourselves black people, we don't act as black people.
How do black people act?
We act individually, like you are doing. You are a ruggedly individual person that feels like everybody has to walk around being inefficiently doing their own thing separately.
Okay,
Why
Tunaja, let me ask you this. Tunaja, let me ask you this, for example, right? So you have an idea of how people should be like, right?
It's how it is. How should
Okay. So I believe that I have vision, I have agenda, and I focus on that agenda, and that's what I work on. That's what I want to do. You see? Like I don't have to care who likes it, who doesn't like it, as long as I'm not violating any rules, I'm not hurting anyone. I have the right to live my life as I see it fit, just like everyone else. But that doesn't mean you do not care about other people. The great sign of caring is how you even treat yourself, how you go about life.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
if you feel less than about yourself, there's no way I can trust you, because you are a weak person internally already. But if you're strong and I see the way you treat yourself, the way you handle your business, then you won't be seen as a weak link. But you see, if we all work on what we are great at, we develop it. You develop yours, I develop mine, somebody else does, and people are like, okay, they go to Africa, everybody brings their knowledge. It's not going to be everyone, but majority do this. You don't have to, you don't have to. Here's the thing, you don't have to preach. Hold on, you don't have to preach to anybody about anything. You will just do your thing. The people that admire you or enjoy the things you're doing, they will interact with you. If it's a business, because we have to do business in life, the people that like your business, it doesn't matter what your skin color is. If they really need that service and you're the best person for it, trust me, they will solicit your business.
Mask to Niger question, please.
They will, guys, hold on. They will solicit your business. So when you say individual, Tunaya, I cannot think like you guys. I cannot do that to myself. Do you know what will
Are you saying
happen?
every individual white man is not living his life individually? Is that what you're saying? So every individual white man wake up in the morning and has to go look for another white man, and they have to sit down and decide what to do together as a race. Is that what you're saying?
I will regard that as a question. Eri, do you have a question?
Yeah. To Niger, I think your point is based on a Pan-African understanding of Africa, I believe. So I'm gonna ask you this, right? So when you say this, there is a monolithic culture or race group called Black. Is that? Do you clarify what you mean by we're not on code, or is there a race called Black, or who is your constituency when you're trying to build this collective? Africa is very diverse, as you know, right? So who is in that group and who's outside, or like if we are supposed to move as a monolithic group, are you based on a Western understanding of what's black, or you have your own understanding of a black race? Is there even a race called black?
I have my own understanding of black race. It's not very
Tell
confusing.
us. Tell
When you
us.
have,
Tell us.
can I finish? When you have Europeans that call themselves white, you have Africans that are black, especially the sub-Saharan Africans and the diaspora. We are considered black. The diaspora that is of descent from Africa are black people. So the problem is that we have not operated as a collective. Europeans act as a collective. We keep acting. It's not because every individual man walks around being individual, but in terms of when it comes to a higher level, they operate as a group.
Government
That's why
to
you have
government.
NATO. That's how you have. That's why you have the EU. That's how. That's why you have
Tunaja.
so many
Tunaja.
organizations that they used to
Tunaja.
work together.
Tunaja.
Just
We have
let him
AU.
finish, Afridamos. Just let him
Hold
finish.
on,
So
no, hold
The
on.
word,
We have
I
a
don't want to
the word
forget.
to
Wait,
destroy
Tunaja,
that narrative.
Tunaja. In Africa, we have the AU, we have ECOWAS. You know, in East Africa, they have their own thing going on. You are talking about
Yes.
government. You are talking about government to government. You know, literally, what you're like in the EU, for instance, the people they can move about in the EU. You go now in West Africa, this always have been the people in those countries, they move about, people trade with each
The
other,
phone treaty.
you know. Yeah, they form treaties, you know, like this is going on, this has been going on.
And it's
So
all
I
based
don't.
on interest, not race.
Yeah,
It's all based
yeah.
on
Let me
So
interest.
let me explain
so
something
so
to you.
so here's the thing, Tunaja, for instance, Tunaja, you are black, right?
Mhm.
And I'm black, obviously, as you can see, unless you try to dispute it. But for instance, let's say, are you telling me, no matter what, if even let's say you have certain business that I have zero interest in, I would never solicit it, I'm not interested in it, right? Or I have a business, you have no interest in it. Are you telling me just simply because we're both blacks, you know, we should somehow force this? You know, like I force product on you that you don't like, or you force a product on me that I don't like or need, you know, but
No,
we
of
should
course
just
not.
take
Why
it.
would anybody do that?
Okay, so,
You paint it
humans, let's.
black and you both take it.
Okay,
No, just because
so
he's black doesn't mean I should buy
okay,
a black
like
product.
like two
What
Niger,
kind of talk is that?
you two Niger, for instance, just like every human, you know, you are no different. It's about interest. To Niger, there's plenty of countries you went past, or in Africa, all the way you find yourself in the Queensland, and this very people, the white people, you know, you went even to the Queen's country, the one that you're saying colonize your country. That's where you went to. So it will be hard to take you serious. It will be hard for us to believe you believe that white people are bad, because all
Who
these
said
people
that
that
white
are
people are
wait,
bad? You just keep
hold
putting
on,
them bad.
all these
I never
people.
said they
Let
were
me
bad.
finish. All
They
these
are
people.
doing what they are supposed
Wait,
to do.
wait. All these Pan Africans, like I see here in America, and the ones online, these, because it's you UK people, somehow you're obsessed with, you know, America. I don't know why, but you somehow you have blacks, Africans coming from Africa to the Western world, to the Europeans' land. You weren't forced to this place. You weren't put in chains. But then you go sit over there complaining about how bad the white people are, and you did not purchase your ticket and leave forthwith. I can take you guys
You
serious,
see, that's
man.
very funny, isn't it? You mentioned that because I've said it. I was just saying it earlier on that there
And
is
by the way,
something
Tunaya,
called
let me add this. Tunaya, let me add this. You said I'm individualistic. Tunaya, I happen to employ a lot of people in America here and on the continent. But proceed.
Thank you for doing that. See,
No,
I've said
I
earlier.
don't need your thanking. I need the business to run. My
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. I know. I'm just. You see, you won't even take yes for an answer. You know, it's
I
fine.
need I need competent,
It's okay. That's
competent
no soul
people.
that you wouldn't even take yes for an answer. It's okay. See, the point is that if listen, I've said this earlier on that when we come here to the West, it's not so dissimilar to when we sold our people to the West. Yeah, let me say this, because I hear Nigerians all the time. They will talk about how Nigerians go overseas and do very well. It's almost like a thing now, where they don't do very well for their country, they go overseas to do very well for foreigners. So is it that different from what was happening 200, 300, 400 years ago? It's not so different. Now,
Like what's not different?
We take ourselves to the West.
You say what's not different?
The fact that people are moving from the continent to the West to come and serve the West. The machine that is responsible for grinding.
No, they're not going to serve. They're going to make a living.
So
are you getting the Chinese coming to Africa to serve us?
So Tunaya. So the Chinese
have wised up and they used it to empower themselves. That's
okay. So Tunaya. You said the China. So Tunaya, you think you know, like us here, like let's say in America, right? So we're just here, we're just fools, you know, we're not taking advantage of the opportunities. Is that what you're telling us?
Your opportunity, you're thinking, okay, see, on balance, given some of the things you have done, if one looks at the results, yes, but your mindset is not the type that says, trying to do it to fix the things. The Chinese
know that.
Let me tell you. I hear what he's been saying all day, isn't he? It's like saying that, oh yeah, white man, they don't need to do anything to us.
But you live in their country, bro. How
you can live in their country. The Chinese president's daughter is in the US. That does not mean that he doesn't have issues with the US.
Tunaya, I will not. I can assure you. If I feel the way like some of you feel, if I truly feel that way, trust me. Trust and believe. I will literally pack up my stuff and bounce. Obviously, some of you that's been following, you know that I have no problem entering the plane. You know, I go to different places. I have no problem if I ever feel the way some of you feel. See, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not gonna be living in somebody's country, the white man's land, you know, and pretend and say I hate the white man. I have sense, you know. I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. Like, first of all, do you know, even in our African saying, in our African culture, most common culture, especially us in Gambia, this is like they say, you going into somebody's father's home and beating your chest, telling strangers that are coming, you know, you cannot enter this home here. It is not your father's home. Or you arguing with the children of that compound, saying you have a piece, you are entitled to that compound. You know, in our African context, that is a big shame. Isn't that a big shame, Mike?
Absolutely, man.
That is a big shame. In our that is a big shame. Allow Al.
Right now.
This is a big shame. So this is what they say. If you don't like another man's, you know, egusi soup, you go make your own egusi soup.
May I respond to that one, Afridamus? May I respond to that one? Let me just say a point about that one, Afridamus. Let me just say that about that one, right? So now, like, say for example, in America or in these Western countries, the moment you become a citizen, you have a full right to participate in the democratic process of that country, right? So you are allowed to criticize the system, whether it's being racism, discrimination, or something, right? So, say for example, if you go to America and you become a naturalized citizen, right, you can use your vote. Yeah, so you are allowed to use your vote to influence. You are a part of this country, so you cannot say you just come to this country and criticize the establishment because now once you come here, you are part of America. So as an American,
I know this. No, there's difference between criticizing and being ridiculous and expressing how you pretty much hate the place. You know what I'm saying? You're just complaining. It's like, okay, I'm not talking about you. Not you, Tunaya. I'm not you. I'm just talking, like, literally. Imagine us that are on this panel. I don't know about you guys. Imagine, Mike, somebody, you are in Nigeria. You know, you see some foreigners always They're talking about how Nigerian people, how Nigerian people are the devil, are evil. Mike, would you take that?
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say, hey, you
you
know,
have a right
in
to say that. Yeah.
I would say in the Nigerian law, yeah, you have a freedom of speech, but I'll also tell you that, dude, you sound
Yeah.
ridiculous, man. What the fuck are you doing here, dude? Like, I mean, like, hey, I would ask you, dude, I would be kind of
Okay.
genuine. I would say, hey,
Let me ask you
explain.
guys this though.
Hold on,
Let me
guys.
ask
Let
you
me
guys
read
this.
this. Wait.
Can
Let me
I
read this.
can I come in now? Because
Hold on.
everyone been talking all along.
Yes.
Let me come in, yeah?
Yeah. Let me
Let me come
read
in.
this. Let me read this, and we'll allow Al, and we're gonna close here in a sec because it's been 6 hours. I can't even believe this.
No
MS
problem.
Delta,
Let's go.
thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, as a FBA, I love the USA. Afridamus is invited to the FBA barbecue. Exactly, because you see, FBA people don't want people to lie to them, or
You
being
probably
whiny.
attend KKK barbecue too. At
What?
this rate, I say you
What?
probably be happy to attend the KKK barbecue too. At this rate, no.
To
This is
Niger.
not okay. Let me
To
ask you.
Niger.
I don't know, Aphrodimos, are you going to attend if the
Yes.
KKK invites you? I told you he's going to go.
Marcos
What's
Garvey.
wrong with getting a free barbecue to Nigeria? If it's
Free,
gonna be safe, there's nothing wrong
Marcos
with
Garvey.
enjoying your free.
Tunaja. Did you know Marcos Garvey went to the KKK barbecue?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but
And
you will go.
Can I come in now?
Aphrodimos is going to defend his people. You are going there to sell your people. That's the difference.
No.
people?
Going to a free barbecue has nothing to do with selling anybody.
Wait,
Massa and all the rest. That's what you're going to go there and do.
So now you have to understand something. All this talk has nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with action. Actual action. It's just talk. All this internet, YouTube, street beef. It's just talk. At the end of the day, people just talk.
How do you know?
Listen, if these FBA people does have called me so many names, everything. At the end of the day, if they invite me to a barbecue to come and eat, I'll come and eat. I don't have intention to harm them.
Tunaja thinks it's like hate. No, it's not hate.
It's not hate.
Look,
It's just
I would
different
like
views.
different.
That's
Yeah,
what it is.
and Tunaja, you think black people here are sitting being butthurt? No, the black people are having a great time. Hold on. Let me read this. MS Delta. Hold on. MS Delta said, thank you, MS Delta, for the $5 super chat again. He said, people criticize the USA because it's easy and they know they got their blue passport. Exactly.
Right.
He's
Okay,
telling the
okay.
truth. Al,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, and
Thank
then
you.
we're gonna do our closing statement. 6
No
hours,
problem.
so it would be easy for me to,
Wrap it up.
edit this video. Let's not go longer. Go ahead.
No problem. First of all, to be honest with you, listening to your show today is actually the most surprising and shocking program I ever listened to in my entire life. I have white friends in the UK. Yeah, I love white people dearly, and I love everyone for who they are. I don't sit there and choose, oh, you're black or white. In fact, some of my white friends, yeah, have highlighted the injustices of black people, yeah, what black people are facing. They've been out there standing up for black people and done the right thing. So it's not all white people are the same, right? So just to make that clear. And also, I cannot believe, Aphrodemos, as a black African, you sit there in 6 hours defending institutional racism in the West against your own people. And for the fact that you're happy to attend the KKK, yeah, barbecue, people are actually happy to lynch your own people. I mean, if that is not shocking to any human being, regardless of your color, skin,
No, not to celebrate with them,
religion,
just to
or
enjoy free
race,
lunch. That's what it
yeah,
is. Just
can
to
you
get
shut
free
up
food.
for a minute? I don't want to hear you clown talking anymore longer, please.
Hey, can you define
You go
institutional
on,
racism, by the way?
you, you,
Afridamus, have you defined
I want him
institutional
to
racism.
define it for me.
Institutional racism is all over the place, right? Okay, right. For example, um, institutional racism. I'll give it. What do you want me to start? Like if you're applying for a job, right, where they can actually reduce it to the point, yeah, the job would be, the criteria would be harder for you to be accepted as a person of color than as a person of Caucasian. It's been this. Listen to me. I'm not making this up.
So
It's
this
been
happens
reported.
in America.
It's happening in the UK. It's happening in the
Okay.
UK where I'm living at, right? Now I'm just saying. Let me
we
just finish. Let
in
me
the
just finish.
UK we
Let
do
me
not
come in
live.
here. Let me come
That's
in
not
here.
institutional.
you let me. It's institutional racism. The police
Sure.
force, yeah, will profile people of color, yeah, and target them, yeah, because of their color skin. It's institutional racism, right? And there's so I can sit there and drill it for you all day. You're happy to sit down and please your white master, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for your own gain, yeah, for your own gain, yeah, and sell the rest of your black race, yeah, and pretend, it's all good, right? I mean, it's really shocking. I mean, coming from the Gambia, as a black brother, you mentioned your Soninke, coming from such a rich culture and such a rich people, you know what? You have really disappointed me tonight, and I wish I never listened to this show. And for your white brother there that's sitting there saying, "You know who I am," and da da da. You don't know me, bruv. I grew up with black, white, mixed race people all over here in the
All right.
UK.
Al,
I do
Al,
not look
thank you.
down on you,
Al,
bruv. Yeah,
Al, you,
you have a
Al,
great
Al,
night.
Al, thank you. You've said enough. Let's allow Maroon. Maroon, are you there?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. Why was the first thing GoBlack's Africa did when he went to South Africa, if he was a Pan-Africanist? Because we know Pan-Africanist means like the complete liberation, unification of Africa. What was the first thing he did was to talk about apartheid? Like, does that make sense? Like, he didn't want to talk about the construction industry that's owned by Black South Africans that are in construction, that are mining. I know the South African rand is like 16 to the dollar. They didn't want to talk about that. But they want to talk about apartheid. Isn't that kind of disrespectful?
You know, for me, in a way, you have to, in a way, if somebody looks at it, they might come to that conclusion. But I think it's good that he went and spread that information, and the South Africans pushing back and having the conversation, because there's so many of these Pan Africans, and even here in America, there are people that believe in this. So for them to watch and see how the South Africans are like, no, 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 that's not how it is here. I think that's the positive about it, because it is definitely a thought process, and he brought it to the forefront, and we learned. But if it's about Pan-Africanism, I'm confused why he's not highlighting the positive things, the achievements of the Black South Africans. I'm with you on that. And MS Delta, thank you again. He said, my grandfather lived to be 90 and grew up in segregation in the south of USA. He never complained, but told us to focus on what we was doing. You can't control what people think. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, MS Delta again. All right. Ari, go ahead. And then we'll come to KBM, then Tunaja, then Mike. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ari.
I think the truth is somewhere in between, in the middle. I think you are more of a pacifist in terms of discrimination and the historical injustice Black people suffered, whereas Al and everybody else their idea might be true, but their language is not productive. I think white master and all those inflammatory words, I don't think are the way to go about it. But he's right that there is institutional racism. I think you two are like, in terms of what to do about it, I think that's where the disagreement is, what approach to take. I don't think anybody would deny there is institutional racism in the West, but the approach people should take is determinantal. I think that's where the problem is. So that's all I have to say about what I listened so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. All right. KBM, go for it.
Yeah. So basically, what was her name? Freely, who's actually Kafri Akabulian in the chat. So basically, I felt the tension in her voice before she even called me out to ask the first question. And of course, I've never had anybody ask me those questions. And no, I don't know exactly the answer. Sounds like she's book read. She's looked up some stuff to get to where she is and to make the type of comments that she's making in the comment section. So first of all, it was a European who created quote unquote racism. So it was one man. So you can't say it was the Europeans. It's just like yesterday when the president of Ghana says Africa should have reparations. I don't think, just like we're talking about yesterday, a lot of Africans were disappointed in how he worded the whole damn thing. And he doesn't speak for everybody. So this one person that created racism doesn't speak for everybody in Europe. So therefore, you really can't say the Europeans created racism. It was a European who created racism. Okay. And as far as she said something in the comments about they built power, a powerful institution around racism. Well, in Europe, before racism was even invented by this one guy, they already had institutions of power all the way back to the Greeks. So therefore, your whole argument or your statement is totally flawed. And I don't know if you were like this in the Congo, and I highly doubt it, but you got indoctrinated when you came to the West. You're a typical immigrant who gets indoctrinated when you come to the West because your talking points are weak and you're very angry and you're angry for no reason, to be honest with you. And if you can't get over your butthurt feelings, that's your fault. It's not my fault. It's not my tribe's fault. And it's not any other European's fault in Europe.
Well, there's plenty of flights that fly from Turtle Island to that part of Africa. Just FYI. And MS Delta, thank you so much. He said, Afridamus, tell your African brothers, stop hating on your blue passport. Exactly. To Niger, you hear that?
I'm good.
Thank you, Kibim. Thank you. All right. Now we have to Niger. And Mike would go last because Mike is, actually an American citizen, so he gets priority.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Listen, for me anyway, I think what we exhibit is a serious lack of threat assessment instinct that most people have. And whatever Europeans have achieved, they worked hard and made the necessary sacrifice to achieve it for themselves. And to say that Europeans invented racism, you can argue that
a European, not Europeans, a European.
A European, it doesn't matter. The event had already occurred. You see, sometimes because of what was happening in the world then, they didn't have direct contact with so many parts of the world. So when these groups went out then, they had to coalesce to say, you know what, we are now a group. That's how the Yorubas were actually created too. When they went through that slavery and all that period, they had to coalesce to form a group. Even when before then they were not seeing themselves as a group, they were seeing themselves as just little tribes all over the place. So that's the same effect that has happened to the Europeans, whereby that so-called one guy created racism. He didn't invent racism. Racism is just an act of a group of people deciding to, for their own interests, against another group. That is basically what racism is. And for better or for worse, it's a good thing for the people practicing it to protect themselves. Like the Chinese now, when they practice it to protect themselves, like the way they're doing with Taiwan right now, it's not a bad thing, because if you say Europeans should just come in and do whatever they like with their territory, yeah, the Europeans should take over that territory before long. So you have to defend yourself. And we as black people, we need to realize that I'm not saying that you shouldn't relate to white people, you should hate white people and all the rest of it. You should also understand that they are also rivals. It's not by coincidence that many of our countries are doing so badly. It's not because of our IQ. It's not because we are of different tribes. It's because we are in competition. And why shouldn't they be in competition with us? We have so much resources. We have one of the best continents on earth. We are the genetic base of humanity. And we sit there thinking that these things, we can hold on to these things and nobody will compete with us. They are going to compete with us. And if we don't compete back, it's on us.
So
that is our own weakness.
I want to ask you this before you leave. So are you like suggesting we practice racism too? Whatever that is.
In a way, that's what I'm saying. You have to protect your own. Nobody will protect your own.
No.
Any people that
I answer my question. Your solution is we, the blacks from the Black Factory, we should practice blackism.
Yes, you have to protect your own. Yes, okay. Definitely. If you don't protect your own, any people that outsource their survival or security to other people, they forfeited their right to survive. It's that simple. You can't. Who else is going to protect you if you don't protect your own?
So okay. So you, like, what are we protecting again? I mean, you're in the UK, right? It's mostly whites over there. right? I mean, I believe those people are. It's a what? They are white. Those are white country, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask. Okay. Thank you, too,
I
Niger.
am here because I am part of the system that the person that made the same mistake that our forefathers have made, where we travel and go and build other people's country
Well,
instead
you
of
can.
building our own. I've
I
made the
think
same
that
mistake,
they still
and
have.
I'm
They have.
trying my best to make up for it. So the question
Tunanja, I
is,
can't say
how much
we.
are we
Say
all
we.
making up? I'm saying I am making up for it. Like I use I actually, so stop it. I
Well,
am making up for it
Tunaja,
myself.
here's,
We
you
all
know
need
what,
to make up for it in our own way.
Tunaja, you've been working hard to try to bring me on that side, but I'll give you my word. The moment you buy that plane ticket and move away from that queen back to Nigeria, I'll become a Pan-Africanist through and through.
Wow.
Every show, it would only be about blackism.
You will see now. Someday I'll probably return back, and it doesn't mean that I wouldn't be returning back here. So, you see, the thing, what you are forgetting to understand is that even on the continent, we may own the land, but we don't control anything. Not real power. We don't really control our destiny. We don't control our defenses.
Why do you keep saying
I control my destiny, Tunanja.
Yeah, you control your destiny in your head now, like somebody that's high. Keep controlling your destiny in your head like somebody that is high. You I don't know why you say that all the time. Like you just think you can't just say words.
Yeah,
I don't
what's
mean
killing us
anything.
is this
What do you
we
control?
thing.
You don't control anything.
Really?
No, you don't. You can control the food you eat. You can control the house you go to.
So, but Tunaja,
I control my life, man.
Tunaja, what else do you want? Okay, the man controls the
saying
food.
us
What
as a
else
people,
does he need to
we don't control
control?
our resources. I'm saying us as a people, we don't control our resources. Look at Congo today. Look at Nigeria. Look at Africa today.
Wait.
We control our resources.
Wait. Where I'm from, in my hometown, my village, everything that's around me, I control it. We control it. I don't know. I don't see any white man that's there taking anything.
That's why your village is one of. See,
No. Have you been there?
Have you been to his village?
If you go to his village, you are going to fall inside the
where am I
culture of
from?
that village. This guy, you are in not part of Yoruba territory.
Where am I from?
Wait, Tunaja, you said if you go to his village, you're gonna fall in what?
Yeah, a gutter will swallow you before.
You never been to the man's village. Why are you?
Tunaja, just because.
So stop saying that stuff like you control.
Tunaja, just because where you're from in Niger Delta, someone else is controlling your stuff doesn't mean they're controlling my stuff. Okay, you speak for yourself.
National budget is $26 billion.
Oh, yeah.
Healthcare
Here we
budget
go.
is $200 billion, over $200 billion. I am telling you, you are living on scraps. It's just that, period. You can't pretend as if.
What does that have to do with me, man? Am I the decision maker? Am I the policy maker?
For you, it's nothing to do with you. But in reality, your wealth today, if you were like a European, your wealth today would be a lot greater. That's what you don't understand. You are conditioned and you're already used to being poor, relatively poor.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know I'm poor? How do you know I'm used to being poor? How do you know I'm poor?
Okay, if we take an average of the earnings in your town, how rich are you? Yes.
Well, the people are doing relatively well.
Somebody from this is Hampshire in the UK. No, you can't.
No. Listen. Where I'm from, right? The people are in control of what nature gave them, which is their surrounding environment. They have soil, they are waterways, everything they have in the environment where God gave them. They're in full control of it. Now, just because they are not advanced as Europeans, technologically and all those things, doesn't mean something is wrong with them or they're poor.
Who cares about the water?
What Europeans have, listen.
Oil under the ground, the gold.
There's no oil in mine. I'm speaking of where I'm from. Maybe in your where you speak. That's why I keep telling you. Speak about where you're from. Don't say we. If they're taking oil in your soil, in your ground.
What resources do you have?
You know, Tunaja, to be fair, you shouldn't be saying we. You know, Tunaja, usually when people say their last piece, I would kick them out. But I have St. James. Maybe he would address some things you said. But we'll allow Mike also to say his part. And MS Delta, thank you again for the super chat. You see, Tunaja, what is happening here? MS Delta is FBA. If he thinks the show wasn't, spreading good message,
empowering ADOS, those are like crazies, man.
So why do you think those people, that you are talking of, they like, the show here?
They believe in black separatism. They believe in divide and they believe in separating the groups.
So
that's
is that
what he believes in.
That's why they like. That's why you think they like my show.
Yeah, because they see you, pushing their agenda. Ask him whether he believes in black people working together.
Look, this guy believes in black people working together. You see, he's super chatting over here. The man sponsored the entire show. And you know what? Let me read what he wrote. He said, "Thank you, MS Delta, for the $5 super chat again. You have whites, Europeans credit. They built strong empires and countries. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Why Africans not learning from them?"
That's a fair
Boom!
point.
The man said it all. He spoke my language. Mike, go ahead.
No, he didn't speak your language. You don't like that. I said as much, but you don't like it when I say it.
No, you didn't say it. If you said it, I would support it. Go ahead.
See, I was once on Daniel's Lemaire's show, and they were talking about movies and all these things and things that they consume. And I went there, I told them, I said, listen, I think it's very important that people need to be careful how you send your children to movies, and just be careful with things that your children consume, because a lot of these people, the way they think and what they think is all due to things that they've been consuming, And
Right.
so, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like you rightly said earlier, these people get indoctrinated into this mindset of the black and jumping on this black wagon or whatever you call it, this black
victimhood mindset.
Which wagon is all about misery, victimhood, depression, conquest, being conquered. If you have that kind of mindset, there's no way you can advance as a human being. The first thing as a human is to first free yourself, free your mind, see yourself as a person, and know what potential a man, your potential as an individual, what you can become, how you can take on the world. Once you get there established, build yourself first before you can start considering this whole race coming together as a race and this kumbaya. This thing, it's a kumbaya thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Seeing and just like you said, Alfred, evil has no color. And I'm glad I'm glad that I realized that early on, because where I am today, if I begin to look at my steps, I got to where I am to be this business owner, all the successes I've had. If I had to look at the people I have come across along the way, they had to open doors for me.
Right.
There are people of different colors. I had a Hispanic guy that opened the door for me. I had a white guy that helped, even this white guy has actually helped me to acquire this contract I just acquired right now. I had an Asian guy that I once met, took him to lunch, had a conversation with him, and he scoped me to ideas, But if I had been thinking like these guys with this, it's all black, just stay away from this other race, so they help, look what they did to us and all these things, and I was giving white people attitude, giving everyone attitude, judging people based on their skin color, focusing on black, being black. There's no way I'll be right here today.
Black. Yeah.
Blackity black.
Black.
I would have literally blocked myself off. I would have really. I don't think I'll be where I am, And then when I also look at it, just like I gave you earlier, if I do my conduct an analysis, most of the people that have done evil to me, most of the people that actually done me wrong, I'm not saying black people are inherently evil or anything. That's been my own people, man. So what's this whole race thing? What's this all about?
I agree.
Now,
go ahead then. Go ahead.
To be fair, to be balanced, to be fair. Now, I'm not saying that blacks or people of African countries or African people cannot come together to work for a common interest or common goal, but it shouldn't be about race or things like that. Like you rightly said earlier, that Europeans, they came together and did something. Those were on the governmental level. It was all treaties and based on interest. You understand? That's what it is. It wasn't simply because their skin color. They just say, we are white automatically. Let's do something together. They have to make sure they agree. They have to do series of conferences to make sure everyone put their interest on the table, see what they can get out of whatever they want to do together. So if you guys are saying you blacks want to do something, you want to actually do something together, you have to come on the table and discuss terms and conditions and see what you want to do. And it has to be based on progress, some progressive issues, not the white man, or we have to come together to hate white people, and we have to be these were victims of them, and I don't believe in all that stuff.
Yeah, well, you don't have to hate somebody else for you to be better. Just go.
You just need to do what you need to do to be better.
Yeah,
If you
just
want to,
go
if you want to
do.
be like, if you want to build your so-called black race, all you guys have to do is come together, figure out how you can do it, and do it. You
Yeah.
don't need to say we have to be lovey, we have to be warm-minded, we have to be these all hold hands. When you know for a fact that there's never a time in human history where entire race of people hold hands and did kumbaya. Even these Europeans are talking about, and the Italian does not see an Englishman as, oh, we have
No,
the same mindset.
but even simply like when some of these people talk, they act like white people are just coming together.
Coming,
Look,
yeah, coming
like
together.
white people are
You guys
just.
just make strawman arguments
Hold
constantly.
on, Tunaja. Why you? I didn't even interrupt you. You're interrupting me. In fact, here, let me read this for you. MS Delta. Thank you for the $5 super chat again. Look, MS Delta is an American, okay, a true red-blooded American. So let me read what he wrote, so you can hear this, Tunaja, with your ears. I hope you're listening. He said, Tunaja, we ADOS/FBA want to see Africa to be successful. So Tunaja, these people have nothing against Africa. They want Africa. They want Africa. They want to see Africa, prosper, just like me here. That I want Africa to prosper.
I asked
This is
myself that.
this
You
is
say
why.
stuff like that, but empowering Edos goes out there and release some vile videos that even no other group will ever release about this is the black people, and he supports her. You see, that's the
Well,
thing.
but
I don't know.
Tunaja, here's the thing. You cannot be upset at people for supporting whatever they are supporting. You have to. There,
So if he's supporting KKK now, then
Tunaja,
you need to stay. When he says this,
Tunaja. Do you know you support people that I consider to be worse than the KKK? Like you go to some channels, that's like the
Tariq
Wakandan
Nigeria
channel.
says so. He says,
Yeah, the Wak-
I've never met a KKK. Listen,
are you serious?
Yeah.
Tunaja, I've never met a KKK that says something as terrible as Tariq has been saying about
Tunaja, what year do we
Nigeria.
live in? Tunaja, what year do
Okay,
we
you
live
sitting here
in?
telling me KKK is the worst enemy? Are you kidding me?
Tunaja, you don't even see KKKs. Tunaja,
Our own worst enemy from that point.
Tunaja's never seen KKK, but KKK is his worst enemy.
Yeah, Tunaja,
No, I said
they don't.
we are our own worst enemy.
Tunaja, they don't have the
Just
KKK. Like
doing what they do.
I'm sure some are gonna say now they put the robe down, they're wearing something. But let's allow KBM. I don't want to go way too far into this. KBM, go ahead, and then we'll have St. James. Go ahead, KBM.
Okay, I was going to ask where'd you go, St. James, but this is going to be basically a reaction to the one earlier who was going in on Nigerians, saying that Nigerians are taking advantage of other Africans to get over. Yeah, Al. So let me say this. I've never heard that before. I don't even think that's even a conversation within Nigerian groups that I've ever heard before. Like seriously, out of 17 years, I never heard such a thing. But this is what I want to get my point to. If you're going to be that disgusted at Nigerians for whatever reason, I have a Nigerian friend here in the U.S., a little bit younger than me. He wouldn't take no for an answer. He does a lot of things for a lot of people. He's a philanthropist. And he doesn't brag about anything he does for anybody else. People brag about him for what he does. So what he did for me last year is he bought me a round trip ticket to Kenya and back. All right. I paid, I live in Kenya, but at that time I wasn't even going to go to Kenya. He just said, I'm going to pay for your ticket, go hang out with the wife, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. This is a Nigerian.
Mm-hmm.
A Yoruba Nigerian. He doesn't talk ill about anybody. Works hard, has investments. He gets paid well at a job to pay for his. I'm not even going to say his name or anything like that. But
look,
what I'm trying to say is,
when they have money, most of them, they are very generous with their money.
Yeah,
you gotta give that to them.
He's very generous, and I've told him that a few times. I was like, man, I don't know anybody as generous as you. I mean, I take my hat off to you, like seriously. And he's helped a lot of people.
You hear that too, Niger?
In the U.S., he's helped people in Africa.
In Africa, that's what I would like to know what he's doing in this thing. Whether he's transferring some of all that prosperity back to his
Of course he is. Tunaja, why are you playing these games?
I'm just asking. I don't know anything. We don't know anything about him, so let's not.
No. I think you missed the part where I said, he does things for people here in America. He also does things for people back in Africa. He's helped
Good to
Kenyans,
know.
he's helped Zambians, he's helped Nigerians. You know, he's paid for their tickets. He's held up contests for them to do things so they can win legitimately, so they can go, you know, further their YouTube careers or what have you. And he's done things outside of YouTube. So, like I said, I'm not going to say his name, but this is what he did for me, right? Just because that's what he wants to do for people.
That's good. I'm glad that he's a great human being. You know, you always have
Yes.
great human beings that
Th-
are
thank,
not.
thank you, KBM,
Tunaja,
for
let me tell you about the
You're
way
welcome.
the Yoruba
But
culture. Let me
even
teach you.
KBM understands that what the Europeans did, they did it for themselves, and they built their own systems for themselves. And KBM, if you, what do you think that our people should not do the same thing for themselves?
I think people
Well,
should always do things for their own country to better themselves, no matter what. That's just the natural
Exactly.
thing to
That's
do.
all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That Aphrodemos has been fighting me about all day.
really,
Yes.
guys. You know what? Those of
Yes.
you that are coming to watch this video, make sure you remember what Tunaj is saying here. Go back and rewind this and listen to what
You
he's saying.
literally wanted to accuse me of racism. I'm telling you that we need to take care of our business. You can't expect other people to treat us kindly. And all these people that complain about
But
racism,
but
see,
but
one
why
thing
why
can be true.
why is
Just
that,
because racism exists
Tunaj?
doesn't mean you still shouldn't take responsibility for yourself.
Tunaj, but why is that even and something that needs to be said? Like every child, as far as I know, that you should have been taught. Like I would think before you grew up, like you would have known this as a child. I would think. Like you don't need to come on the internet for people to tell you that. The moment you left your home country, especially, there's a reason why you left. You don't need someone on the internet to tell you about, you should do for self and understand to do things for your people, like better yourself. Nobody
better your
people don't
life,
nobody
do
needs to
have good
tell you that.
attitude, treat people
Yeah.
nice, and people will
Better
judge you based on
yourself
that.
and better your people. Your people need it now.
Well, when you're in a position to better your people, you do it. But if you're not in a position, like for example, people will tell me, look at the chat. You have people like Carla Genesis who tell you, Mike, why aren't you in Nigeria building Nigeria? Well, donate some money to.
Everybody
Well,
can
listen.
contribute
Put me
one
in.
way
Make
or
me
the
the
other.
president of Nigeria, and then you can ask me that question, or give me some money and show me what you want me to go build, and I'll go build it. But you
Look
can't tell me that I should go build Nigeria when I'm not in a position
look
to
at
go
look
build
at this.
Nigeria. I have to.
Hold on.
What I can do right now, I'm only in a position to build my life and my family at this point. So
Okay,
that's
look
what
at
I'm
this.
doing, and that's what
Look
a
at
real
this.
man's supposed to do. That's the noble thing to do. You start by building yourself, build your family, build people around you, and then as you progress, if you get to the position where you can build a nation, you go build a nation. That's the way it
Right.
works. And this
Okay.
idea of why are you in America? Why are you here? Why are you
Who
there?
says that?
That's a slave mentality.
You started your
It's,
straw man
it's,
argument
it's,
again.
it's only it's only someone with a slave mentality that wait for somebody
It's gone straw
to
now.
tell him
It's
where
gone
to
straw.
be
You know
and
what?
where
I
not
will
to
have a
be.
name for it. I think this is what I call the mic dribble. When he sees that he doesn't have any point to make, he goes into a straw man argument.
Now
Nobody said why
he has strong points, but let me read this. MS Delta, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, to Niger, there are plenty of poor white people in the USA. New York and London is not representative of all white people in the West. MS Delta, thank you so much for putting some sense into to Niger over here. To Niger really thinks very highly of white people. I don't know if To Niger,
are you saying? I never.
works. I think To Niger works at the Buckingham Palace. He doesn't
He
want to tell
attributes
us.
all progress to white people and attributes
Yeah,
all failure
Oh
to
my
black
yeah,
people.
God!
yeah, yeah. He
Mike,
pushes. All he does
Mike,
is shine,
Mike, Mike
shine,
is
shine
wrong.
light, shine light on African failures, and
Failure,
uplift European
Seriously,
might and
success.
power. He thinks we don't know. We are onto you too, Niger. You can keep us down. We are gonna keep pushing. You
the
can't
whole
keep us
the
down.
whole episode was about us not taking responsibility. I keep saying we can take responsibility and still know that things are being done to us. Both of them can be correct. It's
No,
just that simple.
to Niger. You
So
you like to
if your
push
house is
this
getting burnt
victimhood.
down, if your house is no, hold on. If your house is getting burnt down and you as a man don't defend your house, and both things not correct, you are negligent and your house get burnt down.
So
Well,
Tunaja,
if you are the one burning your own house,
if you
then you
are
gotta
on
stop
burning,
yourself.
An
Because
arsonist comes and
listen,
burns your house down.
the people burning down Africa are Africans. I'm sorry to say this, Tunaja.
don't be
Okay,
sorry,
African.
it's the truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we colonize ourselves, so it's all right. We did.
No,
Tunaja,
nobody
we are
colonized you,
free.
dude.
African Tunaja.
In fact, are you being colonized right now? Even the so-called colonized you're talking about, that era, it was a mutual agreement between those white that came and some Africans. That, okay, this is what we have going on.
Okay,
It was. It
Mike,
wasn't
I
like
think you're off
listen,
the reservation now.
Tunaja, during the
It's not
so-called
like
colonization, the Europeans were not there on Africa on their own, just doing whatever they were doing.
that's
There
why
were
they
Africans
destroy their
working with them. They were working
certificates
together.
and send Oba Owenu Baisi on exile
They,
and King
they were.
Jaja Bobo on exile.
Who were the
Jesus
African? Wait,
Christ.
okay, let's talk about that. Who was the
Where
Africans
is
they
your
used?
brain, man? Come
Tunaja,
on.
okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Let
Hold
me.
on.
There's no listen. There's no particular event in African history that cannot point that Africans were not involved in. The one you just mentioned about the Oba, right? Who were the soldiers? Wait. The invaders. Who were the people? The soldiers they used to go invade the Benin Kingdom. Was it not other Nigerians, other blacks? Was it not people of Ijo and people from where you from
Yeah,
that they
Tunaja,
rallied
answer.
together and gave weapons and told them to go shoot up the kingdom?
They
Was
just
it no?
brought the mask. This
Was
guy
it the
is out of
British?
his mind. I can't believe you're saying it.
Wait. Was
They
it the
just
British?
brought the mask that they stole from the palace back.
With the help of the other Africans, the
And
Ijaws,
this
the
guy
people
is
from where
saying,
you're from,
okay,
the
now you're
Delta
saying with
people.
the help. Yes, but that's with the help, but who is commanding them?
So without them, they did it to themselves. So you can't say it's we blacks that did it to ourselves. It wasn't the white that marched to the Oba kingdom, to the Benin kingdom to go and bomb the place. It was the blacks that they used. They trained some Africans. They were using them, training them to be
What do you
army.
think triggered the war? What did you think triggered the war?
Trigger what?
This is the Benin warriors killed a lot of white people when they were coming to Benin, and they want them not to come. They decided to come to Benin, and they were attacked on their way to Benin.
Look, Tunaja. Let's not even go into this. The Benin, all these people were slave traders. Let's just these people. Look.
Oh my God, Mike, you are really going off reservation.
Look. Let me finish. Hold on, Tunaja. Stop this right now, okay? The truth of the matter is, you cannot, change the past. You act like we live in the past. The honest truth is those kingdoms no longer exist because they were evil kingdom. They needed to perish. These people were slave traders. They have no
them evil kingdoms too.
Yes.
So
I just
the
did.
one that is buying the slave, it should exist, but the one that also sold the slave.
Hey, one is in existence. Look, the buyer, obviously, one is no longer in
It was
charge.
the buyer's market.
Okay, it was. Here's the thing: if there was no sellers, the buyers will not exist. So let's not play this game again. This is what I'm saying.
Actually, in the case of Africa,
let's allow St. James. You know what? Let's allow St. James to give his 2 cents. St. James, what do you want to say before we close out here?
Man, you got the almighty Tunaja. It's always fun to listen to my man Tunaja, man. How you doing, Tunaja? It's been a while, bro.
Yeah, it's been a while actually, St. James. Nice to catch up with you.
Tunaja runs away from the Afridamus. He doesn't. He only watches.
What happened to Tunaja yesterday, man? Your sister Rokoya took a big L yesterday. What happened?
I didn't know what happened. I wasn't
there. No,
there.
I'm not going to tell you. You can watch it next
time. She got jumped. She got jumped at the
end. No. You gotta go watch it so you can.
On this channel or where?
No. Just figure it out.
You know that Rokoya doesn't come here. Rokoya only hangs in the clouds. She doesn't make herself known.
Where was
she only goes to the Wakandan channel and the other side.
Tunaja, I told your sister, my sister Rokoya, I say you belong here. You belong here so we can have conversation and see how we can build our nation. Rokoya never responded to the invitation. I don't understand why. So you mean to tell me we're not building over here?
Yes. Tunaja, are you saying, answer this, are you saying over here at the Afridamus Report, we're not building over here? You see, you guys want to go over there and talk that fantasy. If you guys are about really building Africa, come to the channel here, tell us your point, and we can go from there.
Am I not here now? I've been talking to my fellow Nigerians. Mike knows now. Nigerians are hard customers. You can see that Mike is a troublemaker here too.
So Tunaja, tell me, how can you decline an invitation from Africans, right? We haven't done anything to you. You just declining it, like, yeah, I'm not coming here. But you choose to go to a China where they can jump you. I don't understand. So
I don't know.
So do you guys love that kind of treatment, or what is it? Like, I don't know.
I don't think so. I just think that
You have to
maybe
understand
they have
the
their
UK
own
people are drunk in love with America. So
they have their own things.
So now I need to visit America, man. Come and live here for like 2 weeks. Maybe
Yeah,
the real beating. When you take the real beating, not the internet one. Maybe you begin to begin to know what's up.
I will make I'm trying to find an excuse to travel to the US. I don't want to come for a week. I want to stay a month, 2 months. I want
We'll
to
take you to the middle of
no,
Chicago.
don't worry, don't worry. You have some of those black queens waiting for you. They love you online, So
we'll give you one Edo's wife, So
Afridamus, what do you guys have over there in Seattle? What is the toughest neighborhood in Seattle?
Oh man, I'll just take him to the town, to Tacoma. That's where the blacks are. Tacoma.
Man, we got one here called Mambelo, man. I got you too, Niger, man. Listen, when you come to the US, man, call. I'm gonna take you to Mambelo.
Yeah, they call it Tacoma or Tacampton.
Tacampton.
Yes.
So
you know what that means.
I get you. So you can peddle Pan-Africanism to your people, your loved ones. Obviously, we are not your loved ones, right? You're gonna peddle it to your loved ones and see what kind of reaction you gonna get.
In my
are you not a black person? So why are you making it look like because we go somewhere else?
No. I'm just telling you. I'm under the impression that you feel like we're not consuming the message. We're not getting the message, And I'm just telling you that I know Pan-Africanism because I was led by one, a very powerful one. So no one can trick me about Pan-Africanism. You understand my point?
I can't imagine Tunaja going to those hoods, man. Start preaching Pan-Africanism with his accent.
When these people in the
Start
West
speaking with a Nigerian accent.
Africans, right?
Preaching Pan-Africanism to them.
It is funny. It's not like we're laughing at them. We're laughing with them. We're laughing with them because I know everything about Pan-Africanism because I chose not to talk about it because it bring back bad memories to me. You see what I'm saying? Because it helped me understand that we cannot be united as a people. To be honest, 100%, it's not possible.
Yes, we can. We're already doing
Tunaja, you can unite with, you can find good people and unite with
I don't
them.
know why you're saying that. African countries, how many of them do you see fighting each other?
Tunaja, what we are trying to tell you is this, man.
We're already trying it in the continent.
So we have to fight to understand that we are not together. Sometimes we don't fight, but we're not together. So you don't understand that?
I don't know.
As we speak right now, Ghana is speaking on behalf of everybody in Africa. So are you cool with that?
It's fine if they're not doing anything.
You see,
what have they done wrong?
Do you see? So I'm trying to tell you that these people don't even understand leadership. And you telling me this is fine with me.
What kind of problem you have with Ghanaians?
My problem that we
hold on, guys, 1 second. Let me read this shout out. MS Delta, thank you again. Tunaja, you see the good work I'm doing here is being acknowledged. He says, shout out to Afridamus for wearing his T-shirt for FBA. That's right. That's for FBA.
Come on, man. Stop it.
Tunaja, it is for FBA. You see, are you an FBA hater?
That's still stop making stuff up.
FBA name? You don't know?
FBA is black, but hey, have you noticed Tunaja? There's two groups. He doesn't like, the Africans who are Americans here, like, Mike, St. James, and myself, and the FBA. He puts us in the FBA category. He has issues with FBA because the FBA don't want to play ball. They are like, look, stay away from us. We are trying to keep this reparation, to ourselves. They said they're doing paper. They're checking documents. They're checking.
These people want
FBA is checking documents.
That war the FBA is hot on Rokoya last night. That went
Oh,
full
really?
fledged FBA on Rokoya. Man, listen, women have to like, oh, goodbye, I'm out. I'm like, no, you gotta stay and listen.
What channel
Why you?
are you talking
No,
about? I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
what
no,
channel
no.
you're
Hey,
talking
I
about.
don't know. I don't. We're not gonna advertise anything over here. So I'm just
Come on,
telling
man.
you.
Oh, come on. Wait.
That went
That's a bit petty, isn't it?
Africa.
You're
That
talking
went
about
full
somebody,
fledged.
but you're not going to tell us where it happened.
No, you will find out.
It was that Asian lady's channel.
Asian, okay.
Oh, you mean at the Wakandan channel? Oh, Tunaja
Yeah,
is the co-host over there.
What is wrong with this?
I was like, I was praying that Tunaja can come help her sister. I was like, Tunaja, where are you?
I'm
Please.
sorry, man. I just happened to run into her. Rokoya, she got angry and left, man.
I'm like, okay.
That was the first time I ever saw her get angry, dude.
No, she came over here. She got angry. She wrote, she's like, I cannot believe. I thought this Afridamus would change, but he's gotten worse. Bye, Rokoya. You know. But guys, we've been here for like 6 hours. I want to be able to edit this video into parts. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should close it out here. I'll give each of you quick, 30 seconds and say your last piece. And maybe Tunaja would say something nice about me at the end. But, guys, let's go in sequence. Let's start with Mike. Tunaja, don't worry. Still, an American citizen would have to be the last person, whether St. James or Mike. So we can't have a British person on here being the last one. Okay. Mike, go ahead.
You see, Tunaja, what we are telling you, we're not telling you that you shouldn't associate yourself with people. But what we are telling you is that it's impossible for all people simply because they share the same skin color that they're all going to unite. No, good people can unite. That's about it. But good people and evil people cannot unite. And there are evil people among all black people, black groups. So you can't tell me that I have to go and force myself to unite with a bunch of evil people among other groups. No, I'm open to being united or doing business or doing whatever it is to build some kind of progress with somebody that's positive, a good human being, whether you're white, whether you're ADOS, whether you're Nigerian, whether you're Chinese, I don't care. If it's about progress, I'll work with you. But this kumbaya there because somebody's race is black, it doesn't matter whether it's a devilish human being, I have to form some kind of union with that person. No, and that's what we are trying to tell you here. It's not about we're saying don't unite with group of people. You can unite with people, but it's about individual. It's about good and evil. Just like Fredamo said, evil doesn't have color. Evil has no color.
Thank
So
you very
it's all
much,
about
Mike.
good and evil. That's it.
Mike, you said it best. You said it best. That's right.
Thanks. I'll see you guys later, man.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Tunaja.
Yeah, I just think that when we talk about South Africa, we should understand that there's a difference between an elite that is of a different race versus an elite that is of the same race as the majority of the population of the people. And we shouldn't take these things as if it's just normal because they are all South Africans. Because that is kind of stuff that we do and they did in the past where they say, okay, you know what, everything is fine now. Let's just live like this for a while. In the next 50 years, they will change the goalposts, just like they did in Europe. There was a time when they signed an agreement with Ukraine, Russia, and everything, that this was going to be the norm. They are not going to expand towards Russia. They expanded and expanded and expanded. Guess what we are doing now? They are fighting a war in Ukraine because of expansion of this in the West. The same thing is happening with China. Yesterday, they were friends with China, selling goods to them. Oh no, because Chinese have grown so much now, they want to trade with Africans. Now they want to come for them too. The point is that you cannot.
Who is there? Who is
the
there?
West, the West wants to come for them too. You can't take things for granted just because you have a period of relative calm, because everything can change on a dime. They will just switch on you. I've seen it happen. If you look at it historically, you will see that it's happened to so many groups over and over again. They will say, "Oh, we are friends," and all the rest, but they are swallowing you like a python. Slowly,
Is the UK part of this?
The UK, the UK, America, Australia, New Zealand, they are the core of it.
You're paying taxes over there to enable this, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to
That is my point. We have to start thinking differently so that we empower our own people, even while engaging with them. Because there's no reason why the Chinese engage with them and empower their own people at the same time. It's just the mind. We have to think about solutions to empower us too, because
All
they are
right.
not going to do it for us.
All right. Thank you very much. The alarm have just told me it's time. Thank you to Niger for coming by. All right. We have St. James. St. James, go for the win.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to have me on your channel.
Thank you.
I really enjoy from the conversation, and to be honest with you, kudos to my South African, folks over there.
Yeah.
Who are making sure that we get the real information from South Africans. I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And for Tunaja, you my brother from another mother, man. I like you, but I don't know, man. I don't.
Now I gotta.
You know.
Do you think I should do analysis of that Rokoya controversy?
I think you should, because that was like
did it make the cut?
Woo, bro. You have to watch it. You have to watch it. I was even in there. I was showcased in there a little bit because I was trying to throw my 2 cents and I ruffled some feathers. I'm like, this is a sad reality, because, like I said, when Africans talk, when Africans try to chime in, the other side is looking at it like, okay, you know what? We don't really like what you are saying because you are being divisive. I'm like, okay, what part of what we are saying is not really factual? Everything that we talk about can be checked, can be proven. And you don't have to be mad at the person who are telling the story. You can go back and check it. But when the other side is talking, it's like a bunch of nothing.
Exactly.
Okay, talk to talk and walk to walk. No, somebody who's, when you talk that talk, you have to walk that walk. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to Pan-Africanism, the one that we know, the one that the people from the continent practice, is the one that created themselves, right?
Exactly. It's not this fantasy.
Based on the condition of their own people. You have the Lumumbas. He didn't he talk about it because he knows his people. Sankara, he talks about it because he knows his people. The Steve Bikos, all these people, they talk about it because they know their people. So you cannot go read somebody's book and say, I know your people.
It's a problem, and
it's a problem.
And that's what we're facing.
The book is nice. The concept is nice. Black Utopia, all this thing, that's nice to read. It's a good read. But when you
it doesn't match reality.
It doesn't. So when I talk to them, I say, we remember when I used the word, I don't want to repeat it, and I said it, people got offended. And then when I had them created like a 2-hour show to explain who that person is, I said, you know what? As an African who lived on the continent, it's kind of hard for me to listen to someone who never visited the continent, never lived amongst the people, and is telling us how the people should live on the continent. And everywhere, if it's talking about everywhere else, I get it. But when you're talking about the continent, which include me, I have to push back a little bit. That's all we're doing.
You're not wrong. And thank you for coming, St. James. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Man, I stayed way longer than I expected, but it was a good show. Thank you guys for coming in. And as you know, the show here is what you make of it. Some people are gonna come here and be emotional and come up with their fake ideas. Oh, talk about how much they hate the white man, yet living, in the white man's land, drinking the white man's tea, drinking the white man's porridge, eating the white man's baked beans, you name it, right? But yet, so people would turn around and tell you about this fantasy. So I'm glad the topic even veered to that, because in a way, you see, in the beginning, I was showcasing how, Go Black was trying to, push the Pan-African narrative, like the victimhood narrative to the South Africans, and they rejected it. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe in this. It's not, evil comes in all colors, all jokes aside. There's evil amongst blacks, there's evil amongst white, there's evil among Chinese, you name it. At the end of the day, you be the best version of yourself. Give out your best version to everybody. If you become better, then you can help other people be better. But don't hold other people to a standard that you yourself are not willing to live up to. You guys know that doesn't make any sense. If there's anything you take away from this show, it's not that I'm here, criticizing or bashing blacks like most of you like to say, but I'd like to shed light on an issue that, when we, especially those of us that live in the West, understanding the diaspora and coming from also understanding Africa, we understand the mindset, you see. So when we see certain narratives being pushed, and I take the time to come out here and break it down, it might be in fun, entertainment, but kick back, pay attention to what is being said here. It's not a waste of time, but rather would help you learn so that you don't go around telling people it is, Canada is total island. But until next time, I will see you guys again. Make sure you like and share, okay?